come to what we love. Risk the fall, or we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of the world that we defy. I saw the rise of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last
pre-qualify for the LCS.
Splays to finish it off.
Baron spawns on. Gillian's looking for some blood. And Unicorns have stamped their authority on the game. But it's Kalashar keeping them all back.
Vitality have done it.
20 down. And H2K will not go down without a fight. Step 4 on 1. They're focusing down the Nexus. Reckless does not have the tools to do this. They're onto a Nexus turret. The crowd is opening.
The Nexus turrets are going down. And Fnatic, as they take down this
Plays from OG, keep on coming.
it's set. He's just running.
I cannot believe it. And now Origen are just going to fall.
This meta doesn't have to be 30 minutes of farming. G2 are showing aggressive, high-tempo League of Legends.
Drake is naked. Drake is a god.
I feel like together we are better. I think it's one of the best in Europe. With him coming back now, it feels really good.
The better I will become, the better H2K will become.
Mighty Bear can be one of the best junglers in the EU.
I have never been with such a connection with my AD carry.
It's such a massive deal that we have Schalke behind our backs.
Bottom tier teams have upgraded a lot. They all seem to be good right now. This split is going to be a lot more competitive.
and gentlemen, and welcome to opening day of the 2016 European LCS Summer Split. A lot has changed here in Berlin, Germany, where we have our brand new LCS studio. But the ultimate goal remains the same as we continue down the road to Worlds, and you get a sneak peek of that studio over there where H2K and Rocket will be playing their first game. Our fans are present as well, cosplayers with Dragon Fist, Lee Sin, and the rest very excited. A beautiful day here in Berlin, and as we see H2K with Freeze warming up for their first game, as well as our current Spring Split champions G2 with their new bottom lane, of course, as well as Origen getting ready on stage, where we see their bottom lane with Forgiven and Hybrid. Hello everyone, I'm Evie Schok supporter, excited to be back for another 9 weeks of heated competition here in Europe, where I'm joined by Mitch Kreppel-Voorspels and Andy Verius Day, and of course a new member of the LCS crew here. Verius, you've done Challenger, but what does it feel like to be on the LCS Summer Split start?
It's a little bit nerve-wracking, but I'm really excited to see what these LCS teams bring out on this pretty amazing patch.
Yeah, aren't we all? Now with a new split comes a lot of changes to the European LCS. First off, while all 10 of our teams from the Spring Split have returned, the lineup of Elements has been acquired by the Bundesliga organization of FC Schalke 04. Now the league itself has a new format, with the round robin now being made entirely out of best of 2 matches. The teams will earn 3 points in the standings for a 2-0 win, while a draw will net each squad 1 point.
Yeah, and there's also additional changes. We've changed how we honor individual performances. So back in Spring Split, we had the MVP system. We're switching right now, and also the OP5. We're switching right now to a player of the game system. So each match a player plays, they play 2 matches per series. So each match a player plays, one of the 10 players in that game gets awarded the player of the game. They tally up the points, then we can track as well who's doing the best out of all teams. And at the end of the season, it plays a part in the global season MVP selection. Multiple other sources will also weigh in their vote, and we tally that all together, and then we get to the eventual MVP. But the TLDR is every game we get a player of the game.
TLDR 10 a day and 20 we can be able to look at the leaderboards, who is doing really well throughout the split. And to cover all of the competition across our 10 games that will be played out every day, we'll be beaming out to the far corners of the globe on 2 streams simultaneously. Each will cover the action in the LCS Arena on stream EU LCS 1 and the LCS Studio on EU LCS 2 respectively.
Yeah, and the summer 2016 season will begin today with the match of the week, G2 versus Origen. That will be on stream 1 here in the arena. Then obviously we'll have H2K playing against Rocket in the studio. That will be stream EU LCS 2. Schalke will play versus Unicorn again in the Series 2 on stream 1. And then Spice will play against Vitality later on stream 2.
Yep, we'll see how that all pans out. At the end of the day though, Fnatic and Giants will be hosted on both streams, and that will be followed by the post-game lobby, which is our show where we wrap up everything that's happened in the day so far. And hopefully we see some excitement today. One of the things that's different, not in the format, but on the Rift, is patch 6.10. We haven't seen the LCS teams on that. Obviously, we had the big Mage update in 6.9. We've seen some other regions play it as well. And you've got some experience from Challenger, Verius. What do you think we're going to see here in the LCS?
Yeah, there's still quite a lot of priority on Maokai and Lucian. Right now, they are being heavily picked in the LPL, being heavily picked in the LCK, and we saw them throughout the Challenger series as well. Interestingly, though, they haven't had that much success in terms of winning. So we've seen a lot of interesting counterplay, and it's nice to see this adaptation with the teams. Personally, what I'm most excited for is in the bottom lane, because now we're seeing much more engaged AD carries in the form of Sivir, Ashe, and Kalista, and I think this addition from the bottom lane is going to make things really interesting moving forward.
Yeah, and it'll also be a good time to see if that kind of range support meta that came to fruition in MSI was just an MSI thing, or whether it's an international trend. We're already seeing the likes of Nami over in LPL2, or just very highly rated Bard players overall. So the shift from melee support into range support is something we'll track. And also with the Mage update, while Ryze and Azir are still tier 1, we could actually see the likes of Vladimir come out in the mid lane, maybe Swain in the top lane. So we'll actually see some new champions here in the summer split.
Let's hope so. Let's hope we see a lot of diversity. Also, a lot of diversity over in the roster and the roster changes. More specifically, 18 roster changes. That is 2 more than in 2015.
Going up.
Mid-split, going up, yay! But it has a different dynamic this time around, Verius, because it's not like a lot of people moved over to NA. We just gotten an influx of a lot of new players.
We certainly have. There are a lot of new players coming into the LCS, and we've got a lot of new Koreans joining us. Personally, I'm quite excited to see Parang from Rocket. I think he's going to be a valuable addition. And I know DeFisher is super excited to see Mighty Bear on Vitality.
Yeah, DeFisher definitely Mighty Bear fanboy, although we need to see how he performs. But I think it's great because we got rid of some of the older names that weren't doing that well in some of these teams, and at least we get an influx of potential new talent. They may not perform better, but at least we're looking at new candidates to shine in their respective roles. And it's not like we lost a grand amount of talent over to, for example, North America, what we've used to see. So for overall, the European split should be stronger right now.
Actually, people coming back to Europe, yay for that. And as these new lineups get put to the test, we want to get your take. Hop on Twitter and tell us, who do you think won or lost the off-season and why? A lot of changes. Vedius, what do you think?
Personally, I'm really excited to see Yellowstar back on Fnatic. I think that they did struggle last split. They didn't have a great regular season, and I think with Yellowstar being that leader once again, I think he's going to be a valuable addition once more for Fnatic.
Yeah, and spoiler, almost half the tweets will be Sven and Mythy to Esports because they picked up the best bot lane in the West. They come as a unit, and a lot of these bot lanes over in Europe have changed, or at least maybe gotten some members back. Look at Fnatic with Yellowstar again. A lot of these teams just have to work on their bot lane dynamics, while G2 just imported the best bot lane in the West, so that should be definitely a candidate for winning the offseason.
Yeah, we'll see what happens, but we also want to know what you think, so remember to send your responses at LOL Esports with the hashtag EULCS so we can see what you think and talk about that later on. For now, though, let's hone in on our first series of the day, a quick preview of the Spring Split finalists and a champion G2 up versus Origen. Obviously, when we take a look at the lineups, you touched on it already, a change, most notably in that bottom lane, and that could be a huge influence for these teams.
I mean, that's the first thing we have to start talking about. Sven and Mythy on G2, Hybrid, G2's former support is now on Origen, and then suddenly Forgiven is there. All of a sudden, he's no longer on H2K. So a wealth of talent in these bot lanes. The synergy advantage definitely on the side of G2 Esports.
I know a lot of teams, or a lot of fans in particular, were worried about Origen, but I can safely say that a lot of teams still respect Origen as being a top contender moving forward for the ULCS. But G2 right now, I feel in a lot of eyes, are the heavy favorites. As you've already said, importing the strongest bottom lane in the West, I think they are a terrifying team moving forward.
Yeah, we'll see what happens there with Mythy, obviously. We heard some things about his wrist, this and there, but they are playing, so we'll see what happens. Now, turning to the matchup taking place in the new LCS studio on Stream 2, it will be H2K versus Roccat. As we see there, also changes across the board, and let's start with H2K, because overall, the end of the split was disappointing for them after how good strategically they had performed throughout the split, and they've important Freeze. That is another European coming back to the European homeland, and a great addition for the team.
Yes, we do have the return of Freeze from Renegades. Really excited to see him playing, because while he was on Renegades, a team that was sitting at the bottom of the NALCS, he performed phenomenally. He had one of the lowest deaths out of all AD carries. He was second in CS differential at 10, only behind Doublelift. And in terms of the amount of damage that he was contributing, in terms of what they could do, again, he was second, only behind Doublelift.
Yeah, really good stats there, and overall just a consistent player, really strong in the laning phase, couldn't really shine that much out of it, also because Renegades had a lot of issues, you know, with multiple roster swaps. What I like about Freeze, also from having played a couple of games with him, is that he's seemingly always happy, a great communicator, so even if you can argue Forgiven versus Freeze, where does it end in the skill department, I think what Freeze offers for the rest of the team will be fantastic for H2K. He should make everybody else better, therefore a better team environment, and that could be the thing that was separating H2K from actually being in that top two at the end of playoffs.
A similar thing could be said for Roccat. Obviously, they have Perang and Raze in there, but also Steelback, who has always been solid AD carry, had a great split on the Unicorns of Love, but they finally have their hands on an AD carry that could definitely hold his own, hopefully for a good amount of time, and it could propel the team.
I think when Steelback joined in the spring split after his brief stint in North America, a lot of people underestimated him. A lot of people put Unicorns of Love lower down. They came in and he overperformed. He was super impressive down the bottom lane. He had a very incredible KDA across the board. And while he had a bit of a reputation as the cleanup AD carry, he definitely had his fair share of plays.
Yeah, he's just shown a lot of growth here, and we have to commend him for that. Hopefully he can keep growing as a player now in a lineup with a little more variables, but they seem excited and they seem confident. Talked to them in the room earlier. 2-0 is their prediction.
Yeah, let's see if that happens. Well, we're going to find out right now. The teams are ready for their first clashes of the summer of 2016. So let's send it over to our casters and hit the rift.
Thank you very much, Shocks. I'm Devin Pyrotechnics Young, everybody, and I'm excited, dead excited, to be right here alongside Martin DeFicio. We are very excited to play in the LCS arena. It's the same one you know and love, but we've christened it officially. We've got the match of the week coming up, though, G2 OG, and it's about as hype as it can be.
Such a huge match, of course, also when you consider what happened in your off-season here.
Yeah, a little bit of
switching
back
over,
and forth.
Hybrid joining Origen, Forgiven joining Origen. Big fights down the bottom lane.
Yeah, well, let's not waste any time. Let's break right into it. As the teams are making their final adjustments on the stage, we are going to go ahead and check out those lineups on the blue side for OG. It is, of course,
They have a strong team. but I think it would be a very different team right now. And I don't think they can rely purely on Forgiven and Hybrid like they could always rely on Sven and Mithy when things weren't going 100% the way Origen wanted it to go.
Yeah, that's always the question. Is this duo going to slot right in? Hybrid, good individual player. How well will he mesh with Forgiven? Forgiven, how will he affect the team? Obviously, this is the best individual talent they could definitely grab in short notice. But against their opponents, it's going to be a really tough call. We got to turn to the red side for game number 1, the European Spring Champions. That's G2 Esports, and they've revamped their roster as well. Kickus in the top. We want to make sure that we're going to be the strongest team we can be, so we're swapping players even after we win in Europe. They're not content with domestic performance. Anything but first place would be disappointment.
I agree. I mean, if you look at this, you can argue honestly for 4 out of 5 players on this team to be the best in their role in Europe. Again, Trick, MVP in the jungle. We have Rookie of the Split Perks, who had such a great performance. And then, of course, the new bot lane, Sven and Mithy down here. Kickus is the only guy
track record.
where, Kickus is the only guy where you can say, okay, maybe he's not the best in his role, but Kickus actually fits this team extremely well because he's not a top laner who demands a lot of attention. He's very good with teleports as well, so he's like a team player. And when you have so many star players and so many carries, you need a team player who can always just focus more on the rest of the team than himself. So I actually think Kickus is a great fit. Also, we have to remind the viewers there is a sub for G2, which is Expect, who is a Korean top laner they've brought in, who is in the house with them. Obviously, he's not playing right now.
No, I mean, it's there. Make of it what you will, but he can definitely light a fire under from behind Kickus. And, you can see he's done his best to maybe level up a little bit. He's at Super Saiyan 1 at least. So, maybe that's exactly what G2 needs. And for the rest of this squad, there is nothing but high expectations for these guys. Nope. You have to think, with the changes that they have made, with everything that happened after MSI, they are going to come in and they are not going to hold anything back to start off the split.
Yeah, and some people were talking about maybe synergy issues. Well, the thing is, you bring over an entire bot lane together.
That wanted to be together, most importantly.
It's not like the Forgiven Hybrid situation where they're, I'm going to say, forced now to play together. Obviously, they said,
they got grabbed from different places.
We want to join Origen.
Dash together.
And now they have to build up synergy, Forgiven and Hybrid. We don't know how well they're going to play together. We know how well the G2 bot lane is going to play. And still, if you look at Origen's off-season, after losing the 2 players, I think they made the best of it. When you consider the fact they had obviously not a lot of time. They had to look at the best free agent options. Forgiven was one, Hybrid was the other one. And they have a super strong lineup on paper, but it's just about the teamwork for Origen. It's how the organization is going to help this team improve, and how fast can they reach a proper level where we can say, okay, this team is once again one of the absolute best.
But that is the big question mark for a team like Origen. How well is the organization going to help them shine? This has always been a team that's had a lot of talent. This has always been a team that's had a lot of potential. But last split's start, for instance, really threw a lot of that into question. Yes, they picked it up. Yes, they made the finals. But they still couldn't quite topple over. And after a Worlds performance, that's a big disappointment.
Yeah, and one of the things looking back at the last split, sure, they ended up being second place, and that's great. I would have loved to see how well Origen would have done in that final if they didn't start at 0, basically, in terms of their level coming into the spring split, because they obviously weren't ready. They admitted, they talked about it, said we need to fix it. If they'd been able to start at a much higher level and then improve from there, I wonder how good they could have become. Right now, we can't really look too much at the past. We just have to say, you know what? New season or new split for Origen. They want to show they're good enough to make Worlds, to have a lot of points because they got second place. So it is very likely that if they make it into a top 4 situation, they will then be one of the teams who can go to Worlds.
Right, they definitely got a bit of padding for themselves, but they don't want to take that for granted. Speaking of not quite ready yet, we are resolving a quick audio issue on stage, so please bear with us for just a
I thought I was just allowed to keep talking.
Well, if you really want, you can go ahead, Deficio. Just keep on telling me. Tell me all about these 2 teams, please. I'm going to sit back for a minute.
Wow, that's a big one.
We've got a lot.
Everything.
A lot of things. Tell you what, give me a TLDR of how you think, based on not just the bot lane changes, because we've hit those at length, at nauseum, how you think the changes are going to affect the rest of the team in terms of mentality. What do you think the mid, top, and jungle really will change their playstyle, if anything?
Oh, so if we look at G2 first, Emperor wasn't an AD carry who actually required a lot of attention, or he didn't get a lot of resources. He was just kind of part of the team. The carries were always like Perks, and you looked at Trick in the jungle. They were like the star players, and then Hybrid made a lot of plays as a support. Emperor was just kind of there. Sven is a very different case. Like, he's a guy who coming in who's used to being the main carry, used to get a lot of resources. So obviously that's something G2 has to figure out. How do you make sure Perks and Sven and Trick are all 3 set up to be able to play their style? That's going to be like the biggest question for G2. I think, though, that Sven has shown he's versatile enough as an AD carry. He can kind of just slot in and fit with G2. And you just have this insane individual talent. And also you have a shot caller and Mithy who can kind of control everyone.
Yeah, and for OG, it seems to be a little bit easier for them to make that swap despite the fact that it's not as necessarily a clear upgrade because you already had an AD carry that was very resource intensive, very kill participation intensive. Forgiven fits a very similar mold.
Yeah, in many ways, Forgiven will be able to jump straight in and just fill the role that was now left behind by Sven. Because again, you said it, you get the resources, you play strong lanes, you become the big carry in team fights. But I think for Origen, the question is more about, overall shot calling, because we know Mithy had such a big voice. Him and Amazing were kind of two guys guiding everything, and then Source will also add in a lot, especially when it came to team fights later. I wonder if we're going to see a situation where it's mainly Amazing and Source, the two old guys, kind of running the show. Power Evil still trying to find his way and focus more on his own performance. We could also just see an Origen lineup saying, we have strong individual players as well. Like, we can try and play for early game. Get Forgiven and Hybrid in a 2v2 lane with like a Caitlyn pick and a Bard support. See if they can bully that 2v2. Use that to snowball. So suddenly the shot calling doesn't become that difficult. Because once you start winning the early game, it's kind of easy to say, okay, guys, we're winning all 3 lanes. Where do we want to go? Well, we can kind of go everywhere because we are winning and we have the control. I could see Origen try and aim for that. But they've always been a team who likes team fighting, especially also Power Weaver in the mid lane.
That's very true. But doesn't it say a little bit something about your team's communication and coordination if you have to rely on let's win the lanes, let's snowball from there? I mean, that's the simplistic strategy, but you can't always guarantee it's going to happen.
Yeah, sure. I'm not saying that will be the case for Origen, but like coming into week 1, I wouldn't be surprised to see them say, we want to try and win this game against G2 early on. Also because we know G2 is a team who like to play very aggressive, very high tempo. If they start falling behind, they tend to make mistakes. Something Mithy, I'm sure, would love to try and fix with the team. Maybe in scrims, it's something they've been working a lot on. But I feel like that's where maybe if Origen can put Forgiven in a position with a better lane matchup, he can get the better of the G2 bot lane, and suddenly you have an advantage there for Origen. There are a lot of ways this game can be played out. Lane top as well have changed a little bit in the current meta.
It's so interesting, too, when you look at how G2 did change with regards to where their weaknesses were. You would see them making those mistakes. Sometimes it was individual players. We saw Trick, going deep in that one game against Origen in the finals and just kind of getting caught himself out. But that was a rare type of thing. We saw more often they would try to force an engage, collectively go too far, and then start to get pushed back. And oftentimes it was Emperor who paid the price.
Sure.
Ben is a different AD carry. He has more solid positioning, and I really want to see how vocal he will be with this team.
And I think actually the point you were talking about just before there about how sometimes they were a little bit too over-aggressive, and Emperor would from time to time pay the price. It just fit the G2 style, or it was the G2 style, where it's not about just waiting for the enemy team to make a mistake and then punish them. It's actually forcing mistakes from the enemy team. So if you play extremely fast, if you keep putting pressure multiple places on the map, there's a much higher chance the other team will then make a mistake, put their resources in the wrong location, or maybe not expect you to come and dive them or gank them, and then suddenly you can punish them. That's what G2 did so well, and that's why they were different from a lot of European teams who would play it very safe and trying so if you get a tower, then I get a tower, and then we just keep kind of trading, and no one really fights. G2 said, no, we're not going to do that.
Yeah.
We stopped this tower pushing thing. We're just going to go straight up here and set a fight up.
I loved it, too. It was such a great thing to watch, and no one else was really doing it all that much.
And
Origen was close enough to get in the fights, but you're right. They won the split as a result of just having a superior style, being able to execute it better. Just a quick update for all of you guys still waiting around for this one to kick off. I know the tension is mounting. You can feel it from here. We are fixing the audio issue on stage. Should be ready to go fairly soon. But for Origen, just in general, because they're up against the people that they just lost to in the spring, because they're up against their former bot lane. How much does that really tweak your mental attitude coming into the game, being the first match you play?
I think you just really want to win, especially
more than usual, Deficio.
Yeah, I mean, Amazing was very vocal about this change and how he felt like it wasn't okay. So I'm sure he's coming in here being so ready to show,
constantly ganking the bot lane.
I mean, I think he just really wants to show that Origen are still a super strong team, and it was basically a mistake for Sven and Mithy to leave Amazing, Source, Power Healer, and Pekka behind. But again, we're just kind of looking at what we have seen on social media. We don't have Amazing right here saying, I really want to win this game. Of course he wants to. But I think that there's a little bit of revenge maybe in there for some of the players.
Well, I mean, it's the first chance for them to get right back at it. Plus, we got 2 whole games to make it happen. With the introduction of best of 2s now here in Europe, we'll get to see how teams do make that adaptation, how they make that change. And maybe it weighs off a little bit on your mind when you think, not that we can lose, that we can't afford. That's not really the right mentality, but that even if we do not take a win away, we can always learn something more from it. There's always more footage. There's always an ability to adapt. And maybe that lightens the attitude just a little bit to start things off.
I mean, the big thing about moving away from the best out of 1 is the fact we get way more games on stage. And you can practice as much as you want in scrims. It will always be slightly different when you sit on stage and you play. So the more stage experience you get for all your players, the better it is for your teams, for your region.
Right.
So obviously it's great that all these teams here will get to play more games. Also, you are in a situation where if you do make a mistake in, let's say, the pick and ban phase in the first game, you can change that. You can adapt for the next game and you get a fair chance one more time to see if you can win 1 game. Obviously, if you play 1-1, you get 1 point, so you get something. Big one is the 2-0, 3 points for yourself.
Yeah.
And then we're going to see, like, during this season, how teams might start really poorly, but then suddenly they just fire away, get like 12 points over 2 weeks because they win all the series they play. And suddenly they just fire up the rankings. I mean, that will happen.
Yeah, well, it'll definitely be a little bit more crazy and a little bit more volatile, you'd imagine. Last split really followed a lot of trends right up until the end. The playoffs really did shine a different light on it. When you did start to get into series, you started to see results differing, teams not adapting, teams not understanding the meta, and relying maybe too much on perhaps scrim results or just generally what they thought in their own bubble, what was strong. With more games on stage, you get to test that twice as often, and you start to refine those strategies. It's really exciting to see not only how they do domestically, but internationally as well going forward because of it.
Yeah, and I want to see how many teams will come into a best out of 2 because you play on both sides with like a strategy for, let's say, blue side first, and then a specific strategy for red side for the next game, or if they will just kind of adapt to what happened in the first game. Obviously, there will always be some changes in terms of the pick and ban phase, but there are specific picks, especially in the mid lane, that you can go for on red side you won't normally do on blue side. We're talking picks like Kassadin, obviously these counter picks you don't really want to blind pick. It opens up for new picks, obviously, for some of these mid laners.
Perks does do some of those crazy blind picks.
Sure.
I don't know if he's changed that recently.
I mean, Power Vivo in the past also played things like Kassadin. He pulled out a Talon.
He did play his signature Syndra once last split.
We've seen the Syndra, which is something I wouldn't blind pick
the
either.
Cassiopeia's come out.
Yeah.
I mean, if there are a pair of mid laners that are going to be going for something a little crazy, these might be it.
It's tough for poor old Cassiopeia.
Yeah,
I
right
really
now
feel like the mage rework hit her very hard in the negative way.
She can't hit the boots anymore, man.
It's because of the boots.
Yeah, that's the whole
no
reason.
Boots. No Cass.
But moving away from that, though, too, let's talk about another mid laner that may come up in these best of 2s because we have the option for people to swap in between. There's always the Peke factor. And that's something that Origen have in their back pocket that no other team has really made use of in the European LCS. And I want to see if that starts becoming a mainstay and they get power a little bit more, backstage, just kind of like listening and watching, like they were talking about towards the end of last split, or did they leave him as the main man unless they really feel they need Peke?
I mean, clearly, again, Origen is showing they want Power Evil to be the starter. They want him to be able to grow as a mid laner and kind of learn from Peke. But if you look at this new setup from Origen, I actually feel like Peke would have a lot of value playing because we know he's a more vocal member. He's very smart, tons of experience, and the players really respect and listen to him a lot. So when you have this team with these new members and you're going to try and figure out some proper shot calling for it, that's where Peke can really shine. But clearly they're saying Power Vivo mechanically is the better player, and he's the guy we want to start with because he is playing game 1.
He's a young guy. They want to train him up as well continuously. But yes, starting him on the roster, I mean, it says this is the guy, this is our main starter. This is the same story they have stuck to since they picked him up. Now, that being said, we do know that the team has stated, at least in the past, that they play markedly different, at least to begin with, under Peke. And when we talk about these shot calling and communication question marks, that is always a fallback point for them. I'm curious to see if they decide to use it.
Yeah, it's something like if they lose game 1, let's say they get stomped in game 1, you can suddenly see, okay, we need to have a reaction here, put in Peke for next game. But it could also just be a playoff thing they will have, where it's BO5s, more games to switch between. I think one of the big things last split wasn't just the shot calling or the difference in player mindset when Peke was playing. It was also just champion pool wise. Power Vivo had focused on certain picks and Peke were playing other picks. So they were like, okay, if you want to play Lulu compositions, especially towards playoffs, we put in Peke. If you want to play like Azir, Victor, these big control mages, we put in Power of Evil. So coming into this, the current meta for mid laners are like Ryze, Azir, Victor, these kind of picks, and that's what Power of Evil is playing. Especially a lot of Azir, if you look at playoffs, last split it was banned in almost every game except for one.
Well, and we expect it to be continually banned again. As the Azir and the Ryze have pretty much been hit almost constantly, and we're starting to see the Victor. We saw the Lissandra a lot in CS qualifiers. So it's a lot of these powerful control mages, but there's always the assassin possibility. We might see the LeBlanc pop up. Who knows?
Yeah, LeBlanc is a good pick. Zed potentially if you're on red side again.
Oh yeah, Perks will be pretty happy about that one.
Perks could definitely pull out a Zed if he wants to, but there's always a risk when you play Zed. Still, even his late game, it's not great. Even though QSS obviously helped him, their QSS nerfs. Compared to like a Victor and Azir, you do nothing in the late game. Like, they will literally win you at a team fight. Zed will never win you at a team fight.
It's assumption that they're going to go ahead and win all out really early on. But, while we get this audio issue sorted out, we're going to go ahead and head back to the analyst desk to just talk a little bit more about the pregame.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, it's us again, unfortunately, still working on the issues. But we do get to Vem for a little bit more, and obviously we have a lot to talk about at the beginning of the summer split. Talking a lot about picks and bans there, but I just want to focus on, they're sitting on stage now. They were so ready to play. We saw them in the makeup room beforehand. They're all very giggly still, but I mean, it's annoying. You were ready.
Yeah, it will affect you. If you have ever played, I mean, if you've ever had a pause where you have expectations and then you're ready to get into game and suddenly a pause happens. I've had it happen to me a couple of times. It throws you off a little bit. The good thing, though, is that they have a bunch of resilient players. Like, nothing will ever tilt Sven and Mythi. I feel Kikis is pretty calm. Perks, he always seems ready to just kind of go for the plays.
Yeah, I mean, when we saw them on stage, the Origen lineup actually looked really happy. They looked really positive in the way that they were interacting with each other. You saw Forgiven in particular, he was laughing a lot with Power of Evil, so they seem to be in good spirits moving forward, and I think they are really excited. And looking at the tension, I think that while both teams, there is a bit of tension between them, I think mostly they just want to get into game, they want to start playing, and they want to show that, hey, we've still got what it takes to be at the top of Europe.
Yeah, both might think that, but it does seem to me that G2 is like resounding favorite for this. Origen, feel like they have to patch a lot of things together, because as Deficio alluded to on the caster desks, G2 is fine because they got an entire bot lane that was also a major shot calling component of Origen back in the day. Also the main driving factor in a lot of their stellar performances, even in Worlds. They've lost that now. So they need to fill that with a bot lane that isn't even a unit. Hybrid and Forgiven have never really played together. Neither have been known within their teams to be the biggest communicators. So right now there's a kind of like figure it all out period for Origen, which usually is fine, but their first match of the week and the season is against G2 Esports.
While that is true, I still think that Origen can be pretty happy about Power of Evil right now, because the mid lane meta has shifted very much towards mages, control mages. So we're seeing the Ryze, we're seeing the Victor, we're seeing the Azir. And we have to remember that Power of Evil was famous for his Orianna. And right now, champions like Orianna are extremely powerful. So I think that in terms of a meta situation, Power of Evil could be in a comfort zone.
I mean, we talk about the meta and being for Power of Evil's comfort zone, but when we think back to the team in general, Origen in the spring split, and they admitted it themselves, they needed some time to ramp up and they needed time to gel. So I'm kind of afraid that the same scenario might repeat itself when they now bring in a bottom lane that has to completely reconfigure.
But there is time to gel. Nobody's going to judge them, except some of their maybe hardcore fans, if they somehow lose this series. You're going up against the spring split champion that has gone through improvements with no real hit story communication. You are expected to lose the series.
Yeah.
Even last split, Origen was expected to lose against G2 Esports, which they eventually did then. So I don't think it's a shame if they drop the series. We just need to see where they're at. How confused are they? Are they playing as a unit and just a worse unit as opposed to G2? Or are they just all across the map not knowing what to do? Because playing with Forgiven in your bot lane requires a certain finesse and just adjustment to his style, unless you can kind of bend him to do what you want. But then you get a Gambit scenario where you have a lot of lackluster Forgiven, in my opinion.
Can you elaborate on that a little bit? Because obviously what we saw Forgiven in H2K, was that then more to his original or true form? And how do you think it will evolve here?
I mean, we saw Forgiven in some games with H2K, split pushing on the side lane, taking down tier 2 turrets on his own. He could play a slightly more aggressive lane style. Forgiven in his element is the guy that plays Caitlyn Nami, pushes you on the tower, challenges you on every single CS, and makes your life horrible and miserable until you cry for a gank. That's where the meme comes from where Forgiven in Outside it goes like, can we please 2v2? Because he plays this obnoxious pushing style that obviously needs to get punished.
Well, if we look at the meta, you mentioned it beforehand. We see Ashe coming out, we see Sivir coming out. Forgiven and Sivir, of course, that's a relationship over there. But how do you think that will influence him, and will those picks come out?
Well, I mean, Caitlyn right now is pretty much the next tier. In LCK right now, it's very much about ban Lucian, ban Sivir, pick Caitlyn. Because Sivir is stupidly powerful in team fights. She's really good at setting up engages, and she can work in a number of different compositions. But Caitlyn, after Lucian, is just so oppressive in lane, especially when you put it up with a Bard or an army. It becomes very obnoxious to deal with.
Yeah, funny you say that. Over on stream 2, that's exactly what kind of happened. H2K ended up banning out the Lucian themselves, and they picked up an early Caitlyn over there. We hopefully have a graphic highlighting all those picks, so I don't have to mention them one by one. But that's a game going on over stream 2 right now. Lucian was there, banned out. Bard was there, banned out. And that's kind of what's going on in the meta right now. We've seen some shifts. Caitlyn, Ezreal, Lucian, very important as picks overall. You see that in solo queue as well. Every AD carry is tired of playing Lucian, Ezreal, maybe Caitlyn, not much else there.
All right. Well, just as an update, we are still working on some audio issues here on Stream 1 and in the arena for the start of OGG2 that is slightly delayed. Obviously, H2K versus Rocket is already underway there, and some interesting picks. Let's take a look at both these teams. Obviously, we talked a lot about OG and maybe how it will be problematic. G2, obviously, they still have those things that worked perfectly for them, even though maybe a lot of people will judge off the MSI performance. But I feel like with everything that was going on, that was a different team, and I don't think Trick or Perks have lost any of their feathers coming into the summer split.
I mean, talking about the whole MSI thing, it's kind of sad the way it all went down. I don't think if you talk to G2 and they could explain you the rationale behind their decision, I think it would somewhat make sense, the whole vacation thing. I think it was communicated poorly, but going into it, if all you had was challenges to scrim and you really wanted people to take like a mental reset, it's fine. But then they cut into MSI. It turns out that CLG, for example, who did practice challenges teams, were much better prepared, had some pocket picks ready. But I think it will be a good lesson for G2. I think their players right now are hungry to prove that they're still the good domestically, which they should be. But then hopefully the lesson will give its fruits of the labor at the end of the split when G2 hopefully go to Worlds and then practice their asses off.
I mean, yeah.
I'm actually quite excited to see Kikis as well, because Ocelot was quite vocal on Twitter about saying if you underestimate this guy, you are going to get punished for it. And now that the meta is shifting ever so slightly more towards off-tanks a little bit more, so while we are seeing a lot of Maokai, we're seeing a bit of Gnar, a bit of Trundle. We even see a bit of Swain up there. Kruppa mentioned it earlier. It will be interesting to see how well Kikis has adapted, because as Deficio was talking about, he is a low econ top laner. Yeah. And now that you have these somewhat off-tank, they do need a bit more resources.
Yeah, 2 good points. One, I've never seen an owner say, you know what, underestimate this guy. This guy's not that good at the game, so we'll see that.
I did get the cue that we almost are going to get back into game. I think we are very, very close. So some final thoughts. Maybe a bit of a... We're also happy that we're getting in game. Don't you worry about that.
No, I just like looking at myself talking, personally. If this could be the entire show, great. To round out that final point then?
No, I'm gonna cut you off. We are going to go to the casters because we want to see the game, so take it away, guys.
Thanks very much. Sorry, Kruppa, you'll have to chime in a little bit later. I know you're good at collecting them anyway. So, Deficio, we're about ready to go. We've had a chance to settle it all in.
I got about 15 minutes more of talking ready.
All right, do you want to just time me right now so
we can just delay the game a little bit more? We are ready. No, we are, in fact, just waiting for the players. It is not waiting for the casters. It's not something we do. Game should be up very, very soon. And then we get into the first pick and ban phase on this stream, because the other stream, of course,
got a little bit of a spoiler on Twitter a moment ago. Yeah, looks like some interesting stuff.
Already in pick and ban, actually already in game. They're past the pick and ban phase. We, however, are going to pick and ban phase.
Right about now, so let's zoom it right on in. First pick and ban over on stream 1, Origen and G2. Let's see what they start things off with here on the blue side. Origen banned the Zed away.
Wow.
That was quick.
So for people who did listen to all our fill for the last 15 minutes, we did talk about Zed, obviously as a purple side pick. Great last pick potential for some of these mid laners in Europe who love to play Assassins. Origen respecting it very clearly, but there's a lot of picks we're looking at in here, like Lucian is the number 1 AD carry. Caitlyn comes in as a close second. Obviously, then Kindred, Nidalee, Braum against Hybrid. There's the Lucian ban from G2.
But all mid lane bans from Origen's side, and LeBlanc was taken away.
Interesting, because there's still like a Zia, Rise, Victor,
which
all
have been
these
picks so heavily in all the 6-10 we've seen so far.
Yeah,
there's the Rise.
Okay, so Origen in many ways setting up for like a Zia first pick. In this case, we've seen that multiple times over in the LCK, over in the LPL, but then G2 can still get a Victor pick late on in the rotation and get like a Caitlyn second or first rotation for G2. And that's a good trade as well. Both Kindred and Italy are open at this point. Bard being banned, so both teams are looking to just trade junglers. Unless we get a sneaky Rek'Sai potentially coming in, something that's been played a lot as well around the world.
Yeah, we'll have to see if that is in fact what comes in. But with those potentially being traded back and forth, you have to think that Azir first pick is a strong possibility.
With 3 mid lane bans, definitely
there's
a
so
strong
much of the pool
possibility.
bled, but as you mentioned, there's still the Victor available. I want to see what Origen's plan is here, trying so heavily on the mid lane ban.
Yeah, that's my problem with all these mid lane bans, is there are still 2 so super strong picks left in both Victor and Azir that most mid laners in the world will be more than fine with taking. Origen is clearly saying, like, it's actually funny here because we have a lot of situations where you just trade. You can trade Nidalee for Kindred if you're G2. You can trade Azir for Victor for either team. So Origen is saying, you know what, we actually value the Nidalee above everything else. So we give you Kindred, and we also give you first pick on either Victor or Azir, if that's what you want to go for. But Caitlyn is also open. We know both these AD carries are very good Caitlyn players, and it's a lot about who can get the strongest 2v2 matchup. Now that we have all this dragon control coming in, you want to control the bottom side of the map. That's where Caitlyn really shines.
Yeah, so the Kindred doesn't necessarily have to be picked up on this rotation. Don't expect it to go over on Origin's side now that the Nidalee
there
was
it is.
First pick. There is the Caitlyn. It's also a Echo that comes in very quickly. This one should go to Kickus unless they want to pull some really weird swap rounds. I don't think so, though.
Another trade situation where you have Maokai Echo. You can give Maokai to one team, pick Echo yourself. It just depends on which one you value the highest. I think this Caitlyn pick, I know we talked about it so much already in this champ select. I think it's really, really important for these 2 AD carries facing each other. Bot lane meta right now is a lot about picks more than straight up individual skill, because there's so many of these strong lane bullies you can run.
Not to mention the individual skill is pretty darn high on the AD carry.
It is extremely high as well for both teams. But we talk about Maokai, you can trade him if you are G2, or we can maybe see something like a Trundle coming in for Source if you want to have a split pushing composition where you want to try and counter the Echo. There are multiple options, and it's fun to see how we are still in a meta where almost every game there's so many top tier picks open. Like, go back to season 5, and a lot of times people would just ban out of the OPs, and then everyone would get second tier picks. Now there's so many tier 1 picks that you can keep just trading, and then have a few target bans.
Yeah, and the Corki comes in on OG's side there, and the Maokai, as expected, is locked for Soaz.
Ooh, I am not the biggest Corki fan.
Yeah, that was something we saw quite a lot of way earlier in the split. We also saw it mid lane. Perks was actually one of the ones that did popularize it. I very much doubt to see it mid lane here.
It received a lot of nerfs over the few patches. You know, if you go back a month, even a few weeks back, so not a few weeks, but 2 months back, it got quite a lot of nerfs, and it didn't get played at all at MSI. It was no longer a viable pick. It is an old forgiven one as an AD carry choice. Obviously, level 6, you are very, very strong on Corki. Once you can start trading, probably once you get Trinity Force, we always know the pick. And the power spikes. Kindred coming in, not a surprise.
And the Soraka.
Soraka. We saw SKT played earlier today. Wolf still picking the Soraka, and it is still, even though there's so many nerfs that happened to Soraka and Grievous Wounds and everything, it still has a ton of value, because the amount of healing you can ditch out in these fights, especially in the big team fights, is insane. And you can't really apply the healing debuff to every single member. It's very hard to then kind of like shoot it around and always keep applying it to everyone. So Soraka ulti still have quite some value.
Yeah, always able to get those heals off very quickly. A lot of sustain for G2's side just because of it. And we'll have to see what Origen want to answer with to round out their bot lane. The Corki, as we mentioned, a little bit unusual, but these 2 bot lanes, can't wait to see them butt heads against one another. It's going to be really, really crazy. The Varus comes in at the last second here. That should be a Power of Evil special. A lot of poke, actually. Yeah, a little bit. That's a lot of poke, along with the Janna.
As soon as OG saw the Caitlyn, said, okay, we're not going to win the bot lane straight up, so we are going to draft a composition instead, where every single pick has a lot of synergy. So we have poke from 3 members, you have the big frontline tank, and you have the full disengaged Janna, obviously from the support. So this is a 100% poke composition from Origen's side. G2, on the other hand, have a lot more options here. Decent siege with of course, a Caitlyn pick. Can still lock in like a TF. You have ranged jungler.
I don't know, man.
Also
Last time we saw Perks play Twisted Fate,
Sure, it wasn't the greatest for him, but there are other
in
picks.
the situation, it's good, yes.
There are a lot of picks in the meta who can punish a blind pick Varus. Fizz can be one of them.
Get the Fizz.
Like, Faker obviously used it a ton at MSI. It is a good pick in the mid lane as full AP Fizz, unless you want to put it top lane, build a tank, and you put the Echo mid. It's actually something we've seen quite a lot, especially over in China, where people like to put Echo in mid against against like a Varus pick. Like some of these pokers, because Echo is so mobile, he can always stick to this target and also get to the target, and he can threaten ganks with his W on these low mobility targets.
What do you value more against the Varus pick, though, especially considering Power of Evil? The Echo or the Fizz?
I mean, Fizz will snowball much harder and be a much better split pusher as a full AP Fizz in the late game. So that is what G2 is deciding on as well. Yes, Fizz will lose very early on. He will get pushed into his tower, he will hate his life until he goes back at least once. But then it's all about how much pressure you have around him in lane. Because if you actually have the river control with pink wards, suddenly Fizz knows he's not going to get ganked and he can start all-inning at level 6. Land that ulti from Fizz, and then suddenly Varus is not going anywhere, and you can actually get onto him. But it requires that river control.
Well, we'll have to find out. Now the lineups are all locked in. It's time to load up for our first marquee matchup of the summer of 2016.
It was an upgrade to get Mithy and Sven on the lineup.
Sven and Mithy are definitely the best bot in the West.
Even though they're good, I think me and Forgiven can step up and be better than them.
They'll soon realize that the grass is always green on the other side.
We have no clue how strong we are yet, and we have no clue how strong they are yet.
I don't know what to expect against G2.
If they can control their aggressiveness, they will be a good bot lane. If not, they will get punished.
It's gonna depend about like how well they match together.
I mean, we need to win.
And we're on the Rift. Don't forget to keep sending your tweets in to think who's going to take this one away. OG win or hashtag G2 win at LOL Esports is the place. Origen marching down the mid, turn their attention actually upriver right now. Whereas G2 were looking to build themselves a line of scrimmage, try to prevent any areas of ingress.
And we are most likely going to see an OG team opting into a lane swap here. When you play Janna, you do not want to play her against sustained supports, especially not against the likes of Soraka. Also, Corki in the early levels versus the Caitlyn is not a great matchup for the Corki. Wants that level 6, wants to get closer to the Trinity Force, mainly the Sheen. So Origen will get the deep wards in, try and set this top, but look at G2, they're all staying around. We might get a level 1 fight.
Yeah, Power's going to send a piercing arrow through. Throwing a sapling in a spot kick. Mithy stepping a little farther forward here.
Do not send in the
Definitely
Soraka
have some beef
to
right
face
now.
check. Mithy's like, guys, I'm going.
Minions have spawned.
Okay.
He's going to check again.
Still Origen.
Q over the wall.
Yeah, they're not leaving this. Fighting for every inch of the Rift at level 1.
Just making sure you get information on where Origen is going. They haven't been able to recall, so everyone is still on top side.
Late mid. Mithy's still causing a little bit of problems for OG as they push their way further in to back to their own territory.
See how Sven is just snuck in behind, saying, okay, you guys are all on top side. If you want to play a lane swap, you're going to be delayed going to the bottom side. So we will get a slight advantage here in the early start of the lane swap because you're already here. We saw you on top side. That's why Mythic getting that extra information level 1 when they walked out was important. So they knew, okay, Origen, you're going to have to take a long route to the bottom side to get your lane swap. And Kigis misses the first 2 CS. The crowd saw it instantly. And now he gets
a little
2
bit
of them. He missed another one.
Hybrid holding on for Forgiven to be able to grab that CS back. But yes, let's talk a little bit about this lane swap because it became such a predictable thing towards the end of the last split. We could see how each lane swap would pretty much play out, but it's changed just a little bit now with the prioritization on Dragons and deprioritization of Rift Herald. Talk me through it a little bit more.
Well, first of all, it's going to depend a lot on the teams. How much value do you put on that first dragon? You can see the first one in this game is already spawned here. So how much value do you put on the first dragon? So you can potentially take the bot lane tower and then just recall and return to the bottom lane. And you play the 2v2 and you have control on bottom side. You can play the still standard swap where you take tier 1 towers and you just keep trading tier 1 towers. I don't think we're going to see a lot of games where we get like those 4 towers on each side. So like 8 towers going down before anyone kills each other.
Yeah.
Those kind of plays.
Trades, though, in the ones.
Yeah, I mean, we can technically see it, but a lot of teams value getting that 2v2 lane then around the bottom side to get control for these early dragons and not opt into this full lane swap. One thing you can do though is you can actually use your teleport more offensively in swaps. So here Soar stayed top to try and get some experience to stay in range of it, and then he used the teleport to the bottom side. right here. And one of the reasons for it is we see less of these situations where you set up these massive tower dives in swaps, and more situations where once the first few towers are dead, you just opt into the standard lanes, and then you don't really need to teleport to catch anything. You don't need to teleport to set up a crazy play. You just kind of walk straight into your lane. So you can see Source opt in to get a bit of experience, and then TP down to get the tower on bottom side.
Yep. Only a few moments behind what G2 was doing, regardless of the fact that they had that teleport in there a little bit quicker. So everything's still fairly standard, even on the gold game. Get to see those 2v2 swap back around. But as you mentioned, Perk's having a lot of trouble against Power in this very early mid lane. The two meeting each other up.
Fizz is one of the weaker mid laners when it comes to level 1 through 4 or 5. He wants his level 6. He wants that first back, get a bit more sustain, get a few defensive components in there. Kick is getting ganked right now by Amazing.
He's going hunting here.
Whoops.
And he takes the time winder on the back, so Kikis gets the last laugh in that gank attempt. Nothing doing there. Team's likely not to go for the Drake really early. Obviously, they want that 2v2 like you mentioned. It's also Cloud Drake, which we've seen very little prioritization of on 6.10 so far.
Yeah, it's not even tier 1 boost you get out of combat from the first Cloud Drake, so
flat movement speed, but not a whole lot, yeah.
No one likes it. Everyone flames it all the time, poor guy. But we see a G2 and Origen both opting in for another trade, tier 1 tower for tier 1 tower. Obviously the reason Kikis almost got ganked there was because you want to push out that wave after tower goes down, so you delay how fast the enemy team can move up to the next tower with their dual lane, and also you get that extra experience and farm. Yeah. You see Kikis is level 3 already, but so is Source.
And for Origen's bot lane, that has duo lane, I guess I should call it, because they've been all over the place so far, this should definitely help out Forgiven not being bullied so much by men in the early game. So this trade seems to benefit them a little bit more. I mean, it's kind of 50-50, but they avoid that laning phase that can be oppressive.
It's what we talked about. Origen were not looking to lane early on against G2's 2v2 lane. Also, Maokai can struggle against the Echo in the first few levels, so it's very smart for Origen to get the swap. Amazing is on bottom side here, which is a little bit odd for him to stay around.
They draw a little bit of fire, but he's kind of playing with it there. Jumps it over, still gets hit by the Soraka. Still, they'll just kind of trade turrets as normal.
Yeah, normal situations, you would have seen Amazing on top side. Like, steal away the crooks you see up here in G2's jungle. But try to be a bit annoying on bottom side. Snipe out a few minions, get a bit of experience. Just a little bit out of place, but he did take the camp that Trick was going for, because Trick was actually taking the normal jungle route in the swap. It's the mind game fire. Now he's gonna find it.
Goes hunted, and he's got some help from Power. Trick might be first blooded in this game. He's gotten healed up by Mythy, but will it be enough? No! First blood, and Amazing has got to get out of town. Turns around, give a little bit of help back over to Mythy, but in comes Kikis to get the revenge kill, and Perks manages to answer onto Power. A 2-for-1 trade for G2 Esports.
So Trick got so surprised that Amazing was still on the bottom side, because there was technically nothing for Amazing to do. Realizes the camp is gone, obviously roams through what's normally a free jungle for him, and suddenly Nidalee is there, and then Varus comes down collapsing. Origen gets a kill, but because G2 were on the bottom side with more members, we had, of course, Mythy roaming up, we had Perks roaming down. So look here, Trick is getting surprised, like, what is Amazing doing here at this point? The rest of Origen is not even close by, but Mythy, because G2 are on the bottom side, they control the bottom side, can roam up, delay it a little bit, Kikis can join in, Perks can join in, and suddenly now, Origen find themselves in a massive numbers disadvantage, and that's why you normally would never take a fight on the side where the enemy team is much, much stronger and have multiple members when your guys have just recalled, or is a Maokai with no teleport sitting on top side.
Yeah. All that said and done, G2 did not actually finish off the turret in the bottom side, so despite the fact that they had the kill advantage, Origen are actually in a gold lead at the moment, and with Forgiven and Hybrid on this bottom side to push the wave in, they might be able to keep that alive for some time yet. We're only 7:30 into this game, but I mean, it's already been very back and forth, a little unusual.
And again, it just shows the surprise fact, honestly, because Sven had already recalled, because he was obviously so used to your top laner finishing the tower, so he recalled to rush to the top side during that fight. But then Kikis saw there was a chance for him to go in and get a kill, and he didn't manage to finish the tower. So just a few little changes there. Not something you're going to see every game. That's not exactly the lane of meta that your jungler is randomly going to gank the other jungler. But
nothing for granted this game though, Deficio. It's all, you can't make the assumptions all the time. So
it actually means Origen gets out ahead because they get a tower on top side.
Yep. Oh, Forgiven. A lot of damage from the Piltover Peacemaker. Healed up. Sven is fine. Shield comes in a little bit late for Forgiven. Amazing though is trying to bait this one out. He does manage to hit a spear onto Mythy. Meanwhile, Trick up in the top side, clearing away Skull Crabs. And looking for maybe a gank on Power, who's staying relatively safe for hugging his tower, but in comes the Fish, Chains of Corruption, another piercing arrow. Trick is coming in, slowed up. There is a teleport coming down, but will it be too late? Power is going down. Perks picks up the kill credit for that one as Soaz comes in to try and return fire. But Trick is out of there.
And we talked about this in Champ Select. When you blind pick that Varus, some of these picks that can just get onto him very, very easy. Perks gets his ulti, straight onto Power View with no flash. That's an easy kill and very important. Trick as well managed to just get out of tower range before the snare came in from Soaz, so he didn't get locked onto tower. And therefore G2 can now disengage. There's a big, big problem for Origen with this Varus pick in the mid lane. They actually want to get out of this laning phase. They want to have Perks leave Power View alone and just allow Origen to play this pushing game where you land poke and you siege tower. But Perks is obviously never going to stop trying to look for picks. There are 4 extremely squishy members on Origen, and then the Maokai, who you will probably never really want to sit against anyway, because you want to have kill pressure every time. I mean, late game is just going to kill the Maokai too, but that's whatever.
Yeah, but at the moment right now, they've still got these big problems in trying to keep the squishy members alive. Power of Evil just barely didn't have his exhaust back up. Obviously, some more time before the flash was going to come back, but without any summoners, even though he looked like he was playing safe, you cannot underestimate, especially a player like Perks. 2-0 kills now on this Fizz. We talked about how hard it snowballs. He's on track to do it.
Yeah, Fizz is one of the weaker early game mid laners, but one of the best late game mid laners we've had since forever, almost in the game. Like, his scaling is insane also because not only does he have insane damage, he also has survivability because of Trickster. Very low cooldown, gets out last, can always use it to buy more time. Trick is here, and now Cloud Drake's like, oh, you have friends? No, he's actually just killing your ward, now he's going to kill you. So poor Cloud Drake, one more time, no one likes it, but
they see him
OG's going to stop
with the ward that they did put down. So now Trick a little bit low here. It's 1500 Cloud Drake. It might be worth the fight over.
Remember, Soaz...
Oh! Smited away by Trick, secures it.
Oh, that was risky. Like, Soaz had no teleport, and Kikis did have TP. So technically, G2 could just set up this dragon and told Origen, if you want to fight, we're going to TP on you before we fight you. Instead, it became a 50-50 smite.
Not something we expected for Cloud Drake either.
To be fair though, the reason G2 didn't want to invest everything, it's because it's Cloud Drake. They actually just want to kill the dragon to get the next dragon to spawn, which is again the sad life of the Cloud Drake.
Yep. So first one over to G2, they do get that plus 15 move speed. Now we'll talk about that later because the Chains of Corruption are on to Mithy, who has to flash. As Amazing is exhausted, down Trick comes in for some relief, pitching the fishes on. Hybrid getting chomped, and now Perks gets a killing spree to pick up Amazing, looks for power, return, that's a double kill for the fish. And Kikis, Chrono breaks back to safety, Origen, the rest of them, way too late to the party here. G2, 6 kills on the board.
Yeah, G2 is getting everything right now. Great team fight in the mid lane, Perks, more kills. It is not often we see a mid lane Fizz being 4-0 at 11 minutes.
You don't watch enough LMS, man. What about Westor?
Westor will lose lane every game.
That's very true.
But then like at 30 minutes, he will have a good team fight and get a few kills.
You're right, we don't see it that often. Let's take a look at this fight again from a top or a higher up view. Mithy just gets completely chunked, flashes away, but then they don't have much left.
But again, this is the whole problem for Origen that we keep talking about. It's a siege composition. You want to land poke, you want to pressure on tower. They opt into a fight against double TP, and you can see how fast G2 is saying, oh, you're engaging, you're overextending in a lane, instant TP, we're just gonna take that fight, more kills for Perks. Yes, there's now cooldown on the teleport for him, but I'll trade that for 2 more kills.
Definitely any day. So another tower does get taken by G2. Finally finish off the one on the bottom side. They kind of left not fully digested. So gold lead is actually fairly significant here. It's about 2 and some change for G2, 2.5.
And the amount of plays Origen can make now, they're shrinking. It gets harder and harder for them to make a correct move. Because if they ever overextend and don't push out the side lanes first, G2 can just roam in behind them through their jungle and always threaten their flank. And when you play a poke competition, when you play these very squishy champions, flanking is what you want to make sure never happens. Because if they can set up an easy flank, then Janna has one disengage with her Monsoon from all angles. But against an Echo with his mobility, against a Fizz with Trickster, it's very hard to disengage properly against that flank.
And it's hard for Origen to really find members to pick off. You could see it just a moment ago. Kikis was able to pretty much zone Amazing away completely just with the parallel convergence. Perks has been nigh impossible to catch thanks to the playful Trickster. And Sven is able to get out of any dangerous situation thanks to Rocket Sustain. They just have so much backup. How do OG break into this lineup?
I mean, yeah, that's the tough tough question because their composition isn't built to be able to come back from such a disadvantage.
Why would you draft that knowing that, I mean, they're not coming in as necessarily the favorites? Yes, they're a strong team, but G2, the Spring Split champions, picked up their bot lane. It's a tough team to face off against.
It's important to always highlight that no team will always draft a comp and fall behind. So when you draft these poke comps here, if you play out a good lane swap in the start, if you are even coming into the mid game where you get your Trinity Force, where you get your first item on Varus, and you get to push out your side lanes and then group mid, it's extremely effective. But because your mid laner had that early fight, lost his flash, then he gets tower dive, so he's down. Then you go a little bit too ham for 2 kills in mid and you once again die. Well then your composition will obviously look extremely weak because you have now fallen much further behind than you were ever supposed to. So Origen are in a super tough spot now. Technically what they want to try and do is see if they can push out one of the waves with Forgiven and then move into the mid lane so you can sit with Power Weevil and start landing a bit of poke, potentially land an ulti from Power Weevil and create a pick that way like under a tower. The problem is G2 should never allow them to like push out these side lanes because you have Echo there who's a strong play pusher, you have Fizz who's extremely fed and can kill anyone. So basically, Origen is under pressure in every single day.
Yeah, we're seeing that evidence too, the waves pushing against them pretty much every which way and where. G2 are really keeping them penned into the second, third or whatever of their base. Look at where the wards are. The farthest one out that Origen have is this one pink ward in the River Brush, just a little bit south of Dragon Pit. The rest is all in their jungle. So they really can't keep track of where G2 are when they're not invading their territory.
Right.
And something has got to give sooner or later. So Golden just keeps on growing right now. We're at still at about 2.6k in favor of G2. Dragon will be available in another minute, depending on which one it is. We have to take a look down there. It's still looking great for G2.
Yeah, as long as the lineup here of G2 just never let Origen set up an easy group in mid lane, they can just keep taking Dragon. It seems to be another Cloud Drake.
It's still a little unfortunate there, but hey man, you get plus 15 extra move speed out of combat, that's more than basic boots.
Let's not try and make Cloud Drake sound good, Pyra. This is one of the problems with the RNG, obviously with the Dragons, is when you have this composition that technically should be rewarded for playing such a good early game and you have full control of the map, you normally would say, give them an Infernal Drake, give them a Mountain Drake, they deserve it, they played really well. You hand them the Cloud Drake, which means the snowballing is not as effective for G2, but their composition will still be more than fine, also the later we get into the game. They just won't get the extra benefit from Dragons, and that is obviously the big downside of this RNG right now. OG is very happy. It's like, oh great, another Cloud Drake, fine. Sure, we can give that one away as well. We don't really care too much. And we can try and get a second item under our belt. Maybe if they go for Dragon, we try and push in the lane. Then maybe we can get a group and try and answer poke, and that might be our only way back in the game.
Definitely have to play very, very careful for now. Trick does jump over a little bit too late, but amazing and Hybrid had already gotten away. So OG starting to push out just a little bit more on this mid lane, still hanging tough on that tier 1. They've obviously lost the same in the top and the bottom, but now Perks and Trick will be able to double time onto the Rift Herald. And I know you have some particular opinions about how this guy's been reworked.
Oh yeah, Rift Herald right now is not the strongest thing in the game. I mean, the Rift Herald itself is pretty strong. He got buffed. He hurts quite a bit. But he's not very important to kill, because we don't really see these pure split pushes very often, except for the likes of a Fizz, who gets 4 early kills. Then suddenly it has some value, but the main reason G2 actually takes Rift Herald here is because it's too early in the game to start setting up these crazy tower dives. It's too risky also with towers doing so much more early damage now. So for them, they're kind of just waiting it out and just making sure they take everything in the river, Dragons, Rift Heralds, they just get everything, wait for Baron to spawn potentially, start setting up a Baron, then force Origen to move in, get flanked, move in blind, then suddenly you win the team fight. It's just a much safer approach from G2 than starting to dive every single tower at 17 minutes. But it is great on a Fizz, who is extremely fed and in a side lane. So there's a small win for the Rift Herald.
Yeah, it gives some opportunities still for G2 to now dedicate a little bit more time to trying to split push on the side with just the one Fizz. Perks is just such a monster right now, 4-0, that only makes him scarier. Cloud Drake gets picked up by Perks, or by Trick rather. Perks continue to extend just a little bit more movement speed buff. Yeah, it's not all that important, but every little thing you can grab is good while keeping Origen still penned up inside their base. The line of traps, the net is just kind of closing very, very slowly, and Origen looking for any way to break out and get back into this game.
Yeah, again, we kill that second Cloud Drake to see what the third one is. Did we just see that was another Cloud Drake? Are we actually getting 3 Cloud Drakes in a row? Yes, we are.
Yes, we are.
We're actually getting 3 Cloud Drakes in a row.
So at that point, you basically get like a regular upgraded boost extra out of combat.
I mean, you get even more when you get a 3rd one.
Yeah.
So, I mean...
Plus 45 if you get all 3.
Okay, G2's going to be very fast.
Yeah.
They're going to be very unhappy with the Drakes. They would have wanted Infernal and Mountain for sure.
Well, if they clear it really, really fast, maybe they'll get something else.
Man, I've seen 3 Infernals in a row. I haven't seen 3 Cloud Drakes so far.
I think you're just hurting his feelings, and he's just trying to prove you wrong about how good it is. Meanwhile, G2, though, they're going to be able to, not without a little bit of extra effort, take this top tower. Perkz gets a little bit of punishment. Oh, and it's kept alive by Origen very narrowly, but they are going to collect on that cash pretty soon. Now, another minute, Baron hits the rift. Yes, it's really, really early, but with how powerful G2 are, does that not become a possibility? With Forgiven being stunned up by the Parallel Convergence, half his health is gone in the blink of an eye, just kicks.
Yeah, basically, you just set up a few pink wards around it, so you know you have the vision control near the Baron, and there's always a threat of you sneaking it. Origen always have to be like, oh, do you have a blue trinket ready? Can we spot anything? No. Do we maybe have to go in and face check at 24, 25 minutes, and that gives the opening for G2 with double TP. So far, G2 is doing everything they should do. Don't overextend. Don't go too crazy. Take your dragons, take your rift health, control the river at all costs, which they have been doing. That little pink ward down the bottom from Origen,
still sitting there.
It shouldn't be too proud because it's just there because no one cares about it. No one cares about that bush right now. So the pink ward is still there. Maybe it could be a TP location for Source in the future, but right now it's really not important. And you just see Caitlyn in mid lane putting up her traps. She's never really going to be surprised. And then it's all about what Fizz and Echo can do in the 2 side lanes.
Yeah. And how they can keep the vision on. Perkz does clear out another one, courtesy of the pink ward, but you can see Origen continually investing in these pink wards, trying their damnedest just to stay relevant. CS-wise, they've actually kept up relatively well, but it's really just been a lot of back and forth, and the gold obviously tells a different story with the 4,000 gold lead plus on G2's side. They finally knocked down top tier 2 tower.
Crazy Rift hero buff here. Value from Perkz getting in, hitting that tower once. With it, it is good, obviously, for him.
Well, one by himself.
You know, some damage reduction, bit of extra damage as well.
It's so hard to see who on Origen can really deal with him right now in
no
a
one.
1v1 situation.
No one is ever going to be able to deal with him.
But how many people do they have to bring to the party? Trick has already got his back there, so it's not going to happen with Amazing. And this jungle pretty much is owned by G2, top and front.
Yep, been the same, honestly, for the last, 8, 9 minutes?
Yep, and another tower that outer mid will finally fall. So we're hitting 21 minutes on the mark. G2 get themselves, that's only the 4th tower of the game. Doesn't seem like that many for them, but it's double what Origen have got. They continue to push this pressure game, and it is a more controlled G2 that we're seeing from what we saw previously at MSI in the finals at Rotterdam. They're not diving in gung-ho.
Yes.
They don't need to. They know they can just slowly strangle Origen to death.
It's a G2 playing the correct style right now, and using the advantage the correct way. They're just unlucky, honestly. They get Cloud Drakes only, so they don't really get anything else they can really use.
Hey man, Baron's there now.
Baron is here.
Okay.
So you can see already a few pink wards has been placed on top side from G2 around this Baron here, because you will see the vision control there. Once you push out the 2 side lanes, again, you can threaten the Baron. And G2 might even try and say, okay, we put Perkz on bottom side, only Source can stand in that lane because he won't just instantly get killed on the tower. And then we force a play on top side, force Source to TP, and then you just swap Kikis to the bottom side because he has another teleport, and then no one can sit there from Origen because then you have no global, and you see Source here on the bottom side, you see G2 move to the Baron. So they're basically saying, guys, now we have the option, try and force a fight, use TPs from both Source and Perkz. After the fight, we put Kikis bottom side, and then no one from OG can go to the bottom side because then we can just 5-man Baron and they can't stop us if one guy's left on the bottom lane.
And in the meantime, they just won 3-1 pretty much into oblivion. So yeah, the double teleport advantage definitely working wonders for them. It's so hard to see Origen coming back in.
Trick can jump the wall, there you go.
Start it off.
So now we get the start of the Baron. Again, worst case for G2, they force a teleport from Source. That's it. Best case, they get the Baron.
And it's already at half of its health. But they do peel off of it here for just a second. Hybrid was going to check, so they don't want to do this in vision.
Could have committed a little bit more with Sven also coming in. He had the trap set up here. You see the entrance to the Baron. Caitlyn on red side can block these 2 entrances very easy with her traps. But they didn't actually fully commit to get TP, and that's why it became a bit of half-assed attempt. Where like, okay, never mind, let's just back out, and we didn't actually get
almost
the teleport Source. Yeah, I could have obviously moved in Sven if they wanted to fully commit to, but it's still very early in the game, Pyro. There's no reason to try and throw away this lead, but 4 pink wards near the Baron, as we talked about.
That's a lot of investment. Nobody's obviously keeping track of the next Cloud Drake, which is due to come up in about 20 seconds. So I know when he's out on the Rift, he's your favorite guy. Maybe we'll get to see more of him in this game.
Maybe.
At this point, obviously, there's the Baron to fight for instead, but there aren't any easily obtainable towers. I'm curious to see if Perkz tries to go for the dive onto Soaz, because being Maokai, it's going to be so hard for him to just take him down really easily, but there we go. He hops in, he gets the poke, he hops out, keeps the wave cleared, keeps Soaz occupied.
Yeah, there's no reason for Perkz to like all in and risk potentially dying or having to use too much and not even get the kill. Pick up another dragon. Maybe when you roll the dice at number 4.
Like, he doesn't even need Trick to really be here for this, does he?
I know. I mean, Trick can also just go down and solo the dragon. Yeah. Easy for him.
It's not a huge investment for G2 at the moment. Perkz will go ahead and swing up to grab himself a blue buff. But still, Origen trying to find holes that they can slip through to grab themselves more map vision and map control. They haven't really been able to grab much outside of their own jungle, with the exception of 1 or 2 just outside of the Baron pit. That is Cloud Drake number 3, by the way, so G2 are going to be real.
The last thing you want to see, 3 Cloud Drakes in a row under a team here. Hybrid did see a chance to get a few pink wards cleared out.
Kikis is in a 1v2 situation right now, too. This is a little bit dangerous. Backs away. So Origen have actually taken advantage of this one momentary lapse to be able to get themselves more vision, or at least clear out the vision, but G2 are still throwing this gold lead. They're still moving the snowball down the hill. 7k in the lead.
Yeah, when you get this far behind with a composition that doesn't do well once you are behind, and also against a champion like Fizz who gets so extremely fed early on, it's very, very small wins you're looking for. Like you just said, move in and clear out a few pink wards and buy you a little bit of time, force G2 to go back, buy some new wards, and then place them one more time. So you just, again, you get a little bit of time. The problem is, again, this Fizz is not going to get weaker. You're just getting to a point where Maokai becomes an extreme tank in the late game. Corki, of course, on 3 items is strong, but Origen will have 1 team fight to get back in this game. If they lose that team fight, G2 will just go straight down and finish the matches.
And at what point do you start questioning some of the decisions made in the pick and ban? I know you don't want to draft something that you would tend to be behind, but we talked about this Corki being something that was a fallback choice for Forgiven. Would it have done, I mean, it's sitting at 0-0-0, and he pretty much has a very, very quiet game. Would there have been anything that would have worked a little bit better for this team? Would a Sivir, for instance, have been a little bit of a better choice paired up with the Maokai?
I think you could have said draft a Sivir, draft an Ezreal, and then early pick an Azir as an example, and actually just completely change your composition and run.
True, he went through the pick ban.
A more standard team fighting comp, because it was Nidalee first pick, but that was just a trade for Kindred, and it's a trade a lot of teams are fine taking because they are the 2 best junglers, and especially Trick has always been a jungler who we're fine giving a top tier pick and just kind of be left with whatever was left. Yeah. But when it's a Kindred, you're very happy. So Origen didn't really gain anything from the first 2 rotations where they got a Corki and they got a Nidalee, traded over for Caitlyn and Kindred.
Ooh, that was a quick flash burn by Hybrid. Now G2 looking for more on the chase, but the rest of Origen are here. So nothing will come of that one. Still, we don't see the death numbers tick any further, but the pressure on the waves is still there. Perkz in the top lane. Nobody's in the bot, but it's a massive wave starting to build up. And Kikis throws down a convergence, forcing Hybrid to send out the Howling Gale. G2 are just trying to set up for this Baron right now. They have all the members here to be able to do it with Perkz zoning around the outside. They should be able to begin this.
Slowly, Origen are moving into the river. Fizz is behind.
Might be the fight they're looking
for.
There
we go.
Oh, there's the fish on the power of evil. Half his health is gone just like that, despite the Janus shield. And he goes golden. Hybrid knocking him back for just a second, but Perkz will finish the job. Chains of Corruption lands. Amazing, looking for the execution. Not going to happen. Soraka makes a wish. Soaz a little low in this one after they peeled off the Baron. All said and done, it is a 1-0 for G2.
So once again, G2 are baiting around the Baron. Origen moving in will actually get a mid tower as well. So the fact that Origen finally got to group, didn't get punished with teleports, but you can see the minion waves on the sides are pushing very far in and very close to Origen's base. G2 is getting a little bit too greedy here on starting these Barons.
Yeah, Sven's low, Mithy is incredibly low. Soaz sees his time to be able to run in on that one, but he gets hit by the 90 caliber. He's got to back out. G2 now. Don't make those mistakes after such a beautiful early game.
Right. G2 did so many things correct the first 24 minutes, 25 minutes of the game. And then when they actually had the chance to set up the same play, put Perkz bot lane against the Maokai, start the Baron, force teleports, then swap it around with Kikis, they just opted straight into a fight where Origen are allowed to be 5 together. This is the only way Origen can come back in the game, is if they get to team fight as 5 and never get split up on the map. And that's what G2 just actually allowed to happen.
Nearly 1 for 1.
1 for 1, very close fight. Perkz almost going down. Mid tower dying because the rest of G2 is around the Baron. Small victories, again, always keep in mind, Origen wants small victories. 1 kill here, 1 tower there. And G2, once again, back on Baron.
Eyes on the prize.
No TPs at all available, but they're getting it very low before Origen has even reacted. Look at this. Amazing is very far away.
Yeah, there's no way they're going to be able to react to this one. So G2 pick up the Baron at a low price. 29 minutes on the clock, and they get themselves a few minutes to work with that Baron buff. Let's see what they can make of it.
Slightly longer than normal, the good old Baron buff, to make sure he's not completely useless compared to a big Elder Drake.
Speaking of Drakes, next one will be up in another minute, and well, it's no longer a Cloud Drake, but it's the Ocean.
Which
is not as useful either.
Yeah, late game especially not that useful, getting the 4%, where a lot of the times you will be in fights, obviously with champions or towers, so it won't give you that much sustain. Definitely not been a game where G2 has been lucky with dragons, that's for sure, but Origen have been very lucky with the amount of, or with the choices for G2. Still, Baron has been picked up. G2 is still ahead. They still have this exact same setup.
They keep on growing that lead. I mean, they've not needed luck this game. They just are playing that much better, but they're still making... We're starting to see them make a couple of mistakes that Origen have, for their part, unfortunately not been able to punish too much. Losing the 1 member in the straight-up 5v5. Now with the Baron push on, G2, we're going to go right back to the 1-3-1 strat.
And it's harsh to say it was mistakes. I think G2 were just getting a little bit tired of playing only that little play around the side and said, you guys, we are so far ahead, we can just take a team fight. Obviously, it was a close one. Got the Baron right after because Origen couldn't go in and check another time. Had no TP either from Source. And therefore, G2 gets what they want. Straight onto the tower, you get that little proc as well from the Rift Hell buff for Perkz. A lot of damage.
He should be able to secure this tower up, and he does get it. Playful Trickster. They know they can't catch him, so that one is free. Meanwhile, while they were moving around the map, G2 were able to grab an inner and out Perkz onto Soaz solo, so the base is starting to crumble away from Origen. Their chances in this game 1 crumbling away. Kikis will chrono break back to safety after being caught by the Chains of Corruption. Perkz is still on the inhibitor, splitting it, but he's got a lot of people coming towards him. Cavalry's arrived, and he should be able to continue this push quite so easily.
And there's no way for Origen to really engage onto him. Just Trickster the Maokai dash here like you just saw on top of the screen. And then you can't really lock him down. Another tower.
Inhibitor turret.
Sven very low from some poke. Maybe Power People can engage it. No, it's actually on cooldown. He's ulti.
Just used a few moments ago. Trick a little bit low, though. He does use the Blighted.
I was just fake hyping it up,
yeah,
but then, that's no ulti.
I mean, this
Joke's
base,
on you.
The base is crumbling here, but this is really what started off several minutes ago now. Soaz a little bit low in this one. Ace in the hole. Amazing will block it off the front. Inhibitor's not gone down. G2 are a little bit low here, so they should have to back away really close. And another wish from Mithy just to keep them alive throughout all of it. 31.5 minutes, but G2 are looking to close this game out on their next push.
So 1 inhib down. Another dragon for G2.
Hey, the regen is useful here. That will be number 4.
Ocean Drake, meaning there will be no more Drakes other than the Elder Drake. But G2 won't need it to finish out the game. Base is open. Focus on that mid inhib now. Bottom lane after. Obviously, Origen can keep sitting there and just try and fire over the wall and defend as much as possible. But it's been a game, it was decided almost at the 5 to 10 minute mark because we have that fight in the bottom lane that cost the flash from Power Weevil. He gets dove right after by the Fizz and the Kindred, and then suddenly Perkz was extremely far ahead, and Origen and the composition just fell apart.
Yeah. And G2 have just run away with it from there. Over 10,000 gold ahead. 6 figures in the bank. G2 Esports, 5 figures, sorry. I can't do math, ever. Origen really need to just think about how they're going to adapt for the next game, how they're going to change the pick and ban strategy, how they're going to change the early game. They are the ones who opted into that lane swap scenario.
Which
and
was fine.
It looked good and even for a while, yes. But then they got a little too hyphy trying to get picks, and it gave G2 the opening to start building that lead.
And that's the thing, you have some time now. Obviously discuss, what can we change in here while you are sitting there defending. You're waiting for G2 to maybe overextend. I like that last little inhib turret.
Yeah.
They're running out of room. You're definitely, you have been for the last 30 minutes, basically.
I mean, you're getting backed up very, very slowly over the cliff. That is your own fountain. And G2 just keep on nudging inch by inch by inch. An open inhibitor in the mid that Perkz is worrying at. No inhibitor in the top. A tower under siege now. Trick is caught for just a second. He does get the Lamb's Respite down. First time he's really had to use that all game. So they do get pushed back for the moment. Origen still showing that they can fight, but unfortunately Perkz isn't too worried about that as he just takes a Trident to the inhibitor for free.
Let's see some of the damage Origen can do. Great burst if they also manage to lock down one of the targets, but Soraka is there to heal it, Kindred ult is there to save you.
Come right back in.
Ooh, Trick now, no.
Oh, amazing. Ooh, he got caught, chunked out very low here. Perkz is threatening on the outside after he finished off the inhibitor. Tower has gone down. Origen are down to Nexus turrets, and it may only be one as Perkz finishes off that one. One Nexus turret, one inhibitor is all that's left of their base at this point. OG trying to hang on by a thread, but you've got to think they're thinking about the game number 2.
And we just see G2 trying to get out of combat so they can benefit from this movement speed and get the fantastic cape behind them. The wind. Because that's what you do with the Cloud Break, you just get out of combat. But no, it's actually trying to win the game, guys.
In, here we go. Kick is teleporting in on this one. Last inhibitor will fall. The rest of OG are starting to melt away. Kikis going on into hybrid, dashing forward. So as a tanky as the tree is. It is not enough. A double kill for the top laner of G2 Esports. It is only going to be Nexus turret and only going to be Nexus just shy of 35 minutes into the game. And the reigning champs prove they are still supreme.
And by no means the game Origen were looking for. Coming in, wanted to show, obviously, that Sven and Mithi made the wrong decision by going to G2. However, the game literally falls apart at 10 minutes because this Fizz gets locked in as a last pick against the Varus. We talked about it multiple times, gets the early kills. Origen had a poor engage in mid lane as well. And as we said, you know, this kind of composition, it can't fall behind, especially not against things that can split push, because you never get to team fight 5-on-5 unless the other team literally tells you, come, stop this Baron and we will flank you and kill you. So the draft from Origen basically had no answers once they fell behind, and that made it look much weaker than it actually was.
That's very true, but you have to think going up against these opponents, especially after what happened in game number 1, they should be looking for something a little safer, something with a fallback, not because they plan to fall behind, but because they can't afford to fall behind and not have a comeback mechanism. Really, really rough game to start things off for OG. I mean, everything's taken away from them. They lost the spring split, they lost their bot lane, and they lost game 1.
Honestly, a hard game to hype as well, because
it was difficult.
It was just so slow, and you kind of knew, okay, there's really.
But it was so
very
it was smart from G2.
It was
a little bit different that we've seen from G2 of old, where they would make a lot more YOLO mistakes and dive in. And
this is Mithy's shot calling, by the way.
It was fantastic. It was beautiful to watch.
Control.
No, I'm happy to see them evolving along with their new players. We're going to have to see what the analyst desk says about it as we send it over there to break that game 1 down.
Thank you very much, guys. And obviously, we talked a lot about the meta and the picks for each team's coming into it. So I just want to follow up on that and obviously take a look at the picks and bans. Vedius, you talked a lot about possible champion pool and meta adaptability for Power of Evil. However, they drafted a comp to which G2 reacted perfectly.
Yeah, we saw a pick composition come out from OG, which we have seen work in other regions. LCK have made it work really well. And the Varus with the Nidalee is something that can synergize if you set it up properly, and that's something that OG did struggle moving forward. But I really like the Soraka pick into this the poke comp as well, because they saw the Nidalee, they saw the Corki, and they said, okay, we can see what OG are trying to do. Let's get a bit of sustain to deal with this pressure.
Yeah, we're seeing two compositions here that neither really counters each other, but it all depends on who gets ahead. If you get control of the game as one of these poke comps with a beefy front line, then you can obviously whack away at those towers. What ended up happening was Origen falling behind early, and then the 1-3-1 split prevents them from grouping up, as the Fisher talked about plenty on the desk. Also, it makes it impossible to even get into those fights because everybody's kind of locked in their individual lanes. So if you have a composition that requires grouping and sieging of towers, and you're never allowed to even group in the first place, then things get really rough. So Origen, they kind of need to look at the early game again and see where it went wrong.
Yeah, and we can take a look at where it went wrong or started to go wrong. Our first replay is of Perkz, who chose to go with Fizz. They tried to ban out all the assassins, but he's like, hey, I'm going to play the fish. And then this skirmish happened.
Yeah, so you can see that Trick ends up getting caught out of position, but look how many resources actually get invested just to get the kill. Power of Evil burning both his flash and his exhaust just to get the kill down onto Trick. And remember that the strong side of the map is the bottom half for G2. Their bottom lane can quickly rotate up, as well as having the mid laner there to get the collapse. Fizz getting that first kill kill was absolutely massive for G2.
Yeah, it definitely was a little ill-advised pick-off, but you could have made a case for just getting the kill and then getting the hell out of dodge. The problem for me is that they kept fighting afterwards. I can see why they could go for the pick despite being on the wrong side of the map, but it's then they got locked into what they call like the soul queue mentality. I guess we'll just keep fighting with no thought, and then obviously everybody's collapsing here, so we see lack of communication on the side of Origen here. So yeah, they're reacting instinctively, but the communication isn't there. If you look at G2, I think there's a lot of communication there, but we see some internal struggle fighting the let's kill everybody style that Perkz is used to playing, and then the more controlled shot calling from Mithy. So they'll need to find a balance internally there as well.
They certainly do. And it's funny that you mentioned communication issues, because moving forward, they did definitely have a couple communication issues where they actually looked for another fight towards the mid game, and that was not really what they wanted to do with their poke composition. If you're trying to force a fight against a Fizz who's already 2-0 up, it's not going to work out in your favor.
Yeah, they kind of overextend here. They land some poke, but obviously this is the weakness of some of these comps. It's flanks. If you have your flanks exposed, you're not warding them properly, then obviously these 1-3-1 comps can just tear you apart from the sides. If Origen at that point is in the lead or has a bigger command of the game, they have more wards, they can take it slower. They don't need to rush into these decisions because there's no pressure from G2 kind of locking them down. That is kind of the difference.
On the other side, not rushing into decisions, we saw that G2 did take a little bit of a time to close things out in this one. What did you make of that? Just taking it calm, cool, and collected, or did you see improvement or things that they should improve on?
Well, I mean, they were constantly applying pressure onto OG, and OG, they still had a fair amount of wave clear, so it wasn't super easy for G2 to just walk up and take the towers for free, but they were constantly extending the vision line, and their main play was to pick up that the Baron. You saw them have full control over the Drake. They didn't give a single one away. Unfortunately, all three were the Cloud Drake for them, so they could run really fast, but it wasn't that valuable, but so much control of the Baron helped them move forward.
Yeah, off the back of the early game, G2 was bleeding them dry. I think we can criticize their execution on Baron. More pink wards were needed from multiple members. Synergy between pushing all the lanes up and then sweeping all the wards was necessary, because there was always that like strangling ward that was put in the river, slowed everything down. Execution was lacking, but the concept, the idea was right. I think G2, if they look at this replay, they can easily identify where they need to improve in execution. But the concept was right. Obviously, it is very easy when your Fizz is like 4-0 at 11 minutes.
Yeah, definitely. And that also made us give our first player of the game here in the arena to Perkz on Fizz. Not a big surprise in that game. I mean, the whole team definitely stepped up, but it's one of those marquee performances where you pick that champion, you know you have to perform on it, and he snowballs the game.
I really like the Fizz pick as well. You saw how many assassin bans were thrown at him during Champion Select. The Zed, the LeBlanc saying, no, we're not going to give you a comfort pick. Then he brings out the Fizz as well. Really complements his playstyle of, I want to go for kills, I want to be that carry, and it's nice to see that Perkz can still have that phenomenal performance from the mid lane.
Yes, and in Game 2, we will also see the Perkz versus Power of Evil matchup. No changes in there for OG, and obviously the best of two. We'll see how the teams adjust to that, because it's also the first time, so OG could just turn up and show us a completely different comp. We'll see that in just a bit. However, before we take a break here, we're going to check in on the series that's underway over in the LCS studio and on the other stream between H2K and Rocket. Screpo, you've been keeping an eye on that surprising result.
Yeah. The Analyst desk right now is a central hub, so spoilers, be aware. Jankos went in here for an early engage in the early game, but he kind of got turned around by Airrack. So this put Rocket ahead. Right now you're thinking Rocket's going to take it. The advantage got thrown. The next key moment in the game was actually a fight that broke out in the mid here, where H2K is pulling ahead. They kind of sieged down 2 turrets and they were leading. Earlier than this, Rocket actually snuck a Baron to get the game even again. So the game swung a couple of times. That is the main key thing you have to take away from this game. H2K looked in a very commanding position. Beautiful teamfight here as well, where they kind of back off all together. So they seem very much so in unison, while Rocket was kind of chaos. But out of that chaos eventually came one pick about the minute before this phase right here. That led to a double siege from Rocket. Then they got the ace and they closed out the game. Very confusing. Basically, the game swung back and forth quite a few times. Neither team played perfect. It did look like H2K was the better team. They took control of the map, but they left their guard exposed a couple times, and Rocket has zero hesitation kind of going in for the kill.
That was super impressive to me, to be honest, with their changes in their roster. Of course, the Korean players in there and what they pull off in the end is a difficult team composition, but they thrive in the team fights in the end, which is something to commend.
Raze actually has a bit of a reputation of being that just go support. He loves to force the engagements, and being put on that thresh, I think it really set him up for success. Constantly looking for those picks and making plays really fits his playstyle.
Yeah, a lot of the early aggression kind of stemmed from Betsy as well, doing some really strong trading on that Swain pick. Eventually moved in side lanes, had a lot of attention towards him. Where Rocket failed is when they couldn't capitalize on kind of the cross-map plays. So H2K went to kill Betsy. Rocket didn't get anything done. Eventually, they managed to put Betsy to great use in these fights, and he really carried the momentum.
Yeah, Betsy also player of the game in that first H2K vs Rocket game. If you want to catch the second game over there, that's just gotten underway over on EOL CS2. But here on the LCS Arena, G2 have started the series with a win, but Origen has a chance to fire back in just a few minutes. Stay tuned. Game 2 is coming your way in 3.5.
Welcome back to the LCS studio here in Berlin, Germany. Settling back on stage as we speak are G2 and Origen. And G2 are looking to secure their first 2-0 of the split in this match of the week.
Yeah.
See if they're able to do it.
I mean, such a great start, honestly.
There was so little to criticize.
It took them 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And it was like, all right, so now they just slowly need to play out the
and then another 25 just to mess around.
Obviously, again, they will go back and look at the Baron setups, fix it a little bit. Still, they won the game. They were in control. They also managed to get 3 Cloud Dragons in a row and then an Ocean Dragon. That's like the worst combo you can possibly get, like at all.
And they weren't phased by it.
Well, they had a great composition that would outscale anyway with the Fizz, so...
It's important not to tilt over Dragons.
It is, but man,
They've got it covered.
That's some of the things that can happen, which obviously are not great for teams, but we will see now. We are hoping for 2 more things, or 2 new things. We want a closer game with a bit more action in here, and we want to see an Infernal Drake or Mountain Drake.
Well, we have to leave the second one up to chance, but at least for the first one, Origen can maybe draft a little bit differently around how they were played. They're going to be on red side this time because, of course, the teams are swapping between for the best of 2s. I really want to see the Azir not fall through picks and bans this time.
Yeah, that was
that was a little curious, in all honesty.
We had some surprises. I didn't actually expect 3 mid lane bans against Perks when there is such a massive amount of good picks in the meta.
And them being Zed and LeBlanc, too.
Right, again, because they were still, we saw the Fizz. They are still Victor Azir were open. Picks we will see almost picked in every game around the world. So the bans didn't really do that much from Origen. They are on purple side now. I think Origen is trying to get the Caitlyn pick in their first rotation to not be forced on that Corki. We baited you guys, we're back.
And we're about to go into picks and bans.
It is about to start. And
right on time.
Hybrid. If there's any team who knows about Hybrid and his Braum, it is probably G2.
And wouldn't you know it, they also know about his Bard.
Well, that's another one.
So 2 support bans this time, and the Rise is still banned by Origen. It goes back to them, and this time they removed the Nidalee from play.
So G2 banned Lucian in the last game, together with the 2 supports here. They can technically leave the Lucian open and first pick it, because as we saw, there are so many trades. Like, okay, we get Nidalee, you get Kindred. We get Echo, you get Maokai. There's all these different trades happening in the pick and ban phase, so you can first pick something that really stands out, which is the Lucian pick. But that would obviously give a Caitlyn over to Forgiven. Still, I would value Lucian above everything else when it comes to 80 carries right now. He's just so insanely strong.
Well, you talked about the odd Rek'Sai pick, too. That's not going to happen this game. If there was somebody who would be very likely to pick it up, you would think Amazing would be up there, but he's not going to get the chance this time. And it's interesting because there's still the Kindred available.
Yes, and that's why G2 are banning the Rek'Sai to try and bait OG into banning the Kindred. And saying, okay, you know what, then you have to ban Kindred now, we can take a free Kindred. But what you can do as Origen is have this fill ban, which is the Trundle now, and then you trade Kindred for a potential Lucian. And say, fine, you might get the best available jungler, but we can get the best available AD carry.
But then there's still Caitlyn available.
But then there's still Caitlyn,
it's such a back and forth with how many top tier picks there are right now. It's so hard to win this.
And that's why I really like the mind games there from G2, saying we banned a Rek'Sai, so if you do not ban Kindred, we will first pick her, because we just trade the Caitlyn for Lucian, and we still get very high value on the 80k. We don't have to first pick Lucian because Caitlyn were available. Origen could potentially have said, you know what, we're going to ban a Cait as the last one, so you have to first pick the Lucian, and we get the Kindred. Those are the kind of trades we see all the time.
Origen giving a little bit of a nod over to the performance of Perks last game. I don't think they'll pick up the Fizz for themselves, but it's always a possibility.
Honestly, it's not a bad early pick because it's a flex pick. You can take it top lane, build a tank, or obviously you can move it to mid. So I actually don't think this is terrible by OG. It also kind of shows me that they're afraid of Perks taking it again, even blind. Maybe because Power V was saying, guys, I haven't practiced enough against the Fizz at this level. So I don't want to risk even a matchup where I have a counter pick to potentially hurt me because Perks played such a strong Fizz in the first game. So they kind of take away, but also secured himself a good flex pick right now.
Yeah, so the Caitlyn's picked up. The Maokai's locked in for Kikis. He'll be pretty happy.
No more Corki.
Around on tanks. Yeah, we don't need to worry about the Corki this time because Forgiven got his hands on Lucian. So everything is pretty much shaking out as we expect, with the exception of the Fizz being picked up on Origen's side. Curious to see where that does go, if it lands in Soaz's hands or if Power of Evil takes it.
Yeah, it honestly depends. We can easily see Origen say we take Fizz into Maokai up in the top lane. Fizz is not the strongest early laner in top either, but he doesn't get punished as hard as in the mid lane, and he scales really well as a big tank and still with decent damage from just his kit in the late game. But a lot of standard picks still coming in. Elise, obviously with all these jungle bans and the jungle first pick, Elise has become like the next jungler you go for. We don't really see Graves anymore. He's just too weak when it comes to actually applying early pressure on the map. He's a strong skirmish jungler, but doesn't really gank well. And also people want a more tanky option for the late game, because you see less of these fully itemized tanks. And then you have like an Elise going bit tanky, you have Fizz going obviously tanky, and then that's your front line. You have the Alistar in this case, that's your big front line.
Yeah, it's kind of like three sort of tanks working together to form, the Voltron of tanks. You would hope, at least. Okay, there. Come on, just leave it on the Azir. That's what I'm talking about.
So you can actually play Fizz into Azir, but you need to have a very, very good Fizz play doing it, and you need jungle attention around the mid lane, so you never get counter ganked when you go for all-ins as the Fizz. But then once you hit level 6, you can actually put pressure on Azir. It is a tough matchup to play though. I want to see if Power Weevil is ready to take the matchup, because then they can just pick Echo top for Source and then put the Fizz mid.
Right, but I really want to talk about the other pickup in this rotation. The Tahm Kench support for Mithy. Obviously, he's hovered it, teased it a few times. Why do you think they went for it in this situation?
When you play against Fizz, especially if it's AP Fizz, it's so much about single out that one target. Tahm Kench can completely deny that. Keep your backline safe. Like, look at your backline here as G2. You have Azir and Caitlyn, two of the strongest late game damage dealers we have. And then
really long range.
Again, think of the zone control. When you have when you have Azir soldiers.
We do have Victor now.
We also do have Victor. When you have Azir soldiers, you have traps. Basically, what GG was saying is that we need something that stops one of our carries from getting one shot. And that's where Tahm Kench comes in.
Yeah, so a lot of protection availability for that too, and it also helps them build up the extra tank line because of the Tahm Kench just able to zone off, as well as the Maokai. This is going to be a really, really tough comp to get through. OG, for their hand, they have a lot of damage, though, with the Victor added in for Power of Evil. Also worth noting, so far, double teleport for them, too. They still have a little bit of time to change it up, but I don't see that changing. So this time, it's OG that would have the double TP advantage if things stay as they are.
Right, and one of the things about Lucian is, yes, he's God tier, you know, of 80 carries. But he is fairly weak in the late game against very long-range comps. Because obviously Lucian is a low-range 80 carry. Yes, he can get a rapid-fire cannon later on and gives him a little bit of range on one hit. But against Azir, against Caitlyn, late game he can struggle to get proper damage on the right targets, and he's kind of forced to just hit the Maokai every time, and then suddenly his effect is greatly reduced. That is something we have seen in our draft around. Like, we know you're going to get Lucian, we take Kate, we take Azir, long range against you, and we try and play around it.
And we'll see if they keep it up now. If you guys think that G2 are going to win this one, just keep on tweeting us at LOL Esports, hashtag G2 win, or if Origen will tie the series, hashtag OG win is your cue to call on that one. So, fans are obviously pretty hyped for this one. It's our match of the week. This one is going to get real, real good. I'm hoping for it to be very close.
We're going to get team fights.
I think we're going to get some team fights with these comps, that's for sure. Well, let's see what happens as we see these teams leave it all out in the rift.
Yeah,
Game 2, starting off.
Definitely get some team fights in this one here. And we get our Azir, we get our Victor. We didn't see them in the last game. We were like, why? Guys, come on, they're so good. Now we get them. Everything is back to normal.
First game was just trolling, man. It's okay.
It was just a test. Also for Origen. And clearly they failed the test, so now they have to show. They've been practicing for so many weeks for this specific matchup. And they're invading one more time, just like last game.
Yeah. See how it shakes out any differently. Trick is waiting in the wings, but he does not want to step too far forward. A ward quickly cleared away. And Origen know the game is up, so they want to move out of the danger zone. Amazing is a little bit late, a little slow, and he gets tongued for it.
So some other things as well about this Tahm Kench pick, which is interesting.
Got a pause?
Yeah, we get a pause. Obviously because Alistar was locked in. You know, Origen is not running like what we call these bully lanes, where it's like a Lucian, add in a Nami next to him, and then suddenly you have an insanely strong 2v2 lane. You can actually run Tahm Kench because it is Alistar. So it is a melee matchup. Tahm Kench will not get punished that hard in his lane. And also what happens often when you run these Lucian lanes is you want to time your engages as support, with the Lucian then dashing forward, getting the double tap, Q right after, get the double tap, and you win almost every single all-in. Because Lucian is so good in that short span of time with his damage. Tahm Kench says, nope, not going to happen. When you engage on my Caitlyn, and you want to dash forward, he's going to eat the Caitlyn, obviously, stop all the damage, and then you get these very long, drawn-out poke wars instead between 80 carries, where Caitlyn can always get a few hits in, and then get saved by Tahm Kench when you get the all-in from the Alistar Lucian. So it is actually a smart pick to try and counter what Lucian wants to do. And I feel like the entire pick and ban phase from G2 were built around the fact they took the best jungler to give the best 80 carry, and then draft against that 80 carry. With everything they could, Tahm Kench denied all-ins, long range, late game with Kate Azir, against the low range Lucian. I want to see if it pays off. I want to see Forgiving here can just carry his team.
I mean, that's the thing. Can he rise above what they've really built against him? There's still a lot of late game damage available on this team. You talked about how hard Fizz can snowball. Yes, he's going to likely go a lot tankier this time.
Yeah,
but he doesn't necessarily have to, because you've still got the Elise, you've still got the Alistar. I want to see if he maybe decides to go a little bit more damage. It depends on how much he does against Kikis.
Pyra, I am sorry. It will be a tank Fizz.
All right, fine. But we've also got late game Victor.
We do have late game
So
Victor.
we have still late game damage.
And he's one of the reworked mages who see a lot of success. His ulti is crazy good right now. Now they get more damage from these extra procs happening. So like 3 procs coming in the entire duration over the 6 seconds, every 2 seconds. So it's a lot of damage. And we see a lot more Victors now just fully max out his item very early. The little Hex Core. So you get the extra movement speed as well on that ulti, and it's very hard to get away from it, and just keeps ticking. Tons of damage for him, obviously also his laser coming in these fights.
The changes that he did receive with the mage reworks.
Good for him, bad for others.
It really made him terrifying.
Yeah, some of the mages really benefited from it. Swain is another one, obviously. Vladimir is a strong pick now as well. And then you have Cassiopeia, who's just kind of crying, and she can't even buy boots.
Still not getting over that one. Well, we're still in this pause session, by the way. It is a client freeze on Forgiven side, so looking into that one to try and solve it real quickly. But in this early game, do we see the teams trying to go for the lane swap again? I don't think so, because this 2v2 is actually not terrible for either one, unless Forgiven and Hybrid aren't confident to take into the Caitlyn.
So we could see G2 swap, also because it's against the Fizz up in the top lane. Not because Fizz will like destroy the Maokai in the early game by any means, but just to keep Source further down. Because you got to keep in mind with Maokai, one of the reasons he's so good is even if he falls behind, he has damage reduction just from his ulti. He has a point-on-click CC. So he can get 1 or 2 items and still be behind, but still be extremely useful. Fizz is one of these top laners who need to get a good start, who wants to get a few items rolling. So not only is he a tank, but also has decent damage and can actually jump on some of these carries and be a threat. That's a big difference between them. So you could see G2 saying, you know what, we want to just try and keep Source down right now, because our Maokai, even if he's only on 100 CS when the rest is on 200, will still be extremely strong. And that's why Maokai is such an S-tier pick in the top lane, because just his kit is broken.
Well, whatever does happen, I mean, at least Kikis doesn't seem too worried about it. I think this G2 squad, you know, we saw him a little laughy,
Maybe
a little
so
giggly,
nervous he
very
actually
loose.
fainted.
I mean, that's a very comfortable position to faint in, but okay.
Sometimes you're lucky.
Yeah. I think this team, though, they've come into it just looking at the way that they seem to have interacted on stage just in the brief glimpses we've gotten. They're really, really like,
I like I see
hey,
look at
yeah.
Origen so focused and trying to like talk to the referee here,
It's
and then in the
very different.
background is just like Kick is sleeping.
They're still on vacation.
You had to do it, Pyra. We're in Europe, man. We're supposed to support our region. But then again, yeah.
It's a staycation.
They're
that's
back.
Fine.
They're back.
Yeah,
they made a lot of fun
they
of
won't
it
have
as
to.
well.
They won't. Yeah, they actually, despite a lot of the backlash they got about it, they really were just kind of like, okay, well, we're just going to roll with this. And then they released this crazy video right ahead of the split to build all the hype. I really got to hand it to G2 building on their own hype.
Trick is the least badass person I've ever seen trying to make it rain in a video like that.
How many people have you seen make it rain?
Just Trick, basically.
Okay, so
But
he's the lowest of every one person you've seen.
I just normally wouldn't put Trick in a like video where he has to look pretty badass. But he pulled it off.
Yeah. Well, the whole team so far lived up to the expectation, at least. They
Well,
played
game
a
one,
nearly
yes.
flawless game one. Obviously, we don't want to draw any conclusions from that. But if they can close out the series here, it does kind of stamp their authority to say, hey, bring it on. We can challenge anybody in the European LCS, because Origen is still perceived to be a very strong team.
I mean, this is what we talked about coming into the games. G2 should be able to just play really well from the start, because it's a full bot lane you move over. So there's no synergy issues between the bot lane. It's just about bot lane and the rest of the team. But they've had enough weeks to scrim. And at the same time, there are so many star players on this lineup. So I'm happy to see them playing well in the first game. I want to see Origen step up their game in this one. And I want to see Origen show that they also have a star-packed lineup who can challenge a team like G2. But it might take more time, because, again, there's a bit more synergy to be built, a few more questions.
Yeah. G2 so far have answered those questions, though, for themselves, that their bot lane would be able to slot in. They would be able to affect those changes effortlessly. It looks that way so far, but we still got plenty of game to play as we get back out of the pause situation. So far, it looks like we will be in for those standard lanes. Mithy going on a little bit of a roaming spree to see if there's anyone else hanging out in those brushes, but no, it's just the jungle buddy system up top side, and everything is so standard.
Yeah, Perk's got 3 Raptors there with the saplings from Kiki, setting him up. 2 saplings, gets the small Raptors very low, and that means 1 hit coming in from an Azir, and then he will get them. So you see him having a small experience advantage early on. He gets level 2 now. And we'll be looking at bot lane because G2 will do some early trades and Hybrid missing their pulverize here.
The Tom Kent stacks building onto Forgiven. A little bit of trouble to start things off here. Might have to munch his biscuits a little sooner than he wanted to.
And Pyro, you know we've been here long when I'm already done with my water number 2 and we into the second.
You know, you got to stay hydrated, Deficio. It's like drinking potions, staying healthy. Mithy is having a little bit of fun in this bottom lane. Meanwhile, Power of Evil's not having nearly as much fun.
Yeah, it's always, in this matchup, it's always been Azir getting the early push going because Victor needs his first Hex Core upgrade to get proper wave clear to push back with his laser, and also again with the early Raptors going for perks. It is important. Early level 2 means Victor has to just back away, and that gives the push for the mid lane. But amazing early gank here. We talked about this Fizz who really wants to get a few items under his belt. One way to do that is by ganking the Maokai.
A level 3 gank. Spider coming in, flashes, and a flash followed by Kikis. Exploding Spiderling, they land the cocoon! And that's first blood over to Soaz.
Amazing, just completely tricked all of us with that flash. He was waiting for the reaction as well from Kikis. Ended up saving the cocoon, went into Spider Form, went then back out to cocoon, so kind of missed everything around. But he got the flash from Kikis, he gets the first blood over to Soaz. Great start here from Origen with the standard lanes, with the Fizz, who can, even as a tank, become so hard to deal with. Yes, he won't one-shot you, but you won't be able to kill him in time. He can dodge around with Trickster, and he has decent base damage.
Well, Soaz picking up a little extra gold in his pocket. He'll be pretty happy with that situation, starting things off. But Amazing's not going to rest. He moves right down towards the bottom side, will run right into the ward, recently placed.
You lied to us.
Or not! He tricked me too.
Yeah.
Turns his attention towards the Wolf Campus edge.
Speaking of blue buff, because obviously when you see an early gank on top side with just a red buff, you know blue buff is still available and you steal it away.
Did he just miss or just barely get his Mark of the Kindred?
He just got it.
Yeah, okay, cool. That's one of those really good feels. It's like when you catch the bus, like right as it's pulling away. Yes.
Best feeling ever as a Kindred. I'm feeling your blue buff and then, oh, is that Rift Scuttler getting
It's like
marked
the game wants
here?
me to get fed.
Perfect. Maybe the game is making up for the 3 Cloud Dragons from game 1.
Except it's still a Cloud Dragon.
Ah!
Unlucky. Oh! Flash! Pulverize from Hybrid, knocking Mithy right into the team, but it's a 3v3 as Trick was there. Exhaust is on him, and Hybrid is caught all alone. Sven will get the kill onto that one. First pickup for G2 Esports, and it goes to the 80 carry.
And we really have to call out that play from Origen because they knew Trick had been on the bottom side. He had taken away the blue buff, he got the Rift Scuttler. They had no idea if he was staying around bottom side or if he just ran top, and then they went for an all-in with very little information. And they're using Flash for the all-in as well, because obviously they go for Tahm Kench. They know if they go for Caitlyn, she gets saved by Mithy. Extremely risky play. The kind of plays you like to make in scrims to kind of test. But then in LCS, we often see teams starting and say, no, we don't know where the jungle is, we don't want to risk it. But Hybrid here just said, you know what, let's all in for it. No idea where the Kindred is, and instantly counter-ganked.
Yeah, Hybrid only got the knock up on the Mithy. That might have been the red flag there. And you can see Forgiven already a little bit too low. Couldn't get further involved in that. And the Tongue Lash kept him even further out of the fight.
Going for Mithy was technically the correct choice. Because in Origen's mind, it's just amazing coming for a gank. It's a 3v2 situation. You take the Tahm Kench, you knock him back, you kill him. Because then he obviously can't save it on. He can't devour himself. So it was the correct engage in that sense. I just think the play was extremely risky when Trick had just been on bottom side.
Well, and it speaks to the same type of plays that got Origen into trouble last game. They started out very even with the lane swap situation, then tried to fight when they didn't have full vision of where the jungler was. Punish them yet again. So 1-1 in kills is the score. G2 holding on to a 300 gold lead. Not very significant, but it is only 6 minutes in. Perk's still bullying a little bit on Power of Evil, but there's not a huge CS differential there. The bigger one is up top, where Soaz has been out farming Kikis, and of course in the bottom side, on the other side, where Sven is out farming Forgiven, who used to really have those incredibly dominant CS numbers, but he's obviously having a little bit of a harder time now.
Yeah, it makes it a bit harder when you obviously die in the first gank or your support dies here. Still, I think Origen had a correct decision in the early game with Amazing going to top side, setting up that early gank against Kikis, investing flash for it as well. Because again, we talk about how impactful the Fizz can be and how little Maokai needs to be useful. So you really want to get that advantage. That's fine for Origen. We get standard lanes. We'll get more ganks as well. When you play Elise, you want to be active in the early games. And Amazing is a great Elise player.
He certainly made good use of it here. Still, one gank good, one not quite there because they didn't have enough vision of where Trick was on the map. Mithy and Sven have really been bullying, though, pushing Forgiven and Hybrid down bottom. You have to think that Amazing will try to take advantage of this situation. He's just not there yet, still hanging around towards the mid and top side. And a lot of pink ward coverage by Origen as Perkz tries for the shuffle, is denied by the flash from Power of Evil.
Yeah, so basically forcing the flash. Trick showed himself around the mid lane. Didn't use flash himself on the side of Perkz, so good little shuffle in. That means you can now follow up with a gank once you get your ulti available from Perkz' side. And yes, Amazing would love to gank the bottom lane one more time, but you used your summoners from the Alistar. There's still full summoners on the side of G2. It becomes very, very difficult to execute the gank because Alistar has to just Q or headbutt polarize straight into like a Tahm Kench. And if you get counter ganked one more time, well, suddenly your bot lane is completely lost. So Amazing is finding himself in the worst kind of situation as a jungler where your lanes are starting to lose on one side of the map and you really want to help them, but you guys don't have the summoner spells. And it becomes too risky because you don't know where the enemy jungler is.
Definitely waiting for a little bit more time for at least those summoners to come back up, but they have to be careful with Trick, who's really been all over the map here. Hybrid still has some moments to go on his flash, and Forgiven is really, really close to getting his heal back. So maybe that starts to change, but you can see G2 already starting to invest in some wards around Dragon, maybe just to prevent Amazing from coming through River.
And one thing we're going to see more now on some of these mid laners like Azir. Let's talk about it after because it's an all-in top.
Yeah, this is a big bruisery fight. Kikis throws the Maelstrom on as Soaz has already spent his ultimate. The flash for flash traded. Kikis goes a little far forward, and Soaz gets the outplay. Teleporting out of there. Will he make it? Yes, he will!
Soaz always does that. I don't know how, but Soaz always managed to escape with teleporting. Kikis was winning that fight, but then he got under the tower and took an extra tower shot. And he then dies in the 1v1. You even saw Soaz flash away because he knew with the damage from Kikis' ulti, it was enough for the Fist to lose. But then the tower shot happened.
If you need something for your mentality, it's a Soaz miracle play is always a good one. Excellent moves. 2-0 now on the Fizz.
Great start by Soaz. Getting the TP away does mean obviously that G2 can make a play on the bottom side with the Maokai, but remember these towers are a lot stronger, so it is harder to make these dives. I was about to talk about the Azir. Not as exciting as what we're going to see now.
Mithy's going on an Abyssal Voyage.
Wait, he's just going to kill the ping?
Well, for a second he wasn't even going to. He got one hit on it. You know they regen now, right, Mithy?
I mean, they can technically set up the Maokai TP as we talked about just before. Alistar is level 6 though, that's very risky.
Okay, so I was keeping Kikis occupied here, but the teleport advantage is for G2. Unfortunately, he may not have much of a chance to use it. Mithy does walk straight into the cocoon, but he's not too fussed about that. G2 trying to make sure they keep vision cleared in this bottom side jungle. So as with Big Wave now marching towards top once again, pushes Kikis into that. He dives on in before Playful Trickstering out.
Again, big advantage. You can send up Amazing to this top lane as well. Next time a wave hits tower, you can dive Kikis straight away. With the Fizz. Fizz and Elise is so good at resetting tower aggro. So let's see the one-on-one. Soaz is actually realizing kind of halfway through the fight that he's not winning it. Once Kikis gets his ulti up here, and Soaz realizes he doesn't have enough damage with the all-in. You can see how Kikis is waiting with ulti until he sees the full all-in with the Fizz, with the fish. And then he goes for it, but Kikis gets on the tower. Takes one shot from it, and Soaz is kind of like poke. And then he TPs away.
Trick nearly got him. That was one hit in the Wolf's Frenzy away from death. Let's go back to this mid lane because the Chaos Storm came out and Perkz was able to limp away.
About that fit, that Azir build. Right.
Let's talk about Azir.
Right.
You got the chance, Officio.
Abyssal Scepter was something we saw rushed very often before in these AP matchups. But after the changes to it, now it costs more, gives less AP, more MR. It's actually not that strong anymore to build on a champion like Azir. So instead, what I think we're going to see is more like you go for MR Boots, and then you still go for Nashor's Tooth here as your first item. And that's like the MR you need just comes from the boots straight away.
And there you go.
And also because you can actually run MR Blues now instead of scaling cooldown reduction, because there's so much cooldown reduction on items. You can get some MR there, plus your boots, to kind of make up for the fact you don't really build Abyssal anymore on an Azir, unless you're against a matchup that can really just one-shot you. So that's what we see Perkz do. Finally. And now we can fight again.
Yep, there goes the fish. Kikis realizes there's a spider waiting in the wings as well. No flash available to get out of town. He tries to juke, but it's just not enough. Kikis does get an arcane smash off, but Amazing will claim the kill on that. And now, Wave pushing in on the top side, they can start to do some serious work on the tower. Mithy absorbing the Forgiven culling down in the bottom side, but OG are starting to fire. And they're really making G2 sweat here.
I mean, we didn't get the dive, but we got the next best thing here was just Amazing moving up and saying, you know what, I'm just going to gank you. You know, we can set up, you have no flash. Knock up from Soas and then straight into Raccoon from Amazing. Great setup again by OG and really snowballing this top lane.
And G2 grabbed themselves another Cloud Drake. I'm sure they're sick of them at this point. But Trick was able to get that as a consolation prize in all of the madness. 300 gold is in favor of Origen, though, at the time.
And that's actually, again, another situation where once you see the Cloud Drake, you kind of say, you know what, we can actually invest our jungler towards the top side. Because we don't care if you trade a dragon for one more kill, because it's a Cloud Drake. So who cares? We actually rather get another kill for the source on top side, and even get some damage on top tower. And that's again why Origen are fine, just constantly rushing top and ganking over and over.
Yeah, there's really nothing that they have to worry about giving up towards that bottom side. And the lanes are pretty standard too. I mean, unless they can get a two-man sweep on it, there's no way they're really going to be able to start fast pushing either way in the bottom side because of the way the standard lane is shaken out. Now, Amazing is moving in towards bottom. Will he elect to go for this dive situation against Fen and Mithy? There's traps lined up all across the board, though.
Double TP from Origen, though. Nothing from G2. He has 2 TPs coming in.
Oh, they're investing pretty heavy. They're asking for help. Mithy, they get the block on the Cocoon, but they turn their attention anyways. He eats the Caitlyn Trick coming in. Power of Evil sends out the Chaos Storm, and nothing doing. Huge investment. No one dies, but this tower's on the menu.
Yeah, tower suddenly going to take a lot of damage. Will go down here. Origen gets 1 tower, but Perkz, because he's been winning the mid lane, will trade for mid tower. All flashes used by G2, but a great defense here. You saw how Mithy got the fish first, didn't use his Devour. He waited until then the fish was gone, and then Sven suddenly went in trouble, eats him, spits him out, and everyone stays alive. So that was double TP invested from Origen, and all that happened was you traded bot tower for mid tower. Definitely a win for G2.
Have to be happy with how that one happened for sure. Pretty even in the gold game.
Top
G2 now, they swing the 300 gold back in their favor. Kikis pushing on with the help of Perkz. Trick is also waiting in the wings, but he's got to be careful not to get caught by Soaz. Playful and Trickster. Trick is going very, very low, but he's got the red buff. Throws the Lamb's Spike to avoid dying to Power of Evil, and in comes Perkz trying for the shuffle play. Didn't happen this time. Emperor's Divide has to be used defensively. Soaz is still on the chase. Hybrid in hot pursuit. Will they be able to get the catch on? Headbutt Pulve is flashed away. Soaz still looking for chase, but he can't find a damn thing, and Kikis is just walking it out now. G2 are able to get away.
Another disengage here from G2. Origen constantly looking for some of these plays, setting up a few flanks. They want to fight. They want to use the advantages they got with this fist. In the end, it's a mid tower for G2, and now this top tower taking a lot of damage. Will of course go down, even going for Kikis.
Headbutt Pulve, they get the fish on, but Mithy eats him, and the fish goes up and fish goes out. Spitting Kikis back out. Exhaust is on, but he flashes away way too quickly. Origen should still be able to finish this tower, but it is a wacky fight up top.
Yeah, he just cost him his flash, spitting him back in towards Origen.
Maybe there's still some synergy issues to work out there. Origen will get a tower for their trouble, though. 2-1 now is his score, with the outer bottom and top being taken by OG. G2 getting the one in the mid with the trade earlier on. We're 15 minutes into this game. It's already been a lot more action-heavy.
A lot more fights.
But it could have been a lot more kills. It's been some close calls.
I mean, we have seen, of course, good setups, but also very, very good reactions coming in from Mithy down the bottom lane with the Time Kench. Also up there, top saving Kikis one more time. Also, we see Power Weevil with his build on this Victor here. Very often you'll see him now go for the last Hex Core upgrade, just to get even more movement speed on his ulti, which is so strong now. And also this Morel Nomicon, which obviously gives flat mana instead of just poor mana regen, and flat mana actually scales with Victor's shield on Q now. So he gets a flat mana from Morello, he gets a flat mana from Hexcore, which actually makes his shield like about 50-60 HP stronger in the late game compared to before. I totally did not look that up. I just know it.
It's the senses. It's the senses that you have about it. Well, somebody who used to play a lot of Lulu, I can imagine you probably just kind of feel these things when they change.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Of course. I actually thought at first it was going to be like way more for Victor with these mana changes, but at least my math was like 50-60 extra late game. So it wasn't that massive, but it's something.
Well, That's fair. You're typically better at math than I am. But I know why you're excited. There's a Mountain Drake coming up, which is a lot more heavily prioritized, but that'll still be a minute and a half away. We'll get to it in just a little bit. Origen right now, they're setting up a lot of control around where the Rift Herald is, but I don't imagine they want to try to fight for it. And Hybrid, he's caught up. He throws on the Unbreakable Will. Look at how he flashes away just to try to avoid all the damage, but he's still gone down. Perkz manages to secure the kill. First in the pocket for the Azir. G2 set up the trap and snap it shut on the cow.
Yeah, Hybrid getting caught out here. Rest of Origen was sitting in multiple lanes without any global, so they couldn't help him, allowing G2 to set up a play. Hybrid will respawn in time to go down and contest the Dragon, at least. And now they're setting up, or they were setting up a play on the bottom side. If Pavil had stayed on the tower, he would have been ganked, but otherwise you just get a free tower instead on the side of G2. And then you can start getting a bit of this deep vision in. You have your TP location then for the Maokai.
Help set up for this Dragon as well.
And suddenly you can set up for that Dragon, exactly.
Let's take a look at how this started again, because Hybrid thinks he's safe waiting in this brush, but he's spotted by that ward, and instantly Perkz goes in. Jaw snapshot.
Yeah, a little bit sloppy play for Hybrid, honestly. Late flash, and then also the fact he even stayed in River in the first place. When Victor was sitting bot side with no teleport, like, you have nothing to do in River there. As an outsider, that's kind of just honestly disrespecting what an Azir can do, like the amount of distance he can close so easily, and therefore G2 picks up a free kill. But Dragon is spawning soon. You can see both teams hovering around it.
Ooh, speaking of covering distance, he runs the quick sprint all the way back there. So Origen trying to find an opening to get a pick, maybe take themselves a Dragon off the back of it. 18.5 minutes is, of course, your game time right now. So 1,000 gold separating Origen and G2, but a lot of tower pushes on either side. Teleports aplenty. Everyone who has them has got them available, and Origen with that advantage. We'll see if Kikis can last through this. He's going to have to be careful. The fish does not hit. And Soaz still chasing down. The Dragon gets taken very stealthily, very quickly by G2, but Kikis' teleport is been stopped. With Amazing and Soaz right at his back, he's getting flashbacks to the earlier dives up in the top side. Kikis will not live through the night here. Solace knowing that his team was able to secure Mountain Drake, I suppose.
Right,
oh, the jukes!
And he's
not
buying
enough.
so much time that the rest of G2 is setting up on the bottom side here. Amazing needs to come down straight away to defend it. He might be in time. He's recalling now. But Origen is saying, we don't care about that second Dragon, we just want more kills for Soaz, and again, make him this split pusher. See how much damage G2 can actually get on tower, because Amazing is on the way from base.
They have that bonus true damage from the Mountain Drake as well, helping them out even further. Forgiven sends his calling flying just to try and clear the wave away, but there's another one right at the back of it here.
Is there any wards behind for Soaz to TP on? No, Origen can't really set up a fight either, with Kikis being dead and Kikis obviously wasting TP on top side. That could have been an opening for Origen. But no wards behind, and you now see G2 disengage, knowing Soaz is back in base himself, respecting it, and therefore nothing more happens. But fun to see again how Origen is putting so much focus on Soaz, giving away a second Dragon. Mountain Drake is very good for these compositions with Caitlyn, with Azir, like these long range comps that can actually get some hits on towers. It really, really helps, but it's mainly a snowball Dragon. Because let's say you're really far behind and you get a Mountain Drake, like, congratulations, you do more damage on the tower, but you're never getting to the tower in the first place because you're so far behind.
Ooh, another
not
fish
hitting
miss.
fish.
Yeah, so as fed as he is right now, if you're not able to land your ultimate, you just can't get enough damage to try and close that. Perkz was able to walk away pretty easily, joining up with Mithy here. So still maintaining that lead, still with that bonus in their back pocket. The 20 minutes on the clock here, Origen are moving up towards the top side, hoping to get another catch on the Kikis. He's the only one who's really been punished, though. And as you said earlier in the game, Maokai behind is not that big a deal. You still have that point-and-click CC.
Yep.
You will still be a big, beefy tank. Sure, you may not have as much gold to work with, but that's fine. Kikis is not really in that much trouble, and he's used to these kinds of situations.
It's his role on this team, honestly. And Maokai, it's what he does so well. We see now Power Hero just went back to base, picked up that last Hex core as we talked about, getting the third upgrade very early on, and then have that extra move speed for his ulti. And now we need to see, coming into this team fight, it's going to be very, very explosive. Origen especially have a lot of burst damage. Victor straight away with his ulti. Lucian so quickly can get down so much damage. One of the reasons this Ghostblade Black Cleaver is so good for Lucian is because he can apply the Black Cleaver stack so quickly.
Well, shred a lot of armor as well, but
yeah.
Even so, Kikis is still going to be a big, beefy frontline for him to deal with. If he can't wear through that, he can't really apply all that armor shred to anyone else.
So this is actually where their Lucian build really benefits Origen in this case, because the Maokai has died so many times and is behind, so he didn't get to rush any massive armor items yet, which means their flat armor penetration is good. Later on in the game, when you have like Sunfire, when you have a Randuin, so maybe you have a Thornmail, then this flat armor penetration does very little for the Lucian. Then you want percentage armor penetration instead. And that's where Lucian can struggle late game, killing these big tanks with this build, because you don't really get enough crit coming in, which you normally see for late game AD carries. Tons of crits. You see the Caitlyn build, obviously, with Infinity Edge. But it is so good in the mid game, and so good against squishy targets. Constantly remove that flat armor means you can almost deal true damage if you get fully stacked with Black Cleaver.
And that's important for the moment that they have this power spike, because on the other side, Sven is going to have some trouble with the Caitlyn mid-game dip, as it's commonly referred to. They still have a lot of other options in terms of damage, in terms of being able to fight. But where can OG really get in and use the Lucian to its advantage?
Well, I mean, they want to fight now, honestly, with this. Obviously, the thing to add is it's with the Ghost Blade, the flat penetration. Black Cleaver is percentage that he does reduce once you stack it up, so that is good for Forgiven. He can get a Last Whisper as well, and then basically what he's lacking is the crit for a late game build. But he gets percentage from Black Cleaver, he gets it from his Last Whisper. It is the armor penetration on the Ghost Blade that is only great in the early game, mid game, not the greatest in the late game. Just to make it clear.
Yep. We have the timers that the teams can work with. Amazing. Ooh, you got to be careful not to walk right into the Sand Soldiers like that. Another tower is taken up in the top side. This time it's courtesy of Trick, and they start pushing with Sven towards tier number 2, but Amazing and Hybrid are waiting in the wings with Forgiven not far behind. They have to be careful. The Cocoon narrowly misses, and that's the cue to get out of town.
So G2 still the team pushing in these side lanes first with the Caitlyn every single time, trying to put a bit of pressure on these tier 2 towers, and Origen are always kind of waiting for Soaz to be in position to do something, but he's also been roaming around a bit, so not been able to like extend his CS lead, but he's been picking up all the kills instead. Sunfire almost completed for Kikis. He's currently sitting on about 800 gold, so he's getting there, slowly but surely, still at the point where the Ghostblade flat arm penetration does have value, and then of course the percent from the Black Cleaver.
And every second that it keeps ticking towards the clock, this really does help G2. You look at this composition they have. They've got the Caitlyn, they've got the Azir, they've got the Maokai. It just gets scarier and scarier and harder to deal with. On the other hand, OG are not bereft of late game, as we talked about this. Soaz, even though he's tanky, he should have a lot more power in the later game, and the Victor is ridiculous.
Yeah, I want to see Origen fight now for this next dragon here. I want to see them say, you know what, we have the Lucian in a massive power spike with 2 items. We have our fully completed Hex Core for Victor. He's strong as well in these mid-game fights now. We don't want to risk going full late game against Caitlyn, against Azir, against a Kindred as well compared to an Elise, so I want to see Origen contest this next dragon.
It's a Mountain Drake too.
Problem is G2 have been setting up really well. They have a lot of deep vision behind. There's no minion wave they need to deal with right now. This big wave on top side is going to be pushing down fairly slow. Kikis has teleport to go up and clear it out, and then TP in.
And there's no opener.
Origen not doing anything because they lost that river. They just said, you know what, we're not going to risk it. That's 2 Mountain Drakes now for G2.
It gives them a lot of tower burn to just try and keep poking away. And when you've got enough range on you like Caitlyn, like Azir, it's going to get so much harder for OG to really try and contest and push back.
Yeah, not only just tower damage, but also Baron control. You're going to get also later on, like 1 mistake from Origen, and that Baron is going to be bursted down much faster than normal. OG might say, you know what, we didn't have vision for Dragon, so we didn't want to risk blind checking. Instead, put your focus on Baron then, try and force the teamfight around the Baron, but I really don't think Origen are looking to go extremely late game here without doing anything. They need to start setting up something. Use this Lucian and his strong 2 items.
Well, right now, Forgiven hasn't had as much to do in this game, just trying to stay sideways and clear things out, and will pick himself up a red buff. And if they can start pushing forward and trying to grab vision around this river, stop G2 from getting a sneaky Baron attempt off or anything like that, it's going to be so hard. But there is the fight in the middle, and Hybrid goes forward, but Perks is going to quickly flash away. A teleport is burned. Lamb's Respite, everything. Ultimate's flying. The fish goes down, misses again from Soaz, but this might be the opening they need to take down mid-tier 1.
Yeah, G2 using a lot here to try and defend both Kindred ulti and then of course Mithy also devouring a target. So a bit of miscommunication again from G2. Origen finally get a bit of an opening, even though it's actually Perks who started it by moving close to Power Beetle.
They might get 2 towers here.
Just turn straight around. So this is what OG wants. Finally they get a tower here. Obviously Forgiven building towards that rapid fire cannon, we would expect to get a bit of extra range coming in. but doesn't have it just yet. So he has to be careful of stepping on these traps. You take a lot of damage all of a sudden as a squishy.
Very true. They have to calling disengage. Mithy taking a lot of damage, but Trick and Kickus looking to chase down Hybrid. Backing off of that. G2 are able to successfully defend tier 2, but the opener from all of those ultimates used allowed them to grab at least one on the outside.
And we just get to see some of the damage Origen can deal. Perkz obviously shouldn't be diving straight forward there in the mid lane, even though he has the safety of both Kindred and Tahm Kench. End up using the flash for it. Maybe trying to just force out a flash from Power Wheel with his own ulti. TPing now straight to top. Baron is where G2 is hovering around. And honestly, Origen is still not being in control. Even though they were so far ahead on top side. 3 dragons. And river control for G2 almost all game long. Means that Origen is constantly sitting back and not really forcing any fights.
Yeah, and we're starting to see them fold a little bit more like we did the last game. A couple of early mistakes is what really put them in that bad situation. This time, they just haven't really been as proactive. Now, the Baron's being started with 3. Trick, Sven, and Kickus. A lot of damage between them. Amazing will be able to get the vision down if he wants it. He's going to have to go for the hero steal, though. Is this not going to finish up? Here we go. He goes up. He goes down. Will he stay out long enough to get the smite off? No, they turn attention. He steals it away. Amazing gives his life for the Origen cause.
G2 thought they could just kill him before the Baron went too low, but of course there's a Hurricane in there as well from Sven dealing a bit of damage. Very hard to just only hit Amazing, and the Baron kept dropping lower and lower and lower. And suddenly he gets it, but the reason G2 could rush the Baron was again double Mountain Drake. Extra damage, had 2 guys hovering around mid, buy a bit of time, but then Amazing gets the steal, making sure Origen aren't done yet. But they're still playing from behind. And it seems very hard for Origen to really make any proactive plays until now. You have the Baron buff. This is your time.
They bought themselves just a little bit of a breathing room, though. Still G2 in that lead. They still have all of the map control. But they made an oopsie. And credit to Origen, credit to Amazing for the hero punish. Let's see how it went down once again. Goes down to about 2,000 before he goes up.
Yeah, look how fast G2 can rush it down. I think now they're saying we can kill Amazing in time before the Baron is low enough. But also with Power of Evil using his ulti over the wall was enough damage to get Baron low. Amazing gets the smite off. Ends up stealing it. Sieging is still so difficult though. Lucian is too low range. We even see actually it's Phantom Dancer coming for Forgiven. The reason, from what I could gather, at least on Phantom Dancer in cases like this, is when you are against tanks like Maokai, he has decent damage, but when you get a PD, he actually doesn't really do anything to you. And you can kind of ignore him in these fights, like you will still have to hit him a few times, but he will never really be able to kill you. I still think Rapid Fire Cannon, when you're facing very long range carries, and also ranged jungler, is extremely good. But Forgiven value and getting a bit more survivability.
Yeah. And Kickus having to burn his flash to ensure his own survivability. Origen with the Baron and powered minions shoving down this top side. It looks like for a moment G2 were caught with their pants down, but they do recoup, move up to defend this tower, and Origen aren't able to continue the push. But Soaz is on the bottom side uncontested. They will be able to get something out of this. The next Dragon's coming up in 45 seconds. It's another Mountain Drake. They need to secure that one. Yeah. This might give them enough of an opening to do so.
And it's good for Origen. Getting a few towers, even out the gold, set up for that dragon as you talked about. Next one is the Elder Drake after the mountain, of course, so we will get no more these fancy dragons. No Infernal Drakes have shown up. No Infernal Drakes have shown up.
Yeah.
At all. Instead though, Origen still hovering around. A lot of towers going down. Slight goal lead for them. They couldn't ask for more. And it all came down to a Baron steal, where G2 didn't even need to risk a Baron steal. They had map control. They had double Mountain Drake to rush it down in time. As soon as they saw Amazing, they could have just disengaged. But they stayed in and said, we can kill him in time. Origen is not even around this Mountain Drake at the moment. They're going to give it over.
This is a mistake. This is number 3 that would be given over to G2. Soaz wants to go in for anything, but it just isn't going to happen. Wow. They completely whiffed the fact that the next Drake came up. That is 3 Mountain Drakes. The tower burn is going to be ridiculous for G2. And the next Dragon's going to be Elder. Origen can't get any extra bonuses off of it.
Origen hasn't gotten a single Dragon in this entire series. And we are in a meta now where Dragon is a lot stronger. Every region puts focus on it. I'm not saying you have to invest everything into Dragons, but it has way more value compared to Spring Split. Giving over another one here Sure, you still get the Elder Drake and you get the burn from it, but that's about it. It's more about denying it now, honestly, from G2.
Yeah.
And you're giving just G2 another very, very strong win condition. Like, if you get Mountain Drakes plus an Elder Drake and you get to push into a tower, that tower dies instantly. Or if you take the Elder Drake and you rush straight to a Baron, and you basically take down the Baron in like 4 or 5 seconds.
It's going to be really difficult for OG to pull off another steal if it comes down to it. They've given up map control. That time was willingly, as they were too occupied up topside, taking out jungle camps. To their credit, though, they have knocked down a lot of towers with the Baron that obviously evaporated a few minutes ago. But what can they do to keep this momentum rolling? Trying to keep G2 pushed in seems to work for now, but what are they going to do when they realize they can't necessarily fight a 5v5?
They have to win a team fight. They have to. Like, that's basically it for Origen. They're not going to be able to play a 1-3-1 game.
Okay, Mythy's stunned up. That's a lot of damage dealt, but he can Grey Health it back up. Amazing. Still trying to punish him here, but they're zoned out of their own mid lane. They have to recall back to base to save the tower. Still the 1v1 in the bottom side. Teleport's available, though, for both top lanes.
Yeah, and OG can not take any sort of, like, base races here against 3 Mountain Drakes. You always have to respect how much damage G2 can deal to your towers now. This one is already down to 50%.
Already seeing it.
And it's just one little move, that tower is dead. Yeah. Like, as soon as you're slightly out of position now, as Origen, you just get punished even more.
Uh-oh. Hybrid, he tried to get the flank off, but he got flanked himself. Throws down Unbreakable Will, and they are all on top of him. He gets a pop-up onto Mythy, who was holding on to Sven for just a moment. Power of Evil will snipe down the support, but is it enough to win this fight? Blinking health bars say no, and Origen are going to have to back away at least a few members. So as in Power of Evil will tag in. Fish does not connect onto Perks. Meanwhile, they turn their attention towards Kickus, or rather, he's turned his attention back, and Power of Evil will get tricked. Still, amazing falls, finally. Perks gets the kill. It's a 1-for-2 when all is said and done, and man, was it back and forth in that mid lane.
Let's see, Soa's still chasing for Sven. He can jump over. Nope, not risking it. Perks
turns
dead.
Perks. Oh! Until the Sand Soldiers come to his rescue.
And now Kickus, all alone, will try and TP out most likely. And once he realizes he can't, actually no, he gets the recall. No one chased him here. Power of Evil has been farming and farming and farming. He's gotten to the point on this Victor now where he deals a ton of damage. He needs a Void Staff, and then he can start literally one-shotting things. Basically, G2 is saying, oh, you're gonna flank? Okay, we wanna try and catch you out. Mythy is actually staying far back because he's ready in case the headbutt happens onto Sven. Eats him, but then we see the damage come in from Victor. Late ulti from Trick at the same time. And now we actually see the rest of G2 saying, maybe we can get a kill here. Because Hybrid is back in base, and also Bohemian is back in base, but Trick had no ulti.
Soaz was left very unchecked in this whole fight, but Amazing obviously goes a little bit far forward at the end of it all. A bit of an all-over-the-place fight for both teams.
Yeah, I really think Trick managed to mess up almost everything in that team fight. He ulted way too late to save Mythy. He then went back in when he didn't have an ult and no mana and ended up dying one more time to Power of Evil. Was way too greedy, honestly, to get back into the fight. So misplaced from Trick, and he got punished for it.
Well, you wanted a closer game to Fish. We're definitely getting it right now. It's almost bang on even in terms of gold, about 700 separating the two teams. However, the triple Mountain Drake, big advantage to try and take those objectives. You can see how low Baron is getting already. There is a teleport coming inside the back of the pit. One inside the pit, nearly gets sniped away, but Trick is able to smite it down this time. The fight is on, but Baron buff over to OG. Hybrid goes in to try and get a pop-up, but he does not get enough.
It's just when you give away so many dragons, you see how fast G2, even with Kindred, can just walk in so easily. Like Kindred does even better with the Mountain Drake. You just rush it down. If you are not there instantly, you can't stop it.
And they burn teleports to try and do it too, so those are already down. Inhibitors now taken. The base has been broken open, and they look for even more here. Trick throws down a really, really quick ulti to try and stay alive. Soaz had the fish on him. They look like they're chasing him back and holding strong, but is the timer running out for OG?
Well, Trick's saying, here, I want to just get some damage on tower. I'm going to pop the ulti before anything can happen, before I can get CC'd, get a few hits on tower. Not sure if he expected to close out the game with Hybrid being dead, but he's back alive now, and in the end, there's just a little bit of damage on Nexus turret. Will, of course, not matter at all. Origen chasing. No ulti from Soaz. And Elder Drake is coming soon. Origen will need to get it, not really to benefit themselves, but to deny it from G2.
They haven't been able to secure Drake all series, as you've said. Have to switch priorities real quickly. It's just been in their blind spot constantly in the 2 games we've seen so far. G2, though, right back in the driver's seat.
It's a Blood Razor Kindred with 3 Mountain Drakes. versus one Baron. It's not a fair fight. The Baron is alive for 4 seconds anyway.
Well, and their smite even wasn't even there to make that even close to a 50-50, or I guess at this point like a 80-20. 15 seconds on the next dragon, but it won't really matter with Perks and the rest of the G2 crew moving up towards topside to try and take out this inner turret. Amazing will run right into Mithy and decide he would really rather not get caught by the Tahm Kench. That tower just gets cut through.
Yeah, it is faster to kill a tower than a pink ward at this point of your G2.
You can see it right there. Soaz going in. Soaz going out. He does get the Playful Trickster on, a little bit of AoE damage. Wave is cleared through, and a Culling gets absorbed by Kikis. They fall back to the Sundisk turret.
Hybrid needs to pull up an insane flank here. As soon as G2 moves up to that tower, teamfight needs to start instantly from Origen, and they have to win that fight.
Kikis is backing here. Will he teleport back into this? Sven nearly runs into the gravity field. He does avoid it at the last second. Teleport comes back in. There's Kikis. They're looking to try and finish out this tower. Chaos Storm comes up and the Lamster Spite's on. Hybrid does pull off the massive flank, but they can't kill anyone with the Lamster Spite on just yet. Soaz will take out Sven. Gets a double kill. Nails Trick in the back. And this might be the fight that OG are looking for. Kikis on the retreat. Gets eaten up by Mithy. Will they stay alive? Running and running as fast as they can. Kikis, they turn their attention to him. He's not going anywhere. Twisted advance right into his death. Power of Evil secures the kill. It's a 4-for-0, and Mithy is still on the run from Soaz.
Just buying time right now, but Soaz chasing him, Elder Drake right there, seeing everything. Not sure, now Origen won't have time to win the game, but they get a teamfight victory. They get an Elder Drake.
They do lose a Nexus turret, though, for the Winions.
G2 was so greedy for that tower, they moved straight in. The reason they TP'd as well was to make sure the minion couldn't die, and they could just step in, get a few hits on that tower and take it down, but then open up Origen to get the perfect engage. And there was so much damage even before the fight started. Elder Drake now for Origen, great team fight, and really, really risky play from G2.
But for Origen, it paid off. We talked about Hybrid needing the perfect flank engage, and boy, did he have it. So Elder Drake burn, and more importantly, that denial from G2. That's 10 minutes before they'll get another chance to grab the Elder Dragon. Baron's still several minutes away. Origen have clawed their way back into being relevant this game, but it's still going to be a climb. They do have a gold lead after all that, too.
Yeah, because they got so many towers from that Baron steal from Amazing. Before great Baron power play from them. But then G2 honestly been trying to just get into the base. They tried for Nexus turrets, realized we can't really do this. Then they went for top tower, realized maybe we shouldn't invest everything just to get a tower. Look at this. TP on the minion to set up this. And look at the damage coming from Power Vivo early on. Hybrid with the great engage, and then Soaz with the flank. G2 are just really disrespecting how good Origen can still play these late game teamfights. Or how well they can play these late game teamfights. It's still a Victor standing there, and Lucian is not a weak late game AD carry either.
No. As long as he doesn't die, they have so much damage to be able to do. And they also have this Fizz that Soaz has been piling to really chase down those kills. Yes, he's secured. I mean, he's been involved in almost every single kill on the map, but with good reason, because he's the janitor that hunts you down.
He's the guy they decided to get fed over taking dragons in the early game, as an example.
At this point, it's looking like it wasn't the worst thing to happen.
So that was the perfect setup for Origen. G2 wasted almost everything. They got a great flank. Lucian could get in range. You know, could start hitting people even without the rapid fire cannon. They get another tower for it as well. Elder Drake will run out very soon. It's only here for 2 minutes.
Yep.
But that was everything Origen could have hoped for.
We've seen the game seesaw a little bit back in their favor. Baron's going to be up in a minute and a half, but that'll still be a while before contestability. Origen still need to make sure that they do not get caught and blindsided by G2 moving quickly for an objective on the map. That's what's punished them this entire series.
Yeah, basically, if Origen and G2 meet in the middle where they can see each other and Origen is forced to run straight at G2, Origen will lose the fight. If G2 is trying to group on a tower and siege it down and they're open to flanks, and Origen can pull off a great flank with the Fizz, with the Alistar, then Origen can win the fights. You need to put Forgiven in a position where you can actually deal damage with right targets, and you obviously need to make sure Source has an impact in the fight compared to the Maokai. But if this Caitlyn, if this Azir gets to just sit back, kite backwards constantly, get a few hits here and there with the long range, and the time gets to save someone, then Origen will really struggle. It's all about you flanking against defending, and you need vision on the sides if you're G2.
The delicate dance of a game. Balancing on a knife's edge as we approach the 42-minute mark into the game. Another half minute, the Baron will be available once again. G2 may make a beeline for it, but there is a lot of Origen vision, a lot of ability to flank, the double teleport advantage. They've got a lot going for them if they stay on their toes.
We'll get another Baron this game. This time around, Origen in position, pushing in 2 lanes at once. Obviously with the Blade of the Rune King for Source, even better against the Maokai now. To be basically another option for Origen. Like if we can keep you guys dancing in the mid lane, Source will be able to get to your tower and he will get a few hits on tower every single time. And over time, he will be able to take down that inhib turret, maybe get an inhib as well, and he will actually be another threat you have to deal with this Blade of the Rune King. Kikis though, making sure to snare him early on and then force him to dash away. But you see, Source just staying. He doesn't care. He literally does not care about Kikis.
RB will send his teleport too to make sure that they get back into the mid lane very quickly. Do not give up a moment. That does burn that TP, but they still got the one on Soaz, so it's 1-for-1 available still. Tense moment in this mid lane as they just trade waves back and forth, trying to make sure they can keep the push on. Soaz, though, is marching another wave of minions crashing into this tower, and they might invest a little bit more in that with the rest of OG coming.
Well, you can see how G2 don't want to rush straight to Baron, risking open 5-on-5 where they're going to get flanked from multiple angles here, and at the same time also the risk of just Soaz getting that tower on the bottom side. Kikis can't do much on his own other than just defend under the tower. And then you wait for TPs to happen. But it is Origen with control, with the river control. Here you see Source just give a few hits on tower, just a few hits, poke it a few times. Then you jump out and you do this the next 5-6 waves. And then this tower is dead. Takes a lot of time though.
I mean, it's true. It's a slow march, but you're able to get it. Perks dodges out of the cocoon from Amazing. Trying to push forward into OG territory and deny them getting a little bit more vision here. Mithy does clear out the last of the wards in the back of that pit. Power takes a bit more potent damage, and now that's cue to call for the Baron to start things off. It's already melting like Switchy. They just got it.
Like, as soon as you lose the river control, that Baron is dead in like 3 seconds, basically. As soon as you lose the river control, all it took was G2 pushed forward, got a few hits on Power Weevil, rest of Origen kind of backed away, and suddenly river was there, the Baron was open, G2 took it in a few seconds. And now we're back again.
Yep, defense mode activated.
Exactly, where Origen is trying to set the flank when G2 is pushing on the tower. No Elder Drake for a long time. We don't care about that one. Honestly, we're back because it was a big mini wave on top side. It was Hybrid sitting down here, trying to flank. Let's see if G2 learned and actually place a few wards and don't invest everything to try and take down tower. This is one of the biggest waves I've seen.
And it's Baron empowered too. Forgiven. Steps up to the plate to try and bat these away. He's got Amazing at his back, but with Trick and Perks, they don't want to take the fight. Hybrid setting up, gets the bop up onto Mithy. Will he even get the Grey Health? Yes, he will. Fish goes down on him. He takes a lot of damage, and he dodges just outside of the rest of the Chaos Storm. But they will have to think twice about that once again.
Very good reaction by Origen here. Knowing that G2 will set up these wards to spot them, they just waited. They were ready for it. Souls actually just sold his Blade of the Rune King. Said that didn't work. Went for a Proto Belt instead.
Yeah. I've not seen a Proto Belt actually being built in a lot of games.
Just give a bit of extra damage.
Yeah.
That people underestimate. And an extra little dash option for him.
Yeah.
Not gonna make the biggest
Does get eaten here though. He's gonna have to Playful Trickster once again. Takes a little bit of damage for his trouble. They are buying time though. Trying to run out this Baron buff. Trying to be a little bit tasty and juicy. See, as once again hops his way to freedom away from Kikis.
Ah, the dash, the value. I actually prefer the Blade of the Rune King also just from the attack speed you got from it when you were getting to these towers. And yes, it's very slow, you get them down, but everything counts. This late in the game as a almost full tank Fizz, don't feel like that extra little mobility and extra little damage will be that big of a factor for him. But we have to see. Obviously he has so much gold, we can just keep doing this, but
and even more gold for G2 though.
Now he sold it again. He just sold it because he
just wanted to try.
Now he's on an hourglass. Okay, fine.
Alright, whatever.
When that's on cooldown, he's gonna sell that too.
Yeah, and they caught Perks with the Cocoon. There's the Chaos Storm, but it's not enough damage to finish him off. The Fish comes in onto Kikis, and that tickles him.
But again, Origen setting up for another flank. Perks taking a lot of damage, had to use Flash. Kikis just stayed around.
Perks is getting the recall. I mean, they have empowered recall thanks to the Baron buff, so they should be able to get out a little bit quicker, but they don't want to stagger if they're going to have to fight. So, OG keep the pressure on, looking for anything they can find here. Still, found Kikis. They get the headbutt pulverized, but he gets eaten by Mithy. Everyone gets saves. Mithy now is the one in the back line, but Trick, oh, that's a lot of damage. Procs his shields, but still half his health is dealt already. Soaz looking to dive onto the front. They've caught Mithy. He can't even gray health. Forgiving gets his first kill of the game. 46, almost 47 minutes in, and Origen still threatening.
And we see it again here. Whenever G2 is pushing up, they overextend. Honestly, suddenly Perks gets caught out, takes a lot of damage, uses flash, meaning G2 just have to run. Origen keep coming from different flanks. Pick up one more kill. Elder Drake, 1 minute and 40 seconds. It's another important one.
To keep denying.
If G2 gets it, they can just literally walk straight in, almost one-shot towers. If Origen gets it, it can be their way to secure a teamfight victory.
Oh, okay. Try again in 3.5.
Perks had no flash, so technically the play wasn't bad. Like the idea wasn't bad.
No, he just needed to hit it.
Wasn't
but they do have Perks on the Chaos Storm, and that's going to force him to dodge out of that. They don't have any extra damage on the tower, but still, the win conditions are just so clear for these two teams. Origen need to get picks or get a fight, win it, and then start marching down. G2 just need to carefully peck away and wear away at that base, just like they were able to do in Game 1. Kikis gets the recall, even though he spotted full vision from the rest of Origen. But it's so tough for either team to execute that as well as they want to right now. Full builds, full items, 48 minutes. The next Dragon, honestly, could decide everything if it gets fought over directly. We've rarely seen these straight-up 5
And it will. You know, we will see a fight around it. Origen, everyone just recalled, they're rushing towards it now. G2 gets a chance to set up the traps. One of the very strong things about Caitlyn, how you can set up for objectives, put down these traps every single time there's a little entrance coming in. If a squishy member walks in, he takes a ton of damage. If it's a tank, you at least get to poke him down quite a bit. If it's an Alistar, if you can get him to early ulti, he doesn't have that much value in the fight.
Boy.
So the setup is there, but Origen is just pushing straight down mid, trying to force G2 to come back and defend.
Oh no, Soaz, he's trying to make himself look juicy again, but has he overstepped his bounds here? Meanwhile, buying a little bit of time for the rest of Origen to start pushing down the turrets. They're recalling. They're not going to go for this Dragon. That tower just melted, and they get a free one.
G2 was setting up for that Dragon, and then Origen said, you know what, we're just going to go straight mid. We're going to force you to move back through your own jungle, trying to defend it, but way too late, obviously, with G2 on chasing. Amazing getting caught out. How?
Don't even need Ace in the hole on that. Amazing gave his life.
This game's getting weird.
It is definitely getting a little odd. And that might be the opening for the Dragon. Soaz is actually waiting in the wings to see if a squishy walks by. Sven is actually farther forward. Will he go in? No. Way too many members of G2 around.
Yeah, Kindred ulti as well, Pyra.
Yeah, you can't just one-shot people. Not on Tank Fizz.
I mean, if you are Origen now...
I'm here. I'm going to go for Perks. And denied.
The value of the Tom Kench. That's an Elder Drake now.
And that's that is going to be a dead Soaz. No, he gets his Guardian Angel. I completely forgot he still had that. So they're going to take him down the second time after his Zhonya's channels. That is 2 members down. Amazing still for half a minute. Unless Soaz can buy even more time. No! Shut down by Perks. Elder Drake for a few minutes. This is a massive power play to try and sweep into the base of Origen.
Over a minute on Soaz here. Rest of G2 can push straight into the base. If they get onto these Nexus turrets, they will go down so quickly. Insane value from this Elder Drake when you have 4 dragons, 3 of them being the Mountain Drakes.
That inhibitor won't last very long at all. Power trying to defend, just sending a couple of shots.
All right, let's see the damage.
Way of G2. Let's see how much damage they can get. 1 Nexus turret, and the rest of the team is all that stands between them. 35 seconds on Soaz. G2 have a timer to try and end this game right here, right now.
Sven needs to get in, get a few hits on the tower, and then you can always back away if you're afraid of an engage to happen.
Dancing in for it. That's already starting to go very low. Kick is tanking up the laser of the turret. It's half its health here. They don't want to fully commit to it just yet, but Power of Evil, he could go down in this. He's not very healthy, trying to stay alive, but the Nexus is bare. Now can they get the fight to save it? The Nexus is going down. They don't even need the fight. And G2 finish the 2-0.
Very happy bot lane from G2 after picking up a win against their old team. Great start for them, 2-0, 3 points. Game 1 lived up to the expectations we had for G2. Game 2, however, we got to see again some very aggressive moves. Suddenly Origen found ways to respond, found ways to get back in the game, became very close. But then suddenly, after that little trade, mid-tower for Dragon Control, Amazing got caught out, Elder Drake died, G2 had it, and was just straight towards the Nexus.
They did get a little antsy in 51 minutes of play, but in the end, prioritizing where they needed to be on the map, better than Origen.
Yes.
Pushing the lead where they needed to, better than Origen. And they walk away with a well-deserved 2-0.
Basically, we had two teams looking at the way to play out the early game completely different from each other. One team said we value kills on our Fizz above early objectives like dragons, while we had G2, as we talked about multiple times in the early game, with this Maokai saying, you know, we can afford Kikis falling behind because he's still a Maokai who will have a lot of value, and we're gonna get these dragons and build them up. And then later on in the game, we were like, okay, now surely Origen with like Ghostblade, Black Cleaver, Lucian, 2 items on this Victor as well. We're like, okay, now they're going to fight for these dragons, like third or fourth dragon. We gave them up again. They just weren't there. And suddenly, G2, even though they made mistakes, had so many ways to constantly just come back and win the game. And rush down multiple Barons as well. They died in a few seconds.
It gives them the safety net to be able to make a couple of mistakes and come back. We started to see some of that old G2 shine through where they did get a little impatient. They pushed themselves a little too far forward and got punished. Hybrid had that miracle play up in the top side.
Sure.
Massive effort for Origen to hang on to life. I mean, that game could have been over a lot quicker than 51 minutes. They were far behind for a lot of it in terms of dragons at the very least because... You know, it wasn't just Cloud Drakes this time, so they had something to fight for.
Well, definitely a G2 lineup who's showing a lot of good things, especially in the early mid-game.
Yeah.
But some questions late game, things they have to work on for the future. And an Origen lineup coming into this, I mean, you don't want your first game to be against G2, the team we expect to be the best.
But you can't help scheduling. And
exactly.
You know,
I mean, it's also because you got to the final in spring, so that's why it's the first game.
The second game was such a massive improvement over the first for them in terms of decision-making, in
different
terms of watching them. They played a different comp. We talked about pick bans had to be different. They did build themselves up a lot of safety for error and safety for falling behind. It worked out really well for them.
Yeah.
So, you know, I'm looking forward to see what they do going from here. But we're going to go ahead and check in with Pulse on side stage, who's standing by with Mithy.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Miffy after that 2-0 victory in the first couple of games here. And first off, Miffy, first game crushing, second game a little bit dicey from here to there. So can you talk me through what happened in that series from your perspective?
So the first game, they just got outpicked. They probably didn't expect Soraka, and they just picked a poke comp in Soraka, which was like not so smart, and they got outpicked. And the second game, I think they got outpicked too, but we failed to execute their comp because Tam Kench can only eat one guy, and you know I'm not that fat, so yeah. I think if we just if only one guy hit and the rest stayed back, like we did towards the end, well, because we were just learning throughout the game, we would have not game wouldn't even be that close. But yeah.
Still, it was a very entertaining series to watch. I want to talk about you integrating into G2. How's that been? I heard you had an injury yesterday as well, but you still trooped on and came into this game. So how's it been for you in the last couple of weeks?
So the injury is just tendonitis in my wrist, so I just have to rest a bit and play a bit less. I was just very excited and played maybe a bit too much. In terms of how integrating to the team is and everything, I think it's pretty fun for me. I think in the personal level, I knew for a fact that I made the right choice, and now that I can see that we're performing on stage, I think on a professional level, it's also showing that it's worth it.
Yeah, it's very cool to see you as a team look very crushing on the Rift there, Miffy. And I want to take a step back and talk about the meta real quick, because we're now in 6-10. You picked Tam Kench into the bottom lane, something a little bit different there that's come into 6-10. So how do you feel about this meta in general?
I think there's no meta for supports right now, or at least I'm trying to find it and I can't seem to find it. I think right now what supports kind of do is just, there's so many supports you can pick that you just want to try and pick the best to annoy the enemy team comp or make your team comp better. So you can see in a lot of regions, support is becoming one of the last picks, even later than mid and everything. So I think that right now what you want to try and do with your support is in the first game, pick Soraka to counter their whole poke comp. This game I picked Tam Kench to counter their whole one-dimensional, not really one-dimensional, but just they focus one guy and burst one guy really fast, and I can kind of save my team if they don't stick together. Yeah.
That's actually a really interesting insight there. So how do you feel the rest of the roles have opened up? Because funny enough, without it being the mid lane update, we haven't seen actually many new mid laners other than Victor. We've seen Swain come out. So how do you think the other roles have been impacted as well?
Well, SKT dictated the meta. It has been doing it for a while. Basically, the role is you have an AD that just carries the game, an AP that can carry the game, and then you have a tank top, a carry jungler or a tanky jungler, and a support that basically makes everyone able to do their own thing and kind of make their team worse. So usually it's the AP and the AD that carry the game, and the rest are just supportive tools unless you're playing maybe Kindred. Yeah.
So last question here, Miffy. So talking about G2 and, of course, OG, how are you feeling about those two teams going at it in the first week and how the rivalry is shaping up?
I mean, I personally love rivalries, and I think it's very healthy for our sport, or if some people are going to not say it's a sport or whatever, but that's another topic. Overall, I think it's healthy. I just don't like the fact that people are not making this an OG versus G2 rivalry. It's not about hybrid, it's not about me, it's about Peke and Ocelot, and those guys aren't even playing, so we are the ones working hard and practicing, so it should be about us, and yeah, just make me famous, please.
Well, there you have it. Thank you very much, Miffy, for the interview, and congratulations on the win. We're going to send it back up to Des to close out the series.
Damn.
Thank you very much, Paul. So a fantastic interview there with Mithy. Always fantastic to hear from him. Do take care of that wrist, though. He says it's not, it's not that
just
bad.
tendonitis, you know, just a repetitive strain injury.
No.
Not
We hope that he
important at all.
takes care of it.
Yeah. I like the sass, actually. I like the sass coming out of Mithy because he kind of toned down last year and was very polite and was like, yeah, they played very well. We also played very well. But now he's just like, yeah, just make me famous.
The fire is definitely there, and 2-0 for G2 in that one. Let's quickly recap what happened in Game 2 for them, because it didn't look like they were set up to win that game.
No, I mean, OG going for that Fizz very early on, you could see that the whole game plan was let's get Fizz fed. The Tom Kench, you heard Mithy talk about it, the whole point was to avoid the fed Fizz. We want to try and keep our single target alive, and he had some great plays on it, but during the early game, it was pretty much all about that Fizz snowball.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, it started off with a really good gank here from Amazing. I like the early flash into an extra application of the red buff, and then he cornered him for the cocoon here. Then Soaz obviously went off.
Yeah, I mean, it was just Fizz constantly getting kill after kill up in the top lane. This outplay was, if it wasn't for the tower, I think it could have gone in Kikis' favor, so a little bit unfortunate. But yeah, I mean, Soaz performing very well on this Fizz. Again, at least constantly just coming back up to the top lane and making sure that Fizz got fed. So in terms of the early game, everything was going the way that OG wanted.
However, we were watching, and I think it was even about 25 minutes in that you already called it, oof, I feel like they are losing the plot, and it turned out to be true.
I like how you rephrased that when the actual sentence was like, yeah, OG has lost. It did feel like OG was losing control of the game despite Fizz getting fed, because when the game slows down and OG and the Fizz can no longer kind of breach the lane where the Maokai is in, Maokai can at least hold a little bit, then Origen wasn't doing anything on the map, and eventually G2 took advantage of that. They got the Baron stolen, which again slowed the game down a little bit, but eventually we saw all these cumulative Drakes from G2 just stacking up and resulting into Baron after Baron.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of those replays that turned it into G2's favor in the end, and OG lost the plot.
I mean, you can just see the power of 3 Mountain Drakes. You have to be set up, you have to be prepared for this sort of a play, and the fact that G2 could get it so convincingly without any sort of response from OG to then go straight into the enemy base demonstrates how much you have to respect these dragons.
Yeah, so Baron into pick was great by G2, but then they made the fatal mistake of obviously sieging the top lane tower later on and kind of getting picked off. So they first took the inhibitor, which was fantastic. But this is the fight we're talking about right here. You know, the full commitment into a flanking Origen. And as Mithy alluded to in the interview, I can say one guy, but Tom Kench isn't hungry enough to kind of eat his entire team. So the good flank here from Origen, I think that's what they did well. Whenever a Baron went down, they were nipping the sieges in the butt very early. They attacked on the wards, on the setup. They didn't wait until everybody was in position for just a 5v5 or everybody comes from the front door type of situation. Good from OG here, but it wasn't enough. Eventually, G2 took the game.
And I mean, from this point, OG, they looked so good. I mean, everything was in the bag, and then we were both looking at it at the minimap, and then Amazing gets caught out of position, and we're just like, why is Amazing in the enemy base? Why has he been caught out there?
So, and this is like really speculative, but just from watching the map, it seemed like Amazing wanted to go for the inhib. So they took down the tier 3 tower in the mid lane, and there was room to take that inhibitor, but obviously Origen were dealing with Fog of War. They had to guess. Obviously, from our point, it's easy to tell. So I think what happened was Amazing calling for the inhib, the team saying, no, back. Or he didn't realize that he made a pathing error, and he pathed it into the base. His flash was blown just earlier, and he couldn't get across the wall anymore. And that kind of is an unfortunate mistake to what otherwise was a pretty great game.
Yeah, definitely. Great game and a great adaptation from Games 1 into Game 2 from OG. But in the end, it's G2 that's victorious and also books themselves 3 points in that. And the player of the game, we heard from him before, is Mithy. We knew that the bottom lane was going to be intact and was going to be strong, but it definitely seems like he has his head in the right place, also reading the meta, although he says there is no meta for supports right now, and having his influence on the G2 lineup.
Well, this is a great start for him to becoming famous. I mean, already getting on the player of the game board is
I mean, I'd say he's pretty known already.
But, I mean, he had a very impressive Tahm Kench game, especially, I mean, in that game too. The fact that he was saving those important players was very important, and overall, I thought he was a very impressive player.
Yeah, and there's quite a few angry Origin fans out there too, so I guess haters make you famous.
I guess. Well, whatever happens, G2 did book the win here, 2-0 over Origen, and that's them 3 points. Let's give you an update, because over in the LCS studio and on stream 2, H2K, they picked up a win over Rocket, and they ended the day at 1-1 after having lost game 1. Crepo, what happened in game 2?
I mean, it was the Jankos show.
Yeah,
he showed up. First blood is the first part of that clip, but Jankos opens up, immediately gets a killer on Betsy. Vander helps him here, but from that point on, Jankos goes off and dictates the pace of the game. He was involved, I think, something like the first 7 of 8 kills. Later on, he was in 17 out of 18 kills, so very high kill participation. After that first blood, though, it's a little mean from H2K, but they started focusing on Koreans. They made Perang go 0-4, Raze eventually went 0-3, and that was 7 out of the 8 deaths that at that point Rocket had. But basically, this is a highlight montage of Jankos cleaning up everything. It was good in terms of what H2K was doing, because they were repetitively Baron baiting. This is something we haven't seen much today from teams. It's well-executed Baron baits. They made 2 picks in a row here, eventually started cleaning up Rocket. Later on, they also had a massive Baron bait to close out the series, so it was a really well-controlled early game with Jankos taking control of the game, and then later on, well-executed, controlled, composed H2K, something we saw in game 1 as well, but sadly, Rocket was kind of fighting back.
Yeah, it was quite interesting to see, because we were following it here as well. It was a 1-1, it was a tie, and the teams didn't really know what to do, so they went in for the hug instead of the handshake.
They had the whole Braveheart scene meeting in the middle.
What? And then they give a hug. But yeah, it was great to see him. Player of the game went to Jankos in that game, completely going off. Freeze also netting a lot of kills. So definitely for both teams, a good showing on day 1. Over on stream 2 right now, Splice is taking on Vitality, if you guys want to take a look at that. But over here, we've still got a lot of League of Legends to play out today. And coming up next, Schalke 04 will square off against the Unicorns of Love. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
That's okay. This team, you're allowed to throw. But just a bit. Just once per game. Like I can have 1 fly, you can have 1 troll.
The flash for Flash. Trading Kickus goes a little far. And Soaz gets the outplay. Teleporting out of there. Will he make it? Yes, he will! Will he stay out long enough to get the smite off? No, he gets attention. He steals it away. Amazing, gives his life for the Origen cause. Soaz will take out Sven. Gets a double kill. Nails Trick in the back. And this might be the fight that OG are looking for. Trying to stay alive, but the Nexus is there. Now can they get the fight to save it? The Nexus is going down. They don't even need the fight. And G2 finish the 2-0. Welcome back to the European LCS, where our next match in the E-Arena pits Schalke 04 against the Unicorns of Love.
Did you say E-Arena?
I never thought I'd get to say Schalke 04 and Unicorns of Love in the same sentence. I did say Arena.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure.
I just thought Esports and E-Arena and everything.
Yeah, well, you know, we're all E-gamers, right? Memes aside, Schalke 04, they're a mainstay of the German Bundesliga Football League, and they've taken over the team formerly known as Elements. Now, under the new ownership, the team has made a few tweaks over the mid-season break. Of course, we will take a look at their lineup. In the top lane, we still have Steve. In the jungle, it's Gilius. Fox is now the mid laner. They swapped Ica out for him. Rala is the AD carry, and Spraddle in the support role.
Yeah, and this Schalke lineup here, I'm pretty excited, honestly, because I think it's a great upgrade in mid lane coming in for Schalke, first of all. I also think the fact that this team has now been preparing a lot. I talked to Gilius yesterday. He's like, yeah, we probably played more than any other team in the offseason. We now have, honestly, a split under our belt. We feel more confident. And again, as we talked about, a good upgrade in mid lane, allowing a jungler like Gilius more freedom. You know, he doesn't have to sit around mid lane now. Right. He can go top, he can go bot lane. I actually think the man on your screen right now is one of the most exciting players to watch coming into this split, because I think he can actually make a pretty huge impact.
That's a really good point, because Gilius was a mid laner who was, or a jungler who was fairly tied to his mid laner in the last split. He had to rove around mid lane and make sure Ica wasn't getting in over his head. Now, with a much more self-sufficient mid laner of Fox, this is going to free him up to get into the jungle, to get into the enemy jungle, and really, really make some changes. I want to see what Fox can bring, though, to really bump up this lineup in his own right as well.
Yeah, we just saw the stat here under, of course, Fox in the mid lane. About Ica, last split, struggling quite a lot. Lowest kills for mid laners, as an example. Really made it hard for Schalke to kind of get it even into team fights. Good change here for them. Much more stable mid laner.
And not a lot of other changes. This is the important thing.
That's the key
They've
thing.
had a lot of time together, and slotting Fox into this mid role, who is a definite upgrade on paper. With what he was able to accomplish, you can see some of the highlights now in the last split. He wasn't the big standout by any means on the Unicorns of Love, but he has been solid. He has been consistent, and that is kind of what Elements always was in most roles, but mid.
It's what Schalke, yeah.
And it's what Schalke are now.
Now we gotta update it, of course. Win from Elements now to Schalke. We need to see if this lineup, with a more stable mid laner, can find a star player. It's where I talked about Gilius before. I feel like he has the potential to be a really, really, really good mid lane, or be a good jungler for Schalke. But Steve and Mr. Rales, these guys, we don't put them as like top 3 players in their position, which is one of the reasons Schalke kind of struggled, if we go back to last split, with Elements in the last split, and couldn't really make it into playoffs. In order for them to make it into playoffs, I want to see one of these guys step up and actually be a real carry on this team, because they have the stability now. I want to see consistency, and I want to see at least one guy step up and be a really stand-up player.
Yeah, if they are able to do that, they may just be able to challenge for playoffs. This is a team that, remember, since its inception has really only been able to accomplish 7th place. But, you know, we'll go ahead and see who they're up against on the other side. A lot more changes coming in for the Pink Power Ponies. Unicorns of Love. I really, really want to see how this team stacks up, because it's just so much different. And, you know, we'll have to see how they are able to face off against them.
Yeah,
we don't know what to expect, really, do we?
I mean, Unicorns of Love is also a team with a lot of changes coming into this. Extremely crazy off-season, honestly, for them. Because you have this setup where you have 3 new players coming in for Unicorns.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a little bit different to try to expect anything from them to start. And I think a lot of people maybe are unsure of how to look at this new team, bringing in the 2 Koreans, bringing in Exile out of Challenger, and yeah, it's a lot of question marks for this squad.
Basically, we have a few tech issues, guys, but we'll obviously just kind of talk through it here. With this Unicorns lineup, because I looked at it at first, and I was like, is this because they were like the last team to pick? Because it was like some of these members you didn't expect to go very early on in an off-season. But I had a chat to Sheepy about it, and he was basically saying, no, they actually very early on decided these were the players they were looking for. Every single member, also with pink hair, honestly, because you are the Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, well, let's go ahead and dive right into their lineup now, as we've resolved our brief little issue. Some of the same people you're used to seeing, Visit Chachi in the top lane, but now they brought Move in to the jungle, Exile out of Challenger in the mid, Veritas the AD carry, and Hillisang, still that backbone support. This is a team that we will have to see how they perform. They've clearly coordinated their die jobs.
Sure.
But I really want to focus on their new jungler, because Move was absent from really a whole lot of anything after playing on Gravity earlier on in 2015. And I think after all the jungle shuffles that the Unicorns have had, he might be the best thing that's happened to their jungle in a long time.
I mean, when I talked to Sheepy, he really highlighted Move as a standout guy. He was very impressed with what he showed. He's a very smart player. Obviously, when he played in the NALCS, he was very aggressive. A lot of focus on getting deep vision, spotting the enemy jungle. That was kind of his playstyle that also got punished a few times. But when I talked to Sheepy about this Unicorns lineup and the way they picked the players, it all actually started with Veritas, the AD carry, because once he came back to Korea, he got 2 accounts in solo in Challenger, of course, over in Korea for himself in ranked, and he was a very, very strong mechanical player when we look at least his individual performance, and he really liked that on the side of Unicorns of Love. And then Sheepy talked to him, and he said, you know what, Move is a guy he wants to recommend. They ended up taking both of them together as a bit of a package deal, and then Exile coming in as this new guy, 18 years old. The reason he hasn't been in the LCS before is because he just finished school, so he never really had a chance to commit to the LCS, but now he's here. Unicorn is saying, we trust in this guy, we think he has a lot of potential, but we have to say, guys, when you make so many roster changes, and especially also a rookie mid laner, don't expect Unicorns to come flying in here and just play at a insanely high level from the start. It takes a lot of time for a team like this to gel together, synergy, communication, Exile getting used to the stage. So I think we can see Unicorns of Love lineup that will need some time before they can really show up.
No, that's true, and it's something we kind of glossed over a little bit. Exile in his first professional match on stage. It's not the first time Unicorns have done this. They brought in Rudy last year, if you recall, and he was able to at least adjust in the beginning, but it's a very big risk, and we'll see if the Unicorns' faith in these new players has paid off. Obviously, Chachi and Hillistang, still that backbone as we get in the picks and bans already kind of coming through here. Braum and Swain banned away. We did expect to see Swain in a few of these games, and the Fizz and the Trundle. Also that Ryze, very standard stuff.
Yeah, it seems like Swain, if we look at the games we've seen in Europe so far, been a bit of a target ban. Again, some of the teams wasn't even touched in the last series we saw here between Origen and T2. But now, Fizz, Trundle, so 2 flex bans from Unicorns of Love on their side. We still have that mix of Victor, ZRP, we have Nidalee, Kindred. Again, we talked so much about in the last series, trading, constantly trading. You take Nidalee, fine, we get Kindred in a later rotation, but in the first one we can then get a Lucian, we can get an Azir. Lucian is available here. Mr. Rales is a great Lucian player, we know that, but like earlier today, when Nidalee is open, she's the pick they jump on.
And they do get the pounce on the Cougar. Gilius will get that for prowling the jungle, and as we talked about, he loves to try and get the counter jungle on, get the invade, get the early game action going. He has now enabled on this pick. It's all up to what the rest of Schalke is able to give him in the early game.
Also important to note that move on Nidalee back in the NALCS.
Yeah, that was kind of his mainstay.
That was his pick. Like, he was really, really strong in Nidalee. So it's also a bit of a takeaway from Schalke. But again, Gilius is the man I'm looking at. I want to see what he can do now that he can freely roam around the map. He has more stability around middle of the lane. If he can fulfill the potential, because we see some great mechanics from Gilius in-game. And he's had another split as well to adapt to being a professional jungler. So excited to see what he can do on Nidalee.
On the side of Unicorns, though, because of the way the bans went,
they didn't take Lucian?
They were able to give the Kindred away. But you're right, the Lucian was not picked up. Instead, they opted for an Echo.
Yeah.
With Chachi.
So my problem with this first rotation for Unicorns of Love is that technically Steve can just take a Maokai and you trade top lane picks. It is a very, very minimal difference between the Maokai and Echo in terms of value, and it just depends on which team you ask. A lot of teams would pick the Maokai above Echo, and Kindred is just a trade anyway, and you take it so early. So Unicorns are actually waiting. They want to see the picks from Schalke and then try and counter them, I would assume. But giving over Lucian after you've technically set up that thing where you give them Nidalee, you take Lucian, and you take Kindred for yourself later as Unicorns, very surprising, and I do not agree. Unless there's some hidden Lucian counter that they've been practicing and we're not aware of. But I think we would have seen it then.
I mean, the Unicorns of old would have been the ones to pull something crazy like that up. But all right, we do get what we expect out of Schalke on the other side, the rotation.
Yeah.
They pick up the Maokai, they pick up the Lucian. It's on this next pick rotation to see what Unicorns do grab in answer for it.
I am really excited to see what kind of AD carry. I mean, Caitlyn is still there as a safer AD carry option. You can run like... Oh, we actually get Tarek.
Okay,
of course,
this
is the Unicorns of Love. Why not?
Is going to be fabulous. All right, so we have a Tarek pickup for Hilly.
Sheepy with pink hair, by the way, looks... well, red hair, I guess.
I mean, he didn't dye his mustache to match it. I'm a little disappointed.
Taric is here. We've seen him.
So is the Victor.
He's
Victor,
been
importantly, is here as well.
Right. But the Taric, we've seen him over in the LCK.
Yeah.
It is a pick that is very, very strong in team fights. Funny enough, like CC, his ulti as well. Keep in mind, the ulti takes quite some time to charge up. It's not instant. It's not like a KO ulti.
No, otherwise it would be a little ridiculous, right?
So, AD carry choice. I mean, clearly Unicorns of Love here are aware of the fact they might face a range support plus Lucian lane with a Taric. So that is not a lane you want to opt into as Unicorns of Love. Definitely want to look to swap out of that one. Still surprised about this pick. I'm still shocked that Lucian actually went through to the second rotation there for Schalke.
And we get a Vlad. We saw a little bit of this in the CS qualifier as well. It was about 2-2 if I recall correctly. And now Fox will get a chance to try it out against the Victor.
Yeah, and Vladimir is one of the mages who did benefit from the reword. His new Q, the way it stacks up, you get that proc from it with more movement speed is very good for Vladimir. His damage on E is great. And it is the Twitch then. Okay, so there is basically the counter Unicorns had in mind. It's something that started over in the LPL in China. They started playing a lot of Twitch into Lucian. I actually had the pleasure of sitting down with Aaron, who's obviously the head coach of EDG now, almost the entire organization, when I visited the gaming house, and asked specifically about why this Twitch into Lucian. And it's not so much Twitch in itself will counter Lucian. It's a lot of it comes down to the fact that with Twitch, you kind of force the Lucian to play with passive in the mid game. It's very hard for Lucian to like overextend at risk of getting jumped. And also in team fights, Lucian with the low range will always hit like one target every time, then maybe get a piercing light on one or two.
Right.
Twitch can sit in the back line, open up and hit multiple targets, and it's a lot more effective as a team fight AoE damage. And that makes it hard for Lucian to match it, because obviously he's just sitting there with his low range trying to hit in whoever is running first.
Right, not only that, but they've combined it with the Kindred, which with the Lamb's Respite, we did see a bit of that actually at MSI as well. It's really, really powerful when the Twitch is actually just completely safe.
And that was planned, obviously, because they gave away that Lucian. They're like, we got
So
Twitch.
they did have the crazy cool counter, so we'll have to see. Now, if you guys think that Schalke 04 can take a win in their first game as an organization here in the European LCS, tweet hashtag S04win at LOL Esports, hashtag UOL win if you think the good old Unicorns will manage it with their Kindred Twitch composition. A little bit of razzle-dazzle spiced up with that Taric as well. We will find out as these teams load up onto the Rift. Let's get ready to roll into this game. Second one of the day over here on stream number 1. And we are on to the Rift.
Yes, we are, Pyra, and what an exciting pick and ban phase. Not only do you have Kindred ulti to keep Twitch alive doing his own ulti, you also have a Taric, and you have the crowd chain for Unicorns. Man, that pick and ban phase,
a lot of good stuff in here.
So exciting to watch. Like, they gave away the Lucian. And still, with this Twitch, we talked about some of the reasons it was picked in LPL against the Lucian. It's not like it's a hard counter. It's just a matchup they like to take, especially also later on in the game. And there's so many ways to keep Veritas alive. They're basically just telling him, stand there, close your eyes, pop your ulti, and just hit something. And we will have Taric ulti, we have Kindred, and we even have like Victor as well, who will obviously make it difficult to dive onto the Twitch.
Well, you know what's also great about these team comps is they're both running the double teleport. We're going to see a lot of movement around the map to try and fight for these dragons. God willing, we don't get another Cloud Drake, but you know, that being said. Also, I'm being told too that this is not the first Vlad we saw, because Splice did manage to pick it up and played that earlier on the other stream. So it's starting to see a little bit more play with those mage reworks as we have said.
Right.
Curious to see how it lanes though against the Victor.
So Vladimir is actually a fairly strong laner, especially because of the Q changes that happen to him. Also more damage early on from his E, where you don't have to stack it up to 4 times, and it costs quite a lot of health for you. You just charge it up, and it is strong for early trading. One of the problems for Vladimir is, in many ways, he builds... Let's see, actually, let's talk about it after, because Sproutwood and Rallis Move spots them. He's in the bush right now, hiding. They're just checking if they are on their Proxadia team, they can force anything, deny them.
Okay.
Now they will get to the top lane, and we have a lane. But the Vladimir build order, what I see almost every single game is Spirit Visage into Rylai's into Warmorts. So your damage is good, but you don't have the same damage as like a Victor when it comes to the straight up upfront burst. But you become a bit of like an off tank. Like you're very hard to kill, you need to be focused down, and you have good consistent DPS constantly coming in. So he becomes extremely difficult to play against, and he's a really good snowballing champion, because once you get these tank items and you start getting ahead, your team will not have the damage to kill you, and you can kind of just run around that backline all you want. But if he does fall behind, he offers very, very little. Poor wave clear, obviously. No CC from him either. But he's great once he gets ahead. And also laning phase for him is solid.
Okay, so we see the lane swap continuing to move the way we expected here with the teleport from Steve up to the top side. They will knock down the outer turrets respectively on either side. However, Chachi is a little bit slower to react to this one, so it might give Schalke a moment's speed.
Yeah, he can still TP in, do exactly the same. Definitely an advantage for Schalke early on in the swap here. Lucian is very good at pushing in early, and Twitch is not very good at pushing in early because he didn't have AoE damage enough. You can just throw your poison at the minion wave and then use your expunge, and that's about it. And it's not enough to fully clear out the wave, and Lucian with the piercing light and the passive, I think he deals more here. So good early start by Schalke. Will most likely only give them like a 4 or 5 seconds advantage because they need this entire wave here to die out, or at least most of it before they take it down.
So nothing really significant given over for that slight momentary movement up forward. Steve will be able to knock down the turret. The crowd will definitely love that one as we just wait for that to come out. And he does.
Good timing for him. Down bottom lane, we're going to see exactly the same. From the Unicorns Olof, Chachi gets it here. I think that was basically 5 seconds. Yeah.
Roughly within the exact same movement of all of that. So
it does still, like, what matters is actually not when you kill the tower specifically. It's also how fast, well, it's not the only thing that matters. It's also how quick your AD carry and support can recall. Because the faster they get to lane, the more they get to deny from the enemy top lane. And you can see here, Chachi just quickly pushed out the wave as much as he could, because then Rylas already showed up. A little bit more time on top side for Steve. Get 3 low caster minions he can pick up as well with the sapling. Hylissang looking fantastic on this new Terry.
Give him the bash buff over to Veritas as well. And Steve does not want to fight in the 1v2 situation. They should be swapping back once again. Taking a look down bottom side, the first dragon will definitely be worth fighting for. It is the Mountain Drake. And we've still yet to see any Infernals, at least on this stream. But it's not that big of a deal very early on in the game.
And if you wonder why Schalke lane swapped in this game, even when they have a Lucian early on, who is such a powerful laner, 2 reasons for it. Either one, they thought Unicorns had swapped to top side with the Twitch Taric and they were ready to take the 2v2 lane against them. Or 2, because when the first dragon is either Mountain or Infernal, the dragon does have a lot of value. So when you swap top side, you take that early tier 1 tower and the other team will take your tier 1 tower on bot side. And then you will, in almost every situation, swap it around. That means Schalke is now on bottom side when the tier 1 dies, and they can actually go for that dragon if they want to. Because if you take the first tier 1 tower only, and then go dragon, you fall really far behind in tempo, experience, farm, so that's not really great. You want to take down these tier 1 towers first, and then you can opt into that early dragon. Then it's a lot safer, you don't lose as much, and it's much easier to go back to standard lanes. We might still see where you just go back to, again, another swap around and you push for tier 2 towers. In this game, Schalke is not opting in for the early dragon, instead swapping to top side.
Well, it's also harder to take, right? The extra resistance is from the Mountain Drake, making it a bit more of a difficult
Good
option.
point.
Still, Schalke do have a gold advantage. They're just knocking things down a little bit quicker. They're getting CS differential in their favor. It's 6 minutes. We do see the swap around back and forth for both towers, so it has been a very careful affair, let's say, for both these teams to start things off.
Could almost guarantee you, had it been an Infernal Drake, which is easier to take down, they would have gone for it. No, Schalke would have just gotten it after taking tier 1 bot tower. But as you said, because it is the Mountain Drake, it is much harder to kill, takes longer. Then they say we don't want to fall behind, because you got to keep in mind that getting Mountain Drake now, the value you get instantly is not that great. You don't want to fall behind in experience and farm, because that impacts you instantly. And certainly makes it much harder for you to get to towers and use that Mountain Drake. So you don't want to put everything towards the dragons. You want to make sure experience is your #1 thing in the early game.
Doing as much as they can to make sure that is the case. Hylissang on a roam, just trying to grab himself a lot of vision as Fox with Tides of Blood. Sweet new animation on that one with the reworked Vlad. Just making Exile's life a little bit hard as his debut in the LCS here. Down a little bit in CS in that mid lane, and that's really been obviously the only straight up lane because we've had these swaps back and forth constantly, but things should definitely settle a little bit. I want to see who starts to push that edge. Schalke have the gold lead after the swaps have been completed, but will they be able to hang on to it? Gilius threatening a little bit, spotted out by that ward, but he does clear it away.
Not a surprise really with the mid lane setup. Again, Victor really wants that early Hex core upgrade before he really starts getting more lane pressure and start pushing back properly. Kind of easy farming for Vladimir at this point. So Definitely no big surprise. Gilly has, of course, been farming like a madman on the middle lane here. Been getting everything. He's ahead in levels. He's on the bottom side where they push up again. Schalke can technically opt in towards this dragon, but because it is Mountain Drake, it takes longer. The risk is there, but they have full control on the bottom side with vision. Jungler is there. They're pushed in another lane. Might just say, guys, we need more damage before we want to do it. Again, we want to keep the pressure going because we want to get impact now. We don't
want to get a dive. Tides of Blood, but there's the Chaos Storm. Fox is very low. He's going to have to spend his pool, and Move was there as well. So he won't be able to get out scot-free on that one. Takes a little bit extra damage, and the rest of his team can't get there in time to help him make the play. Schalke come a little late to the party. Now looks like they might still set up for Drake, though.
Well, again, for Schalke, it's about doing something now. It's about getting an advantage now, not get a dragon that gives you an advantage in 5-10 minutes. That's why they constantly keep moving between lanes and value the buffs here, value the tower pressure. Veritas!
Oh, he's caught up for just a second. Hylissang will jump in front of the spear to take the hit there. A lot of damage dealt on both sides. Spraddle was absorbing it all through the Wolf's Frenzy, and that is going to turn Schalke towards this Mountain Drake now as they know Unicorns have to back.
Yeah, as soon as ulti is gone here from Veritas, Schalke feel like now we can go for this. And also, they've done everything. They pushed in the bot lane. They had the pressure player in towards the mid lane. That didn't work for them. Obviously, a little bit surprised maybe by Excel's damage. In the end, they get that first dragon we talked so much about for Schalke. Great control in the early game. And as I talked about with this swap, when you go to top side and you trade these tier 1 towers, you end up on the bottom side with your dual lane, obviously. You can set up that deep vision because while you're taking that tier 1 tower on bot side, there's no one to defend. So the jungler is also yours. Your jungler can just walk in, put up his vision, clear the camps, and then you have control on bottom side.
Oh! There's a smite away from Move. He does manage to complete the steal, as it was repeated on the bottom side by Gilead. So there's been some jungle traded back and forth, but obviously early game counter jungle has been a little bit of a different game due to the fact that the swaps happened so early on. We're approaching that 10-minute mark. Schalke still retaining this 1,000 gold lead, and they have the Mountain Drake. Interesting first item choice, though, for the Vladimir. He strapped on a Proto Belt.
Okay, we might see Spirit Visage coming in second then. It is an item, again, it's about, first of all, giving that extra burst of damage coming from it, but also the extra mobility. If you can get close enough to land your E, obviously, as is Vladimir here.
Maybe you can get right up in Victor's grill. Maybe that's the plan.
I mean, again, you want to get a range of Tides of Blood. It's pretty long range now, though. But it's also, again, just getting that extra burst. When you apply your ulti, get that extra damage coming in. Obviously, get the Proto Belt. I can see the value from it, definitely.
Well, Veritas and Hylissang roving together in this mid, but it will be hard to still catch Fox out.
It's also because he's obviously not under threat in the lane at all. Had he been against something that could actually try and kill him, then he would have gone Spirit Visage for sure to get the early EMR. But in this lane here, it's just been farmed back and forth, and Victor doesn't really have kill pressure.
Well, and Fox has really not been pushed back from the farm either. He's the one who's getting it over. As you said, the lane phase definitely favors him.
Yeah.
But he's continually building this lead, and Unicorns haven't really been able to punish it in any way, shape, or form.
The range of this one is once again really good now for him. It's very easy to always apply it in team fights. Portal Build will help a little bit there, but it's mainly honestly for the extra damage coming in. Apply ulti, do your full combo with the Portal Build. A lot of burst damage suddenly coming for him, and more focus on being a damage dealer straight up than just being a mix between a damage dealer and a tank. Obviously with his passive, which is honestly I think the strongest thing about Vlad is his passive. It's giving him so many extra stats and allowing him to build tanky at the same time.
Yeah. And to be fair, Schalke aren't really lacking for tanks at the moment. They've got Maokai, arguably one of the best tanks at the moment. And Spraddle is on this Alistar, which will give them a significant front line on his Unbreakable Will. Fox is going in. There's the Chaos Storm really quickly. He throws down the Hemo Plague and doesn't actually have to use the pool to get out. Move makes a move up. Gilius was there, but they're nothing doing. Exile stops his back for a second, sees the opportunity again.
And it might look a bit weird, like why is he so close to dying all the time? Like why is he going on the tower? It's because he can just sustain back up. Yeah. The Victor can't.
Oh, there he goes! Holy moly, that's a first blood for Fox.
I told you, the damage from his Tides of Blood is insane.
And that's that Proto Belt.
Well, no, that was on cooldown, Pyra.
Oh, didn't he just use it?
Don't get too excited.
I think he used it and then flashed.
Did he?
We gotta look back.
Well, still, he had a ton of damage.
Either way, that was a lot on the Tides of Blood charge up, and Exile was not prepared for that coming at him. First blood, solo kill for Fox, and you can already see. I mean, yeah, the meta's changed a lot, but Ico would not have done that.
Straight out. I mean, it is an upgrade. We know that. We've seen it already in action now. Unicorns of Love, a bit as expected with all these new players. Hard for them, it seems, as a team to really react to all the pressure from Schalke, but it's also, again, a smart use of that lane swap. Because once that tower died on bot side, they could push it into tower, the tier 2 tower, get the vision control, and just constantly keep pressure between two lanes. And the damage from Vladimir is much higher in the early game compared to before, and if you don't expect it, stuff like this will happen. Tough start for Exile, his very, very first game on the LCS stage.
Yeah.
Let's see it again with the damage.
Okay, I was wrong.
Oh, yeah.
He didn't use the Proto Belt. He just looked fancy because
a lot about the damage when you get to charge it up fully. Again, his E. Just charge it up fully and get in, and the damage is crazy.
Yeah. Gilius moving forward now. The spear. Nowhere near hitting there on Exile. Still has to munch the biscuits, or heal the potions, rather. Push into his tower for the time being. Next Dragon is a minute and a half away. This will be really valuable for Schalke because it is the Infernal Drake. We'll finally get to see that one, but they need to keep control of this side of the map. And you can see a lot of unicorns here. The blue buff's going to be fought over, and maybe Gilius and Spraddle don't want to invest that heavily into it with all those unicorns around.
Again, great use of this mid lane pick.
Oh, there's Chaos Storm. See how much he can sustain through it. Deceptive health bars. He's going all in, and he does throw the Hemoplague. A whole lot of burst, and that's going to be
winning
Exile.
that one, Exile.
Flashing away. Fox can't finish the job, but he doesn't even need to. But there's Veritas. Rat-a-tat-tat, and he will make it rain right on the back of Fox's head. That is a return kill, revenge kill. Next Dragon still a minute up, and coming Steve and Chachi dueling it out.
Just a tank fight, Pyre.
That's a wet noodle, I know.
Not as exciting as the mid lane one.
I'm still excited to fish.
Again, also before with that flashing, just great use of the new Q from Vladimir, charging it up, getting that 100% extra damage from it, and then surprising Exile clearly. But another trade, Veritas picks up a kill, important for him. Like, Unicorns of Love and their composition is built so much around this Twitch, and just keeping him alive doing his ulti. Combine that obviously with the AoE damage from Victor, and you have these team fights that can be so explosive. And even if Unicorns do fall behind, if Schalke overextends in a fight, suddenly 2 of the team members drop. See the fight one more time, so it's a good start by Exile, but now he thinks he can actually burst down the Vladimir enough, and doesn't really account for the extra sustain coming from ulti proc there, a bit extra damage coming, and now it's just about the Twitch sneaking in.
He flashed right out of his Q, and yeah, that was pretty much all she wrote for Fox. Still, Exile having a really hard time in this lane, getting bailed out a little bit there by his duo lane, and now Fox once again will find a lot of damage coming his way. This time it was Move who made his way there. Dragon's live. There's a lot of vision control here for Schalke. Will they be able to take it is the question.
Yeah, Veritas one more time. Sneaking in with the rest of the team.
Okay, get the down. They do. Ignites on. Oh, that is a lot of damage, but he pulls away all the same. Still, Exile this time manages to secure the kill. One last tick of the Ignite was starting to push him down, and they managed to get the kill anyways. Unicorns, 4 members stacked here, pushing on this tower. The rest of Schalke scrambling to try and defend, but they will not be able to do much.
We keep having some of these plays here with some of the new champions coming in, obviously in 610. Tarek was reworked some time ago, but haven't really been available. Surprising. Pool was available to be used. But then the flash stun happens, and suddenly Vladimir gets locked in place, can't pull, goes down, you know. It's about like, oh, if I expect this to happen, I can just pull out of it straight away, but then it's a flash stun from a Tarek instantly, or he didn't expect it, and then as soon as you're stunned, well, then you're gonna die.
But with Unicorns backing away after pushing the tower, they give away the Infernal Drake to Schalke.
Yeah.
Let's see this play again, though, and how Fox got caught. Dazzled right at the last second.
Yeah, and just reacting very slowly with the pool here. Definitely not expecting a flash in from Hylissang. And ends up going down for it, losing mid tower. But as you said, they get Infernal Drake. At the same time, Unicorns trying to get something on the other side of the map, trading it for Rift because Schalke just recalled. A lot of small things happen, but it's all around the mid lane, honestly. Fights here, fights there.
Unicorns have been recognizing, though, the threat Fox is posing. And that's the second time, technically the third time they've attempted to really shut him down. A lot of pressure now on Fox in this mid lane. And Exile has some breathing space to become this late game ridiculous victor. Still plenty of time left in this game, though.
But if you are the Unicorns of Love at this point, yes, your Twitch picked up an early kill and assist, but it's against, of course, the Ghostblade Black Cleave Evolution. So even if you try and assassinate him, the return damage from Rallis is going to be insane on some of these squishy targets with the Ghostblade. So you always have to keep that in mind to Twitch might not be able to just one-on-one the Lucian, but that's not what he's looking for, obviously. He's looking to be a team-fighting monster, and he's going in now.
Yeah, Hilly taking a lot of damage there. His ultimate was on himself, and calling from Morales, Unicorns are going to think twice about continuing to chase that up. But Morales and Hilly both very low. But meanwhile, back in this side of the jungle, still everyone is caught up in a pinch. Lamb's respite to keep them all alive, but Fox will take out Exile, and they're caught in a 3-man parallel convergence. Double kill for Fox, though, and he's looking to get out.
Now.
Yeah, he's fine. He's completely fine. That health bar is so deceptive, and Chachi's is gone. Gilius takes him out.
And that's what we were talking about earlier with Vladimir. You need to be able to burst him down. You can't just hit him a few times. He'll always just sustain back. This one, however, wasn't a real fight. It was Unicorns getting collapsed on from multiple angles. Schalke is doing a great job playing this pressure game. Everything starts from the bot lane, then it leads in towards the jungle, then it goes into the mid lane. Over and over and over, multiple times this game. They have the Nidalee constantly applying pressure. Gilius has been living in the jungle of Unicorns of Love. And Veritas, yes, when he uses his ulti, he does have some teamfight impact, but that's gone after this one, because look, Hylissang gets jumped, uses his own ulti, obviously very early, so Veritas opens up, because Rylus gets stunned at the same time, but now, Tarek is useless, and the Twitch isn't strong because ulti is gone, and you just see the collapse from Schalke. Echo still sitting top here, Exile, sure, you have a small shield, who cares, he sees a Vladimir on his way, and the rest of Schalke, and now you can just dive on the turrets, because you can always just sustain back.
Easy peasy move.
I love the animation.
Yeah, it just looks like it hurts. Schalke are playing really well coordinated, and this is somewhat what we expected from them, having played together 4 out of 5 of them for a fairly long time now. However, we always expected them to be coordinated, but generally so-so in the game, middle of the pack. This is looking better. This is looking like a team that is understanding the flow of the game, and that practice you talked about, how many games they got in to train before the split, it seems to have paid off so far.
Yeah, Gilius was basically saying they've been practicing for over a month really for this. She's been ready, they had the roster change already sorted. Steve taking quite some damage, and here's Kindred.
Kindred runs right into him. There's the twisted advance. Steve trying to use it to taxi away. He does have to burn Flash though.
Stays
a
alive.
lot spent to stay alive, but he does.
But yeah, again, as we were talking about before, they've been practicing for such a long time. They knew this roster change very early on in the offseason was going to happen. And we just wanted to see an Elements team who made less of the stupid mistakes we saw in the spring split, and also had a much better understanding of how to push your advantage. Because that was one of the big problems for them in spring. They didn't understand how to push the advantage. This Schalke lineup now have been keeping the pressure going ever since the lane swap ended. They knew exactly what they were doing, constant pressure on bot side, have the Nidalee, and just allowed this Vladimir to play aggressive and mid at the same time. Like, have you seen Steve really be part of anything other than one team fight? No, because he didn't have to, didn't play around him.
There we go. Fox still holding firm. Damage he's dishing out onto Chachi. Protobelt dash away, has the Hemo Plague on Veritas and Chachi. 2-3 members on him. They can't quite take him down. That draws a little bit more pressure away from the top and mid. Schalke starting to push advantage in 2 out of 3 lanes. 3 out of 3 lanes, really. Unicorns are trying to cover the gaps, but they're slipping away here. It's 5k gold lead at 20 minutes.
Yeah, no one can really stop the Vladimir in the side lane. Spirit Visage is completed. Fantastic when you lane against something like a Victor. Obviously even more sustain as well. I like the build order for Veritas with the Blade of the Ring King. A lot of other guys build like Ghostblade as a first item, which is also strong, but when you're against an HP stacking lineup like a Vladimir, like a Maokai, the Blade has a lot of value for you. So definitely a good choice for him. And of course we see Exile instant operating that Hex Core. We talked about in the last series. You want to get that extra speed on your ulti now. It is so impactful on the Victor.
But we got to start seeing Unicorns group to utilize their tools, because they have, we talked about the Kindred Twitch combo, obviously with Tarek
as well.
Another invulnerable. All they needed was a Kayle mid basically, and it's like this Twitch lives forever. But they haven't really been able to utilize it. They've been getting caught out of position. They've been allowing Schalke to blindside them into unfavorable skirmishes and then take towers and drakes and pretty much everything around the map. Unicorns need to be able to fight more cohesively than this.
Right, but when you start falling behind, because obviously the pressure of a Nidalee and a Lucian and then all that bot lane focus from Schalke, you never get to this group as 5 and get your team fight. So obviously it's because of Schalke and the way they've been playing early on that Unicorns haven't been able to group up and use that Twitch to really win a team fight and the protection for him. And the problem is with this 1-3-1 that Schalke now can bring is that the Vladimir again can do whatever he wants. He can literally do whatever he wants in the side lane. Yeah. Unicorns want to get either a surprise catch onto him when he's like pushing too far up and they go with the Twitch and catch him, or they want to get that open fight where the Twitch can try and be the big carry, but it's very hard to get because Schalke is obviously playing the entire map and will only go for you when they can flank you and surprise you basically.
Infernal Drake picked up by Schalke. It'll give them that extra bit of a buff. Once again, adding more AD and AP to the fire, and because they're starting to scale faster than Unicorns, that starts to get a little bit more dire. So yeah, 2 Infernal Drakes, 1 Mountain Drake, quick flash burn by Gilius there to get out of harm's way. So Schalke are showing up their advantages.
Yeah, we saw the worst combination earlier today with their cloud, and now we've got the ocean. Best. Now we get like almost the best you can get. You can maybe argue Mountain first, the value, yes, no. But Infernal Drakes, 2 of them coming in a row for Schalke. Will be, of course, be another Dragon coming later, and then the Elder Drake. But it's been a great start for them. And they've been able to cash in on their Dragons. Unicorns will have to show something crazy in these team fights, because everything is against them at the moment. Extra stats for Schalke, fed Vladimir, and it's basically about Exile and Veritas staying alive because of all the protection with Kindred and Taric. Keep in mind it is AoE, of course, for Taric as well, so it works for both.
I really like the way they look. It's like they're collecting gym badges. Schalke,
but you get the same twice?
They went to the same one, but that's okay. You know, sometimes you might want an extra, pair it up. Gilius, got to be careful there. Okay, he does land a spear onto Veritas, though, and that's starting to hurt really bad. Plus, he's going to get the slow. The Rylai's, a lot of utility available on that. Ghostblade pop and a quick culling by Rylai. Steve is still solo pushing up top here.
We need to see the synergy in team fights once we get there from Unicorns with the Taric and Kindred. Because you technically want to use the Kindred ulti first, so everyone is low, even from the other team, because they're also around the Kindred ulti, and then you use the Taric ulti after, so you can finish them off and you can't die yourself. That is one of the ways you can use this combo, but it requires Move and Hillslang to have great synergy in how to use it. One guy who uses it too late or too early can kind of mess up the entire thing, and then you either stack it or you're too late on both.
And this is the problem with assuming the synergy on the roster is capable of utilizing that composition. It's rough. They've built themselves something that requires a lot of coordination, but is very powerful. We've yet to see them execute it properly. Good idea. Execution still needs work.
Not been possible for them, again, as we talked about, with the way the early game went, with, of course, the composition from Schalke, with the Lucian, with the Nidalee. We get the Rylai's now in the mid lane, so we talked about a Spirit Visit into Rylai's, into Warmox. It's been like the traditional build.
But does that not speak to Schalke understanding their win conditions better, knowing that if they don't give Unicorns a fair fight, in that sense, a straight up 5v5, they just are able to take it to the better.
Again, we praised it early on with the decision for the swap, so they were on the bottom side at the right time. The way they played around the pressure game was correct, so they executed their comp as we talked about. But then it's also been about a power performance in the mid lane. From a Vladimir, getting a solo kill that normally should never happen in professional play. Surprising Exile, basically. Didn't expect to flash in and then dying, and that gave even more of an advantage for Schalke.
Yeah, and that does go to show. There were a lot of questions asked of this Schalke lineup, like who is going to step up and really be necessarily the carry. Well, at least for this game, the Vlad is filling that role. Fox is showing that he is a very, very solid player who can make big plays and answer the call when needed to. Question is, can he do that consistently? Watching him through the rest of this game, we'll start to get a better idea, but he's already in a great position. And he's really made Exile's first game very difficult to play.
Yeah, the game has slowed down a little bit. Schalke not taking any chances with risky tower dives, knowing they have 3 dragons. So they have, again, another great way of winning the game by going towards that Elder Drake later on. Baron should become the focus now if you are Schalke, because you have the map control. Set up for that Baron here. Use your damage, use the fact you have 1 Mountain Drake as well. And if Unicorns are sitting too far back on the map because you keep pushing in every single lane, you can start that Baron. And you force these team fights where Unicorns are out of position, they're coming in from multiple angles, and that's not what they want. You want to have these Unicorns team fighting together, so they can use the AoE ultis to stay alive. It's the anti-wombo combo, basically. You don't kill anyone with your big AoE ultis, you just...
But no one dies.
Keep your team alive.
On your team. Yeah. For Unicorns, you do get the sense that they keep trying for these openings, but how late is too late where they keep giving these dragons up, they keep giving objectives up and shooting a little bit of ground on the map before they can really reasonably be expected to execute those fights?
I mean, right now, technically, Unicorns can take a fight, but it is very hard for them to win it, and the reason they don't opt into a fight right now is because if they lose, just now, basically, the game is over completely, because you will lose another dragon, you will lose a Baron, and there's no way for you then to really get back in the game, so they're trying to wait for more items, especially on this Twitch, but also on the Victor in mid lane, but they're trying to just buy more time, and then get a big fight when they have maybe 3 items completed on the carry, saying now is our best shot. But the problem is, again, time is against them, because of dragons, because Baron being available.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit tougher for them to really do a whole lot. And with the next dragon in 20 seconds, no, it's another one that's completely free. Let's talk a little bit about those Fizz's, or the Twitch's items, though, because that's not an item I see every day. Executioner's Calling.
Well, he's obviously building into Mortal Reminder for him, the last whisper choice, and it is good.
I guess it is early. It's good to get like the armor pen a little bit earlier.
I mean,
when you're dealing with a Maokai, for instance.
Well, you want to be able to obviously shut down some of this healing from Schalke. When you have a Vladimir, you have an Italy, you have a Maokai, you have an Alistar.
Yeah.
It works on all of it, so it is 100% the right choice for Veritas. And you want to get that healing reduction, because this Schalke lineup, if you don't kill them instantly, if you don't burst them down, they will just keep sustaining and sustaining and sustaining again and again and again. We might even see the same item on move later. Mortal Reminder is often an item choice on Kindred, and against this lineup, it would make perfect sense.
So Unicorns adjusting their itemization, but Schalke keep on collecting those gym badges. This time they pick up the movement speed, obviously not the most useful. We've already ad nauseum talked about this, but now Unicorns make a bold move towards the Baron, and
that's not going to work.
Peel off real quick. Not think they thought that one through.
Trying to see where maybe Schalke was sleeping a little bit, but he had to
fight. Gilius goes on in, but he gets rat-a-tat-tatted down. Not before Move will manage to pick up a kill onto Veritas in the back. The fight is crazy, a lot of invulnerability, but it's going to get popped. The double kill to Rales as he's untouched in the back line, looking for Chachi. They took out Hilly, and now Exile is going to be all by his lonesome. A triple kill for Rales. And Schalke, Null Fear, cleaning up the fight.
Again, we talk about how Unicorns, they're trying to wait for more items, but they just don't have the time with all these objectives going down. Schalke here, Spruttle had a great play in the fight, knocking Veritas out of the Kindred ult so they could take him down, even after Gilles kind of jumped in a little bit too aggressive here. Chachi, I don't think you are able to steal this Baron.
He does try to be a nuisance, but the Baron will in the end.
Don't prove me
wrong. Okay. All right. He goes back in time. Can't try the Baron again, though.
Technically, there was no smite on the side of Schalke.
That is true. So it was... don't want to call it a 50-50.
No. You can coordinate damage among 4 members compared to just Chachi alone.
Yep. So let's look at this fight again, because Julius just went ham started off.
Basically, Schalke just yelling, fight is on. Look at Spruttle in this fight here. Straight onto Veritas with the Q flash. Knocks him then out of what would have been the Kindred ulti, so now suddenly the Twitch is going to die very quickly, and the composition from Unicorns obviously does not have the damage to take down these extremely tanky members. Like, it's like a tank comp from Schalke with so much sustain from all the tanks. Alistar, the Maokai, the Vladimir. It is so annoying for Unicorns to play against, and they just need that opening where they burst down 1 or 2 targets. But Veritas will always get CC'd by either Maokai or the Alistar in these fights.
Really importantly, Rales picked up 3 kills in that fight. Big amount of gold dropping into his pocket after he had really been relegated to just picking up assists prior to it. And yes, Veritas, for Unicorn's fights to succeed, it seems like they really need to they need to be the ones starting that fight, but Schalke have been the ones being much more proactive in this entire game.
I actually like how we see the build order here from Vladimir again, not going just full tank, as we mentioned that a lot of people have done earlier, but just instead saying, no, I actually need more damage here because you have enough tankiness already, and it's about getting to these carries from Unicorns of Love and just trying to blow them down or blow them up, basically.
When they can bump and bop the Twitch, there's not nearly as much AD damage left. It's pretty much Kindred that you're worried about, so he doesn't even need to itemize armor or anything like that, too. So his Spirit Visage and his passive and everything is fairly sufficient. At this point, Schalke are just starting to really run rampant over this map. Unicorn scrambling to try and stay alive.
Rest of Schalke is pushing it. I'm not sure why my brain stopped before I said the up part in the end.
It's all right.
We got it.
I got your back whenever you need a brain break. I'll be the color. I'm the color caster now.
That's fine, Pirate. What do you want to talk about?
Dragons. Nowhere near dragons. Nah. Okay. Never mind. You go back.
You fired. That was it.
That was awful.
You had 1 point.
Okay. So, Unicorns hanging on here. Schalke actually a little bit battered, and they shouldn't push in this without getting another reliable wave. It is, of course, on the way, and there's really not anything else going on the rest of the map for them to really reliably take at the moment. They just keep pressing this advantage. This is just such a big difference over what we saw last year last split from Elements even.
They are respecting the fact they can't just dive straight on. It's risky for them at least to dive. Again, with the amount of AoE survivability from Unicorns. Everything is about Veritas. Schalke also can just wait for Sprattle to get his flash back up. And then every time the fight starts, he will just Q flash on Veritas and knock him with headbutt out of the Kindred ulti. And then again, remember this Taric ulti, it takes time to charge it up. 2.5 seconds, if I remember 100% correct. So it's not like Hillesang can react instantly. He knows the Kindred ulti is on the ground, and that's the timing he has in his head. If Veritas suddenly gets knocked out of that one, well, he's gonna die because the Taric ulti won't be there instantly to save him.
Power starting to go real low though, and in goes the flash from Sprattle to start this fight, and Exile is evaporated. Move on the backside, trying to punish Gilius here. A little bit low, but he can't finish the job. Forcing the flash out though instead. A Culling on to move. Headbutt pull, then Rallis will get another kill. Chachi does answer back, slaying Gilius, but they've lost 3 members. Veritas has to back away in the top lane. That's gonna be Inhibitor, and it might be more for Schalke.
Yeah, they're pushing in towards the Nexus turrets here. No one died except for Gilius in that last fight. But we're used to that now, because 2 team fights and twice he's died, poor guy. First of all, he's a guy jumping in. Also, this one he just got focused in the back. But one more time, Unicorns are never allowed to sit 5 together and set up this combo. Sprattle just instantly engages. Move was on the other side of the fight, and he just goes straight for Exile. Taric cannot save him in time because of the charge time, and that's a kill.
Not able to exact the delicate execution they needed. So the next Cloud Drake, easily taken by Schalke. They continue to stack them up, and obviously this will be the last normal dragon of the game.
Such a letdown.
It's going to be a big bonus, though, from everything else they've already stacked up.
Man, if you just killed that dragon before, slightly later, this would have been an Elder Dragon. Now it's a stupid Cloud Drake. And now you gotta wait 10 minutes.
They're going to have to do this again. I mean, look at how fast they popped Exile, though. This is a team that is just so much stronger at the moment, and Unicorns can barely hold on to their base.
Again, Unicorns are playing a comp that is very, very hard to execute. And as soon as they're out of position, engage instantly from Sprattle. He is a massive Alistar main. We've seen it time and time again. And while Alistar did get some nerfs, pretty impactful ones.
Sprattle didn't get any, though.
There's still
he's fine.
A lot of value in picking him. And in this case, good engages every single time for him. Almost 100% kill participation.
Yeah. It's that one kill. That's that one,
that's the
one solo kill?
Man, that's why you're angry at your mid laner. Look at these
Why
solo
did you ruin my
kills.
score? All right, so we're about 36 minutes in. It's still going to be a while before the Elder Drake spawns. Steve might be in a world of hurt. No, okay. No, everyone's
He's
back
Maokai,
up.
like him.
Yeah. I thought they were moving for him, but he's got a GA. They're not going to kill the tree.
Instead, we are basically waiting for Schalke to set up for another Baron.
Well, they've got a minute to try and figure out how to do that.
Yeah.
Probably longer, but...
You move into the river, you place pink walls around it, and...
Congratulations.
You are ready to start the Baron, so that Unicorns will have to come in and fight you. No flash for Sprattle. It is key for him. I keep mentioning it over and over, because it is massive in these fights, getting to the back line. At the same time, now we set up for Baron. If you are Schalke no fear, you can now just start pushing on top side.
And there's not a whole lot they can do. The Unicorns are pretty spread thin trying to defend in the mid with their downed inhibitor. They've got Chachi on the bottom side pushing against Fox, who he shouldn't really be able to solo in. Just the one Mountain Drake and the edge that they've already gotten in levels, items, everything.
Yep.
That is an easy tower take, giving them even more breathing space to try and threaten this Baron.
It's a great game 1 from Schalke. Great start to the split. And Unicorns of Love, we mentioned this beforehand. You know, before we came into this game, 3 big changes, 2 Koreans coming, a rookie mid laner. It is hard to expect a whole lot from the get-go. It's a work in progress for sure. And I just want to see what Sheepy can do with the team. But Schalke, again, if Unicorns end up being a bottom 4 team, these games are even more important because it seems like Schalke and Splice are trying to obviously push other teams down and then step on them and move further up the rankings to try and get into the top
As
6.
anticipated, but
Right. If you compare to last split,
yeah.
Compared to last split, so these kind of games are so important because this can be what makes basically the deciding factor of who gets number 6 potentially.
Remember,
who
this is still just game 1 though.
Yeah, I know.
A lot
Very early on.
going
Very
forward.
early.
That's the Baron secured. They're gonna start looking for the fight. Teleport will complete. Spraddle is actually a little low in this one. They might be able to pick him off, stun him in the gravity field, but not enough damage to finish him off. And now Chachi's health bar is chunked out. Fox rolls on through and takes down Move. Meanwhile, Chachi on the run gets his GA pop. Fox will not be sated though. He is going to keep thirsting for the Echo. Hemoplague on, off-screen Rallis splats the Rat. Unicorns are just melting here, and there's not a whole lot they can do. It's only Exile to try and save the game, and it does not look likely.
That was the Baron setup, Pyra. Unicorns once again coming in from different angles, but they want to be together, and they never managed to execute a fight. Exile, welcome to the LCS.
Welcome to the LCS. Here's your first loss. 39 minutes on the clock. Schalke, Null Fear dominate the Unicorns of Love.
What a great Vladimir pick in the mid lane. Great performance. Schalke understood how to play around pressure, got some good early dragons, and then sadly had to get 2 Cloud ones, but whatever.
Oh, well, you know.
Overall, I mean...
They covered their bases, Officio.
Great first game for them, and exactly what they need. But it's not over yet. There's a BO2, there's another game now. You go and you adapt, you switch sides.
There's time for the Unicorns to sit and figure out really where they went wrong, maybe adjust once again in picks and bans, and to prepare for something like that Vlad pickup.
Yeah, definitely a composition that looked very exciting on paper. With the whole protected Twitch, with your Kindred, with your Taric.
Right.
But very, very hard to execute. And we saw Unicorn struggle so much early on in the game, never really got to set up anything, never had a slower early game where they could actually get to team fights, also because they died in mid lane, as an example, had troubles in the bottom lane because of Lucian always pushing in. And Schalke just honestly snowballed the game out of control, and we never got to see this composition really shine from the Unicorns.
Yeah.
And you mentioned it in the game, synergy-wise, maybe this is not the thing you want to run week 1 when you're still building synergy.
Well, it was bold of them to try for something that was difficult to pull off, and kudos to them for that effort, but maybe this is a wake-up call. Okay, we need to go back to some basics. We need to try something a little simple. It's kind of a similar story to what we saw from Splice, actually, in the Spring Split, where they tried these complicated compositions that did not net them any victories. Obviously, it's way early to tell. One game,
no,
they've got a chance to come back against Schalke,
Game
but we are going to make some serious conclusions, after series especially. I'm excited to see how far the Schalke team can go based on that performance. If they can take it 2-0, that's quite a lot of hype to build up. Obviously, the branding was a big selling point for them. The upgrade in the mid lane was a selling point for them. But they've kind of shown up and delivered so far. Just one game, just against the Unicorn.
Yes.
Can they do it again? That's the question.
And I want to see if this Vladimir is going to be banned away in the next game.
I think I might think about that.
Or maybe Exile can take it himself. I mean, it's a pick that's been around in solo queue ever since the rework.
Yeah, that's true.
Been used quite a bit in solo queue by multiple mid laners, and that's why we highlighted earlier in the day. We're not surprised that like Vladimir and Swain, these picks are being used. Obviously, Swain has been a big deal over in other regions, but it's great to finally see it, for ourselves here in Europe, and great performance.
Yeah, excellent, really work all across the board for that team. Interesting to note how far the games we've seen today on this first stream have been very one-sided in terms of Dragon priority. Partially, it's because of map control. Partially, though, it's because teams that haven't really been stepping up to the plate, they've been turning almost a blind eye. We've seen them get a tower, and then they're like, okay, we'll just back. And then they give up an Infernal Drake. And they're like, well, yeah, you could do that last split, but why are you doing that now?
Yeah, basically, we've had 3 games now here on Stream 1. Every game, it's been all the dragons on one team until we got to Elder Drakes. Obviously, Origen picked up one of them.
Yeah.
But before that, just all the dragons stacking up only to one team. The other team didn't get anything. This game was the same. Unicorns got nothing at all. Didn't even get a Baron.
Yeah.
Like, got no objectives.
They couldn't even get those Cloud Drakes that even Schalke didn't want.
Yeah. No, I really just a big difference in priority. And that's something we're going to see evolve even more in the meta. Teams figure out how to draft around and how to always position themselves on the right side of the map when these dragons are alive in the setups. And that's what Schalke did with the swap.
Very true. Now, we're going to go ahead and update you guys what's going on over in the LCS studio stream number 2. Splice, they are leading 1-0 currently, and we're going to go ahead and send it over to commercial for the time being. Game 2 between Schalke 04 and the UOL is coming up next. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to our coverage of the best of 2 between Schalke 04 and Unicorns of Love. Where Schalke, first win in the first split of the LCS for the org.
Great start.
Excellent.
Honestly, obviously mid lane pickup working out so well. Vladimir and the player at the same time. Both.
It's funny you mentioned that because after all the votes were tallied, Fox actually did get our player of the game. 8-4 on Vladimir. I mean, who could it be anybody else? He really stepped up to the plate from minute 1.
Yeah, when you get solo kills as well in lane and you're just kind of everywhere and you deal so much damage in team fights, you deserve, of course, to win this one. So no real question there, honestly. Great performance from him. I want to see if the Vladimir is going to be something Unicorns want to get rid of, or maybe if Exile can play it himself. Otherwise, I don't see why Schalke wouldn't just play the same matchup one more time if they get it.
Yeah.
But also, I mean, we got to highlight the fact that Lucian was not picked in the first rotation by Unicorns when they had the chance, because they wanted to play this Twitch composition with the Taric, with, of course, the Kindred to keep him alive, but it's a composition that requires so much coordination, and
they didn't seem to have it.
It's a completely new Unicorns lineup. They fell behind early. because again of like Nidalee and all these kind of things, yeah, they never really got to use the comp.
So it seems like the thing that they really should be focusing on now is going back to those basics, going back to build up a comp that you can make out of these really strong OP power picks that you'll always be having available to you because of how many power picks there really are.
Yeah.
They've just got to decide what lane they want to focus on. I still think their bottom lane can have a lot of power. Veritas, we haven't obviously seen much of him in a while, but he did have some serious chops from the other regions he'd played in. If you go all the way back to like 2014, when he played in OCE, he was an incredibly powerful player. We saw him perform relatively decently in NA, but he kind of went off the grid this spring. I think there's still some power there, and Unicorns invested specifically in these players. They believed in these players. I want to see if they can put their money where their mouths are.
But I think it's too early to just judge Unicorns and their decisions in the offseason just based on week one. Again, we highlight again new players,
so
rookie, mid laner. So I want to give them a few weeks. Around week 4, week 5, I want to take another look at this lineup and say, okay, did they make the right decisions? Will this team be able to fight for playoffs? Unicorns of Love have never missed playoffs ever since they joined the LCS.
That's very true. They haven't always gone far in the playoffs, but
we're setting up a lot of big stories, obviously, for future weeks.
It's going to be a long split for sure.
It's about this one specific game. Unicorns can still try and get a 1-1 and get 1 point, but Schalke clearly looked like the better team in the first game.
At the moment, that is absolutely true, and we're seeing Schalke close some of those holes that Elements as a team had in previous splits. Most importantly, knowing how to push an advantage, knowing how to grab things on the map. The game has changed and made it, I would almost say, not easier. It's given them more options to take things that are valuable, even if sometimes it turns out to be a Cloud Drake and then you're just kind of disappointed. But, you know, it's something to get, and it's denying everything that Unicorns were really able to grab. They weren't pushed into their jungle consistently, but they really couldn't set up those fights. They really weren't able to coordinate and get together, and Schalke did a great job of picking them apart.
Basically, the new dragons, and especially the fact it's Elder Dragon coming in, has given you that extra option to kind of close out a game if you are winning, where before you had to stack up all the dragons. Like, you couldn't miss one in between. It would just delay the 5th dragon too much.
No one ever got after a while.
Right.
Anyway.
So now you might just get 2 dragons, and the enemy team gets 2 dragons, but if you get the Elder Dragon, it's a massive push, especially towards you taking a Baron. So that's another way now you can try and close out the game if you do have the advantage coming into the 35-minute mark, which definitely will help teams. But this was set up much before by Schalke. They just played well in the early game. Again, we question the Lucian time and time again. I think if Unicorns can, as you said, honestly, run more of these standard picks like Lucian, like Caitlyn, draft a composition with like a Victor Azir in there, a bit like we saw Origen do in Game 2 in this series against G2, suddenly I think we might get a closer game where Unicorns can actually fight more even and not rely on that insane combo that is so hard to pull off.
Yeah, and you know, give credit to Unicorns in the very early game too, because they were able to keep pace very well with Schalke in the lane swap situation, back and forth. They weren't very behind. Yeah, they lost out a little bit on gold, but it's not like they were completely outclassed at every stage of the game. They just got, when it came down to it, outplayed in rotations, outplayed in fights and skirmishes, and it just wasn't good enough to get them any objectives. I still think this team has a lot of power if they can execute on the compositions that they build. I really want to see if they try for something tricky again.
Keeping it positive.
I just don't.
We believe.
I just don't know. It's so many question marks on the Unicorns.
Again, just different off-season. Schalke comes in, tons of preparation.
And only one change in the round.
One change, early change. They had a winning mid lane in this game. So they had a winning mid lane. They actually had a winning bot lane set up with their Lucian as well, which meant they had 2 lanes winning. And then in Nidalee, it was like, oh, are my lanes winning? Fine, I will invade the enemy jungle 24/7. That meant Unicorns couldn't make any plays because they were just so far pushed back on the map over and over. So this pick and ban phase Pyro now. Changes, Unicorns will be on blue side. Won't have the option to get like a first rotation where you trade in Nidalee for, again, like a Lucian and another pick. I wonder if they will try and do what Schalke did and take away that Nidalee first pick for move. We know it's a great pick for him. But I just worry about the 2 picks then going over to the side of Schalke because they can just pick up basically the same. Then go like, again, Lucian Maokai if they want to. And then you have some of these problems. If Veritas does not feel confident taking a Caitlyn pick into Lucian, I think then suddenly you will struggle. Kalista is also there.
I mean, that's a pretty big red flag right there.
I mean, we don't know. It's obviously a planned strategy
if it happens.
Twitch. If it happens, yes.
Well, we'll see if they do focus on the Twitch again. We get the picks and bans this time with the Unicorns on the blue side, Schalke on the red, and the Fizz is banned away first.
Okay, so Fizz being taken away. Same thing for Unicorns in the last game. We know it's a good flex option.
Ah, the Nidalee ban.
That's
and there's your
so this basically answers the question we had. Will Unicorns try and aim for that Nidalee? Clearly Schalke felt like they probably would. So they ban it away with the first pick. And then suddenly Kindred goes very high up in value. And when Kindred gets removed, then suddenly like Rek'Sai and Elise are like the two next jungle picks we can look at. But for now it is still potential Kindred first pick for move. Maybe Schalke is going to trade it for a Lucian pick. And say, you know what, we're just going to run Rek'Sai or Elise into the Kindred, and that's a fine trade for us.
Start ticking down that box. What's left available? What is first pickable? One ban available to each team still targeted. Unicorns of Love against Fox in this game so far. Timer ticks down. They're really waiting till the last second to ban away, and they will ban the
potential. Interesting. For, I mean, this almost then, if we look at it, we have the normal Nidalee Kindred, we have the normal Echo Maokai trades, but now with both, or well, one for each pair being banned. So like Maokai Kindred suddenly rises up in the value, and then Lucian is still there for the Unicorns of Love, as if like they have three first pick options basically: Lucian, Kindred, Maokai, from what we see at the moment in this pick and ban phase.
But that guarantees that if you are first picking, obviously
Schalke actually didn't want to ban anything.
They've got the other ones.
Because
they actually don't have a ban.
Like they want the option to go like Maokai Lucian here and give away Kindred and then go Rek'Sai Elise in the next rotation, which would be a very, very strong pick and ban phase for Schalke. Unless there is something else they value extremely high as well. Alistar. We know Hylissang is a good Alistar player, and it was great for Spraddle, but there's so many support options right now that I don't think you need to take an early Alistar. I think you need to take Lucian. I would take Maokai as well with this Echo ban, unless you are afraid of Chachi playing something like a Trundle into it and setting up a split push. Schalke didn't ban anything on purpose. They were smiling and laughing when it happened because they knew there was this triangle of super contested picks. Brahma, of course, is another one we actually have forgotten because he's been banned quite a bit, but he's been like, he's the best melee support now. So they don't want to risk Unicorns getting just a free counter pick from Maokai, and that's why they don't lock it in instantly and instead value the Braum up here.
Yeah, pretty powerful bot lane established. Morales and Spraddle. Unicorns of Love on their side. Let's see what they decide to pick up. The Maokai might be no-brainer. If they take the Trundle support, and they do, that removes the counter pick.
Yeah. Smart little reaction
It does give them a lot to do against the Braum, too.
There's still picks up top lane, like Swain, which does really well into these slow tanks.
Go through the bans this time.
If Steve does play it. Go through the bans, as you said. But I actually like that. Take away the Trundle. They're all pinching the top lane pools right now. With Fizz ban, Echo ban. Even Vladimir could technically be flexed up to top lane if you want to keep going there.
I'm not the way Fox is applying it.
Sure. But yeah, I like that. Trundle support is also very, very good. Still, there are a few melee supports being used. He's one of them. And it's mainly also you just take away that counter pick option.
Would they revert to the Poppy? No, the Nerf hammer started to come down.
Yeah,
Victor's locked in.
If you are planning on running an AP jungler, Poppy makes sense because she does provide physical damage. So now they're hovering the Elise. That's telling us a bit of the story of why Poppy was considered for Schalke. But we talked about this. You get Rek'Sai or Elise against that Kindred, and you're fine taking that trade. Also because Move obviously didn't have an impact in the last game.
That's true. And there really wasn't a whole lot for him to be able to do. And mistiming on Spindle as well. I mean, they've given this over to him again. They've prioritized it as their first pickup. We got to see a little bit more out of this guy in this game number 2.
Gotta see more of everyone from Unicorns of Love.
That is also true.
Especially also Exile in the mid lane who struggled.
Yeah. So with all the mid lane focus, we also forgot about Azir. He does get locked in here for Exile. And then, of course, with the 80 carry tier, I mean, wasn't even touched, except for the Lucian, obviously early picked up by Schalke. There's still, you know, this trifecta still available, the Sivir, the Caitlyn, the Ezreal. Veritas right now seems to be preferring the Ezreal. We'll see if that actually picks.
Risky, risky, risky business with Ezreal. A lot of late game scaling for Unicorns, a lot of very little early game focus. Ezreal in some of these losing lane matchups tend to just kind of be stuck under his tower. He can't really push out, he can't really challenge a Lucian that well. There's another bad boy that was played earlier over on stream too. Amna played it up top lane, the Gnar into a Maokai, something we have seen more and more of in solo queue as well. as a potential counter pick. Not necessarily straight up in the early game, but then later on when you get more ranks in your Ws and R, you get a lot of percentage damage, which is very, very effective. But still with this Ezreal pick, combined with Azir, we get a very slow early game for Unicorns, but a very, very strong late game.
Steve in the end opts for the Poppy against the Maokai. Question here though, for the Unicorns, looking at these lane lineups, would you not suspect a lane swap comes in on blue side?
I think it is very likely, just again to dodge out of this 2v2 matchup specifically, but it also depends on how confident Veritas and Hylissang feels playing the 2v2, because Trundle can be fairly strong into melee matchups in lane, but it's more the Ezreal losing out against this Lucian here. But Poppy coming in, it is a champion who's been nerfed again and again and again. I almost feel bad for Poppy, because technically number-wise she's not very strong, but she still has a lot of impact in a fight because her ulti is so good. The fact she has a point-and-click charge that often when you at least fight around jungles will land as a stun. So there are a lot of things to like still about Poppy. It's just her numbers have been nerfed. Like her damage is not great anymore, her laning phase is not that great anymore. But team fighting, one great ulti, and again she provides physical damage with their Elise jungle.
Let's see what Steve can do. With her in his hands now, if you think the Unicorns of Love will be able to fire back and take this series 1-1, tying it up, hashtag UOL win is what you want to tweet out at LOL Esports. If you think Schalke will be able to secure the 2-0 victory, hashtag S04 win is the hashtag for you. As we get ready to load up onto the Rift, very, very strong team fight from Schalke. Looking forward to see what they can get done. Still a lot of Unicorns fans in the audience as well. Maybe they'll send their energy their way as we get ready to load up onto for game number 2 in this series. Schalke, Unicorns. Let's see who takes it.
You see another teleport pick by Exile. Had the same in the last game when he died 1v1. Not something you have to pick on an Azir at all. Technically, teleporting on Azir has never been that effective. It's more just so you have an extra global for safety. Then you're going to use it very offensively on an Azir. So it does hurt him a little bit in these straight duels against a heal on the other side from Schalke. And also Storm Raider Surge from the Victor. Great. Master Victor.
Oh, whoa, okay. That's a quick flash from Move, having to burn it after he spotted a few members of Schalke heading his way. Crucial summoner spell down in the opening seconds.
Basically the smart thing here, the way Schalke is moving in. So what they're doing, this level 1, was actually they moved the Victor very far up the lane to make sure no one was standing and could actually see the Braum and Lucian sneak into the bush around mid lane. So they denied the vision by Fox moving up aggressive. That meant the Braum could actually walk along the wall here, where Move couldn't see him because obviously the wall kind of cuts his vision a little bit. And suddenly Spraddle and Miseralis appear right in the face of Move. He panics, he has to flash away, otherwise he might get stunned. And it's actually a planned level 1. Something CLG did a lot at MSI. Just play aggressive early on with your mid laner, because the other guy's going to stay at tower then, and you can just sneak in behind into the bush. So a little smart level 1, funny things to look at, got a flash.
Sucks for Move, unfortunately. Veritas gets a cheeky Q off in the opposing jungle as they're actually a little bit later to start getting back into lane, but it doesn't really matter too much as the dual lane Brawlers and Spraddle will take a little bit of time too. So we don't see the lane swap now. Nice. Starting off, there we go, Move. Secures up red buff.
I want to see these bot lanes now. Obviously Rallis and Spraddle didn't lose out any minions. They got all the melees, just lost a slight little bit in terms of pushing, but it is already evened out. And very important, they managed to get in, clear all the 3 melees before they died and get the experience. Exile in his mid lane. The worst kind of position, you push on first wave. You obviously need another minion from next wave to get level 2. And the other guy then gets the level 2 and he's now kind of zoning you off. This is the worst possible start for Exile in a lane at level 1.
For those of you guys just joining us over for stream 2, welcome to stream 1. And you haven't missed too much in game number 1 so far, but yeah, Exile has been having a little bit of a rough time. Move has as well. Early flash burned away from him, a little bit low clearing through that jungle. Veritas and Hylissang trying to hang out here, but they are half the CS of Brawlers and Spraddle. Dominating lanes from Schalke. Exile trying to return fire. He does get the Thunderlord's proc off. Fox is able to run right back towards him. Sap a little bit of health.
Such a good start again for Schalke around this mid lane. The fact that Exile was forced to lose so much experience and wait for this wave to push back towards him after that early push really hurt him. Does have teleport, he can always go back, TP straight to lane. Gives a bit of extra value there, so there's more value in terms of overall sustain when you have TP, because you always TP back to lane. But it's weaker in terms of the all-ins compared to heal. Now, early roam from Spraddle. Pretty sure he's going to accomplish anything around mid lane, but...
Oh! Gilius stops, moves back, he's on half health. The double buff transfer could happen here. No flash available from the level 1. Spider going first blood for Gilius, and a double buff reset.
And everything works for Schalke here. The viewers from Stream 2 might have missed the level 1, but again, Schalke had a great level 1 where they pushed Exile back to tower so they could sneak in the Braum Lucian in mid lane towards that bush in the river.
Oh, no.
Gone on Exile. He's fine.
Okay.
He's fine.
He had the flash too.
But again, that level 1 trick move cost him his flash. Gilius finds him in the river. That's a first blood. And suddenly it pays off for Schalke. Again, some good moves from them as a team. Also with Spraddle hovering around mid lane before with the roam, it's also just to make sure they could push out the mid lane and not get ganked in a 2v2 with no mana. He was just there for safety. Ended up not doing a whole lot. But at the same time, it already pushed the bottom lane, so they were waiting for the wave to bounce back. So they didn't actually lose anything. Just smart, back up your mid laner if he's low on mana, low on HP, and he wants to push out the wave to make sure it never freezes in a bad spot. Well, send in your support, just be hovering around.
Why not?
I'm not sure why I'm hovering around you, Pyro, while I'm doing it.
It's a little uncomfortable, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, no, I'm not sure.
You know, that's okay. Sometimes people are a little bit more emotive that way. Up in the top lane, been a bit of a quiet affair. Steve versus Chachi. The crowd's anything but quiet, though. Slight level disadvantage, of course, for Steve. We did question a bit on this Poppy pick. The CS is kind of already starting to speak volumes.
Yeah,
but he will be able to catch a lot of that.
We talked about it. The numbers from Poppy have been nerfed again and again and again. But strong ulti still.
Yeah, a lot of utility available. Yeah. And the rest of Schalke are really having no trouble starting to run this map around. Move has had a whole lot of trouble himself. Might have to be relegated to just trying to power farm for a little bit, try to get those Market of Kindred stacks where he can. There is one that's somewhat conveniently placed for him, but he may not want to run afoul of Gilius, who's still sitting on those double buffs after the transfer, moving now into the, unfortunately for him, empty jungle. Maybe be able to catch out the Azir. Exile still holding onto his flash.
But if you manage to land a cocoon and then fall, there it is.
Everything is going wrong for Exile. There's the flash. There's the dash. Does he have enough to get away? Walking right over the ward. Heal for the speed boost. Fox is going to flash to cut him off, but Exile actually jukes away. There's the pillar, but not soon enough. Gilius takes a bite out of the Emperor.
I really like this new setup from Schalke around the mid lane. Great coordination. Good cocoon from Gilius. Straight into the stun from a Victor. Exile just locked in place. And another great gank, and Gilius has been doing really well in the early games. First on Italy last game, now on Elise in this game. Remember, Schalke said, we will give you Kindred, even with Italy banned, because we know we can still play all the junglers, and we can match a lot of what Move can do, at least in the early game with Elise, and it's paying off one more time.
Elise has definitely had a field day to start things off, 2-0, securing those kills for himself. Curious to see what he's able to put that gold in too early. Obviously should be heading towards the Runic Echoes, but he'll get it a lot quicker in the answer. Let's take a look at that kill again. Nicely nails the cocoon into the gravity field. And Exile has a long run to go, but he does not get away.
Great setup by Schalke on the map. You see the pink ward here in the small bush? That means Gilius can just stay very close to the wall when he's moving in towards the mid lane. That means the little ward you see here in the river from Unicorns of Love won't spot the Elise, and that's why he can sneak in and land that cocoon.
Oh!
Chachi flashing away, knowing that it was more important, we talked about the warding, than his low play on top. But yeah, again, it's these very small things that opens up for Gilius to like sneak in towards mid lane, unspotted. He then gets to set up a blind, or a cocoon that's going to be blind for Exile, and he doesn't expect it, he doesn't flash, and then he dies. So it's super small things from level 1 to here, but very, very fun to see how Schalke are controlling the map and are bringing new things.
It's allowed Schalke to slowly build up this lead. It's only about, 800-900 gold, still pretty significant at 7.5 minutes into the game. Schalke just, not just bringing new things, but playing crisper, playing smarter. Emperor's Divide. Exile whiffs on that one.
Not been a great start for our new young mid laner.
Well, it usually is a little bit rough coming straight out of ranks. Let's see, Rallis flashing away. Spraddle does get clipped by the True Shot Barrage. Move coming in, see if he can collapse down on Spraddle, and Rallis is real low. No flash available for Rallis fighting in the Wolf's Frenzy, but there isn't enough damage, and they didn't have the follow-up from Unicorns.
A lot of summoners used bot lane here. Flashes will from Move, getting an exhaust out of Straddle, but Schalke reaching out a little bit too much, a little far with the engage. Rallis had to flash away as well to get out of their ulti from Veritas.
Not without mistakes. Move is gonna get sandwiched, and Gilius, third kill of the game for him, sinking his fangs in.
But that's just sloppy now, because the rest of Unicorns is still sitting in the bottom lane trying to push out the wave. Move is probably saying, oh, they recalled on bot side, so I can actually sneak in. Worst case, it's just Gilius and it's a 1v1 and I can jump out. But he did it so early, and his own bot lane obviously hadn't even pushed out yet and moved, and he just get killed. Yeah, honestly, for nothing.
I believe the proper term is wrecked. Move is having a rough game. That's not.
So is
that's not
Exile.
making bones, but yeah, I mean, this is two people on Unicorns who are not particularly happy with the way things are starting out.
Now, I would not be surprised if Exile is nervous. Again, first games in the LCS. This time, Gilius didn't hit it.
Yeah. I mean, you have to think that Schalke know this as well as anybody else too. And they might be keying off on him, saying, hey, look, it's a new guy, we can gang up, we can make his life a little bit rough, and we can snowball an advantage from there. But this Schalke...
It's like when you joined us as a caster.
Yeah, I mean, well, and the same thing that happened to you a couple years back.
Yeah,
I was watching.
It's
kind of like a rite, yeah, it's kind of like a rite of passage, you know?
How you get stronger.
Yeah, I mean, look what happened to you. Your English got so much better, man.
Because of D-Man's burns?
Yeah. Exactly. Maybe Move will get stronger, but maybe not this time. He is having to throw down that Lamb's Respite. Jumping over, still staying alive, but knocked in with the Poppy, and Steve can't put him down. It is Gilius who does it. Whoop. Exile dashes right back into danger. That's a double kill for the Spider. 5-0 for Gilius.
Whoever drafted Gilius in Fantasy and started him this week is very happy right now.
Somebody's raking in the points.
He's getting everything. Rest of Schalke was around the mid lane and just ready to fight constantly. Like, Gilius keeps finding Unicorns of Love on the map, keep finding Move.
What is he doing with all that gold? He's just sitting on the Runic Echoes right now. He has to back and spend it, man.
I mean, yeah, we can't really expect him to recall 5 times just because he's getting all the early kills. Like, yeah. He has 1,400 gold
Let's
extra
look at this
now.
again, though. Move thinks he's safe in his own jungle. Level disadvantage. And before he can even get the Lamb's Respite off, he's nearly zeroed out.
And what's crazy here is the fact that Schalke didn't even have vision in the jungle of Unicorns of Love. They don't even have control of the river. Like, it's double ping wall placed by Unicorns of Love, yet it's Gilius constantly finding Move. And now, in the end, you just get everything, right? When they see it's like, okay, I'm just going to dash back towards you, and then you're like, okay, fine. If you really want me to take another kill, I'll go for
maybe he was going for like a quick shuffle, but he just didn't have enough health to really pull that off. It is so hard to tell, but a lot of misfires, so many levels for Unicorns, and Schalke are just looking so much stronger. 2,000 gold advantage. Move is going to look to solo Dragon. Unfortunately, it's Cloud Drake.
Yeah, that's not your way back in the game.
So at least we won't see all the dragons on one side this game. The Move does have a little bit of trouble with the 1v1. Does secure it eventually. That will be the first dragon of the game for Unicorns. It is the Cloud Drake. Steve puts Chachi into the wall. The duel is real. Level disadvantage, and he's still punishing him. Uh-oh.
Another one.
Caught again. He has to slash. He's going to use it. The dash as well. Sustains enough with Potion, but it was a close miss. The Unicorn laner.
Much pressure constantly around the mid lane. Over and over. I like the pickup with cooldown reduction boots, of course. Just keep being able to land cocoons and keep ganking over and over. Keep the pressure going. TPing back from Exile here did not make any sense.
Oh, God. And he's back. Oh!
Well,
and he's gone. Blink and you miss it.
Man. First of all, do not TP to a tier 2 tower. When you just run back and then your tower is lost anyway. Second of all, don't walk straight in and just die.
That is a rough day. Okay, so Schalke are able to push on tier 2 now. Not a whole lot to contest them. Unicorns are scrambling just to try and stay
and it's basically just
relevant
a 2v2. It's just a 2v2 right now, and Schalke's 2v2 around his mid lane is just so much stronger. It's insane. Domination from Gilius, honestly.
Yeah. He's also been cleaning up a few of the kills. Fox has been putting in his fair share of damage. Rawless pumps out a big calling, and now Hylissang and Veritas are ripe for being picked off. Gilius is not looking to go in, though, and you see Veritas and Hylissang getting the relative safety as Gilius just now is going to be moving on counter jungling. And that tower on the bottom side should go down fairly easily.
Yeah, level 9 Elise shows up with 5 kills. You kind of lost the map already, so you do not want to sit on this tower. Easy one for Schalke, and a bit like in the last game, they start getting a lot of control starting from the mid lane where they pick up some early kills, then snowballs into the bottom lane, and they control these two sides while Steve, he's just enjoying his life because he needs to do nothing for his team to win. As long as he doesn't die top, it's basically fine. They need mid lane and bot lane to win the game for you, and Steve is just here and he's just gonna join a team fight and be a tank.
And he's totally fine, even just distracting and tanking on Vizichachi, despite the level differential. He knows he can just TP whenever Chachi starts to TP. Schalke are in a very comfortable position. Question is there anything the Unicorns can do to kind of throw them off if they get a bit complacent?
I'm going to say no technically, but we have seen big mistakes happen in the past from teams where you overdive, a few towers, or you start an early Baron where you didn't have to, and you lose the Baron and the following fight. Sure, definitely ways back in the game, but if Schalke keeps playing this control and don't make any really, really weird mistakes, then it's looking almost perfect for them. You have such a great advantage early on. Yes, okay, you didn't get the first dragon, but it was the Cloud Drake. The thing for Unicorns is the thing we talked about in Champs like Pyra. Their scaling is insane. Ezreal, Maokai, Kindred, Azir. But you have nothing to really help you in the early game. It's why the Elise pick was smart. We highlighted again how much they're going to struggle with this early pressure, and we see it right now. Yes, you have fantastic scaling. If you can survive 25 more minutes, great. But right now, you're not surviving.
Or can you? That's definitely the question. Spraddle joins into the fight. Everyone being bopped around. The Chachi just gets knocked back by the Keeper's Verdict. Fox takes out Veritas. So much damage being dealt. They get the stun on the Winter's Bite proc. Spraddle hopping, not able to connect onto Exile, but they don't even need it. A double kill, this time again for Gilius. He doesn't have every kill in the game, but it's damn near enough. And Exile nearly bites the dust. Yet again, Gilius on the hunt to try and pick out Hylissang. This lead just keeps on growing. Schalke are looking dominant.
They're getting everything. Unicorns cannot fight. Again, they are so weak at this point. They just want to scale and wait and wait and wait. But Schalke will never let you wait. They just keep forcing fights. This was even Unicorns actually trying to create a pick in their own jungle because they thought Schalke may be overextended. But they're so far behind. Another tower going down. 4 towers to 0. 9 kills to 0. What do you have? You have a Cloud Drake.
Good luck.
Good luck.
They need a lot of time to be able to have that scaling factor for the team to start to come in, but this was almost a perfect situation. They missed almost everything, though, to try and catch Gilius, and then it went wonky.
Yeah, basically they think maybe they can get a catch on Gilius here at first, but then
blocks move.
Rest of the Schalke is here, and this is why Poppy's still okay, still being used, because her ulti can be so impactful, because the W as well is strong in these fights, but this one was a great ulti from Steve, knocking Chachi away, basically saying, okay, Marco, you might be stronger than me, but if I'm going to be useless, you're going to be useless as well. We're just both not going to do anything. Life of Steve, if you look at their games here, he tries to solo out Exile, but obviously didn't get the kill yet.
Spraddle does get caught really quickly, gets to stand behind a little bit low here, throws the Unbreakable, stops the Ezreal True Shot Barrage. Brawlez turning it on to move, a lot of damage, the Summoner Heal comes to save his life. 2v3. And they turn it on.
It's not over yet, Pyra.
Yeah, still getting some backup here.
The big bad boys are coming.
Okay, you throw the trophy out. It's all right. Cavalry has arrived, and Fox has taken down the jungler. A double kill now for Victor. That's not what you want to hear. Exile trying to answer on the turret, but there's nothing else going on for Unicorns.
Now he might also get collapsed. He can move towards the top side, but look who's moving down. It's Steve. He wants to join as well. He wants to be part of the fun.
Dashing in. Still has a lot of pressure on his tail.
Is that a Steve
field.
kill? Is it a kill? No! He didn't even get it!
But he doesn't get it. It's Fox.
Poor guy, man. He didn't even get an assist. He ran all the way from top lane. It was his moment. No. Nothing for Steve.
Poor Steve.
I need him to get 1 kill this game.
Fox just has a nasty flash death ray. And Exile, try as he might to peck away at that turret. He did not hear the retreat order was given.
Look at the flank. Look at the moves.
And the buckler.
Oh, so close. There it is in the air. Oh. Ah, rip Steve's KDA. For now.
Well, Fox got a little bit more gold in his pocket. This game is gone about as one-sided as it can. 12-0, 30,000 gold,
for that statement.
25. That's my color cast official for the record. I mean, this is just such a tough... It's one thing to lose 2-0. But the manner in which this game has gone is so disheartening for Unicorn. They've got a lot of time to build up this roster, but you've got to look at least a little stronger than this on day one.
Yeah, again, a lot of things around the mid lane obviously have been issues. Misplays, also just better synergy, better coordination from Schalke. There's a TP on the bottom side for Unicorns trying to get a tower, trading it for top. Schalke, by the way, got the Infernal Drake before. I'm not sure if we missed it because of replay, but even better for them. So basically just a trade. Unicorns are trying to somewhat base race here to get some gold. But you don't really want to leave two guys behind because they can actually get killed on the tower.
Well, Chachi's hanging firm here. This tower's actually getting fired down, but there's not as many minions as you'd think. It's just Steve really holding it. Fox has come to the rescue, but they got half damage on that turret. That's not bad for Unicorns, but now a teleport on the last one. Chachi's coming in, True Shot Barrage nails Fox, but not nearly enough damage. They're doubling down on investing this, but look at what's going on in the bottom side, or the top side, I should say, as Gilius dominates move off the screen. Fox, wow, they really turned this one for a second, but no. Move and Veritas both down. They trade for Fox. They get the turret, but there's still a whole pack of Schalke members on this top side.
Yeah, Schalke is still pushing in. Everyone from Unicorns recalling near that ward here, so they know how much time they got. Spraddle trying to keep some minions alive.
Even
smart move by him. So another turret here, and basically the trade.
2 turrets for 1, 2 lives for 1.
3 turrets for 2 even, and 2 TPs used on the side of Unicorns. Schalke once again wins out. Even a Grump is against Unicorns.
Messing with them.
So Move is trying to be the hero, stopping Chachi from getting stunned here so he can TP away, but now he's obviously just going to be caught out. Goes down. Meanwhile, we see the fight on top side, where in the end it was a 1-for-1 trade, but another tower for Unicorn still. 7 towers for Schalke. 14-1.
Yeah, a lot of gold off the kills, off the towers. Schalke have just looked so much cleaner in their opening series. Unicorns, a lot of questions to answer. A lot of questions we had coming into it, and we still don't have those answers.
Another fight.
Opening Pandora's box every time.
Where Steve didn't get to join Pyro.
Well, you did say he's loving his life as just kind of la-di-dying around in the top lane, but
he's going to TP
maybe
in
he
now.
would like to get a little bit more involved. He's going to find Hillisang here. Steadfast presence. Turns over to Move. Wall bangs him up, and Spraddle
even he steals the kill.
Steve can't even get a kill against the support. And Chachi knows his days are numbered. Tries to Arcane Smash down Fox. Nothing doing. Growler's getting the kill. Emperor's Divide. Exile, though. You can't do it in 2 directions.
Yeah, he got
Finally,
one.
Steve gets the kill he's looking for. It's a great day for Schalke 4. Oh my goodness, they're just rocking and rolling this map.
17-1 Pyra. I'm just keeping you updated here.
Guess what? It's Baron time.
Every single time. Baron, it's early on, but you just killed 3 members, so why not?
Deal with. There's no exile.
All right, time for Veritas to go in and shine here. Him and Hillisang left 2v4, 2v5 even, also against the Barons, 2v6 technically.
Yeah, they can even send Spraddle to just deal with Hillisang. Just keep pushing them away. This Baron's going down. Not a whole lot that the remaining Unicorns can do about it. Schalke keep pushing their edge. 12,000 gold now in the lead. It just keeps climbing up and up and up. When we see that gold graph, it's going to look ridiculous.
And we're still at the point where Unicorns are trying to scale. But as we've seen the last 21 minutes,
it's only 21 minutes. Late game does not exist yet.
It is some of the problems, again, when you draft like so many scaling champions. But let's see. So it's TP in from Schalke. They've basically just been hovering around Baron. Unicorns trying to get some vision, and that just starts the fight instantly. Again, there's no map control, really.
1 cocoon and he's dead.
Yeah, Schalke is obviously so far ahead that for them it's just about starting fights all the time. Over and over and over. They got Baron as well. Except trying to stay alive, and that's where Steve
shines.
Gets his chance.
So there's your Baron power play. Not much at the minute since they haven't really gone for taking a whole lot of anything else, but with all 5 members rocking it, they can start to split around the map wherever they need. See if Chachi can try and start a fight, but he is already nearly dead. Lambs are spied on, but that won't last very long. They turn for Gilius. They want the shutdown gold, but they're not gonna get it. Fox takes down Move. Chachi's slain. They have nothing left in the tank. The Unicorns are running scared and getting trampled all across the map. Veritas locked out of his own base. This is gonna be a dead inhibitor turret. Should be a dead inhibitor after that. Schalke looking unstoppable in game number 2.
And Gilius refuses to die. There was a sapling on the ground, but he flashed away from it, which actually would have killed him. Would have been quite a way to die when you're 8-0. In the end, Schalke wins another fight. Minions are pushing in, but playing it safe. No reason to risk anything. You are currently 12,000 gold ahead at 23 minutes. I think you can survive not getting inhib down right now.
Next Dragon's going to come up too. Still stuff around the map for them to take, shore up their advantages. Is it worth taking though, Deficio? It is a mountain drain.
I mean, sure, why not? You have full map control, and if Unicorns want to come and try and fight you, that's perfect for you because you get to fight outside of their base, away from the fountain and the few turrets that you have left. So, engage in from Chachi. Sadly has to pick Spraddle as his target. Steve isn't here yet, so it's some good damage early. Gillis here drops solo, look at a sapling on the ground. Flashes away from it, didn't even get to target him. In the end, Steve comes to the back and gets it done.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Story of this game, Unicorns have just not been able to get anything from the get-go, and the level 1 was almost prophetic in how much trouble that they've had dealing with this Schalke squad.
It was a good level 1 from Schalke. It was planned 100% how they snuck the bomb near the wall so there was no vision for move, forcing him then to flash, or if they find someone, they would force the person to flash with the bomb Lucian combo as well. And it was just lucky for them, it was even moved there, so he died late on in the game without flash. Full control from Schalke.
All that practice seems to be making pretty close to perfect right now for Schalke, as they just keep rolling through the base, taking everything they can. Only one inhibitor and some Nexus turrets really stand in their way. Gillius a little bit low. Unicorn sensing blood, trying to go in. Emperor's Divide pushing back. Exile a little bit low for himself though. And Steve throws the buckler to secure the kill. Fox answers back. Rallis gets one. Just when the Unicorns think they have some space to move, nothing doing. They've been nulled out, and this game is over. Unicorns down. Schalke are going to take it 2-0, and they have looked very close to flawless against UOL. One Nexus turret, the other one 25 minutes. A hell of a game from Schalke.
What a crazy start for them. Sure, we knew Unicorns of Love weren't going to look that great coming into this. With all the changes they made, they need more time. Exile, of course, having a tough first day here on the LCS stage. Expected there could be some nerves, but this made it look worse, honestly, for Unicorns of Love than expected. We kind of talked about it going a few hours back, how Schalke could be favorites for this one, because again, better off-season, less changes. Didn't expect them to completely destroy Unicorns of one of the games. Like 25-2, 25 minutes was a game even, and 25 kills for Unicorns of Love. Move was 0-9-1, and Exile was 0-7. They just camped that mid lane over and over.
Yeah.
What a great game.
It's kind of funny, we talked about Gilius not needing to be mid lane. Well, this time he just chose to be mid lane, and it was the optimal place to be, 9 times out of 10.
And we talked about him being one of the players we were looking at to step up and really shine for Schalke this split. 1B2 played, obviously. We've seen 2 games now against the same team. Clearly a big difference in overall skill. Schalke, far and away the better team today. I want to see tomorrow if this Schalke team can continue, because back in spring, they actually started 3-1. They had a great start to the split, and then it just went downhill from there. But it's a very, very different team. The way they're playing is very different. We wanted to see higher tempo, much better shot calling when it comes to finishing games, and we saw that in both games.
Yeah, and you start to wonder then if that starts to happen, does that maybe change the expectation for this team? Schalke will have H2K tomorrow. That should be a pretty tough opponent to take on.
Sure.
But all the same, they are looking like they can make good decisions, push their leads. If they can get off to the good start, we could see many more victories like that.
That's what we can take away from this. And also, Gilius really likes his new mid laner. They are very good friends, clearly.
Especially when he gives all the kills to him.
Right, sure. And then they enjoy playing around this mid lane here, something Schalke can try and do tomorrow. As you said, against H2K. We played one-on-one against Rocket earlier in the day over on stream 2. But what a great game from Schalke, and what
great series
poor
overall.
Game. Series, yeah, you're correct. What a poor series from Unicorns of Love. Like,
Yeah.
more questions than I expected.
It's really disappointing. And another thing, talking about schedules tomorrow, Unicorns have to go up against Origen. We saw earlier today, they may not all have it together yet either, but Unicorns just frankly look scattered.
Completely, especially in the last game. Again, it, of course, snowballs out of control around the mid lane when you die again and again and again. both your jungler and your mid laner. But a lot of things for him to work on. Again, I've talked to Sheepy. I know this team's saying we need a few weeks, we need a bit of time. Problem is, with this schedule here and the fact it's 3 points, when you get a 2-0, surely or fast, you can actually kind of fall too far behind.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Unicorns can start picking the pieces back up, but great start for Schalke 04. Now, to hear a little bit more about that, we're going to send it stage side, where Pulse is standing by with Spraddle.
Thank you so much, guys. I'm here with Spraddle after that incredible 2-0. I mean, first off, Spraddle, how does it feel to be right here after a very tough last split to come out of the gate swing with a 2-0?
Feels really good. We have high expectations for the split. We wanna make a we wanna come out with a blast kind of, make a good start. Hopefully go 4-0 the first week. But it feels really good to go 2-0.
Yeah, we certainly did come out of the gate swinging there, Spraddle. And first off, in that game, or in that series rather, it didn't look like Unicorns of Love even had a chance. You were all over them from minute one. What happened in those games?
The first game we were pretty scared because of the Twitch tower comp. It's pretty cheeky. They can go invis and stun you, and you don't really get any time to react. So we were a bit scared of that. We haven't played it a lot in scrims either, so we had to respect that a lot. So it kind of delayed our finish to the game. But I mean, we had a few good team fights, so we managed to close it out later.
I feel like it can't be just like what happened in game. What happened during the off season? Because you guys literally look like a different team from then to now.
We're kind of still working on not the same problems, but we just continue where we left off kind of. Obviously, we have a new mid laner as well, Fox. So it helps a lot as well. Get a new member, it's a bit honeymoon as well. But yeah, we kind of just started where we left off. And I think we want to make playoffs this split as well. So coming out with a good start. And I can feel already we're screened for 3 weeks now. And to get good results in the beginning would mean a lot to us.
Starting off well there, and how are you feeling about the meta as well? Because we saw you bust out the Vladimir in game one. Also, knowing how Twitch and Tarek are interacting, how are you feeling about the new picks that are coming in?
I think people are still learning a lot about the meta in general in almost every role. I think top lane is kind of similar. Fizz is coming back a bit, but people are still learning a lot. We saw Tarek as well today, so a new pick. I think we're gonna see Nami and stuff like that as well, maybe later today. But people are still learning.
What's your opinion on some of the game changes as well? Because we've also seen more parity around Dragon. The Heralds, of course, change. The pace of the games even changed. How's that been for you adapting as a team and for yourself?
The first couple of days when we were scrimming, it was a big learning experience. But we kind of figured it's somewhat what it used to be, like the lane spell and all. It was a pretty boring game. The first game here, the lane spell was pretty back to the last split, which is kind of boring, even as a player. But I think people are still learning as well. So I think we're going to see a lot more level 1 strategies and yeah.
What are your predictions, just taking a step back and looking at the rest of the split? Because of course you guys are looking at playoffs, but who are you seeing as some of the main contenders? As we've seen a lot of swaps come in, we've seen a lot of new Koreans join the lineups. How are you feeling like you guys are going to stack up and your larger expectations on the league?
Well, I mean, top 3 is probably going to be hard. We have Fnatic, G2, they look really dominant even in scrims. For the last few days we've been trying a bit. But we can definitely make top 6, and I hope we can. We're aiming for it. But yeah, top 3 is probably going to be hard, but top 6 should be doable.
Well, best of luck. You came out of the gate looking incredibly strong, so congratulations on the 2-0. Thank you very much for the interview. We're going to send it back over to the caster desk to take a look at the game.
Thank you very much, Pulse. Now, it should probably not come as any surprise, but with an 8-0-8 record on Elise, Gilius is our player of the game. I know you really wanted it, but Steve had his moment, but we can only have one player of the game. So, excellent job to close out the series. Really, no complaints there.
Nope, everything was honestly perfect from Schalke in that last game, and almost everything that could have gone wrong for Unicorns, it went wrong.
Yeah, we'll have to see how they're able to recover, what's able to come up next. So much LCS this split. I'm loving it. But you guys don't go anywhere. We are going to go to a quick break. But when we return, Fnatic will face off against Giants Gaming. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of Week 1 here at the European LCS Summer Split. The last two teams to make their debut here in summer are setting up on stage as we speak. Fnatic is going up against Giants Gaming. First, let's dial in on Fnatic, who finished third in the Spring Split playoffs and have made one major addition to their roster ever since. Let's take a look in the top lane. Gamsu, Spirit still holding strong in the jungle, then Febiven in the mid lane, Reckless at support, Yellowstar, and their coach Daylor. Well, guys, the return of the captain, obviously a huge storyline coming into Fnatic into the summer split stress. How much can and will he change?
Oh, how much can he change is always the big question, because we've seen so many iterations of Fnatic with Yellowstar as a captain doing so well. How much will he change right now, to me, is a little bit of a different discussion, because he was never known as like a laning phase player. That duo was never known as super, super strong laners. So as for direct impact right now, perhaps it will be fairly shallow, but the growth potential for Fnatic with a shot caller could be a lot better.
I think the main thing we will see for Fnatic is a team where it's not Yellowstar specifically who will be the big impact. It's the fact he makes everyone else much better. Reckless no longer needs to be a shot caller. Febiven doesn't need to maybe communicate as much as he had to do in Spring Split. You can focus more on yourself, and Yellowstar will take care of the main calling.
Yeah, let's take a look at, well, when Reckless and Yellowstar were together as a bottom lane duo, all the prizes they went through, all the great results they had in their career. Obviously, the World Championship semi-final most recently. Summer EULCS champions, Spring EULCS champions, All-Stars in Paris semi-final. That's a long way back, and IM semi-final champions. So, I mean, they have a lot of history between them, and just that level of trust might bring the dynamic back to Fnatic that we have been longing to see from them.
Yeah, I'm really excited to have him back. I think we all missed him when he went over to TSM, and he definitely had some good performances.
He missed us?
All the way to the finals in North America, and now that he's coming back, I think that, I mean, we do have to remember that Fnatic had good performance with Cly at certain points throughout the season. They had up and down, and I just think that Yellowstar returning would just add that consistency that Fnatic has been looking for.
And also, Cly individually as a player wasn't a big enough factor that you wouldn't take a guy like Yellowstar when he returns, because it is an upgrade no matter what, both if you look at the player skill, honestly, also with the experience from Yellowstar, and as we said before, the fact he brings that extra shot calling. We have to remember it's not one guy doing everything, it's everyone providing information, something Huni Reino was good at, and that's obviously where Fnatic are still weaker compared to Season 5. Gamsu Spirit are not what Huni and Reino was in Season 5, and I don't think Gamsu will ever reach what Huni did, but he's a different kind of player.
Yeah, that's the question, of course. I'll conjecture to see what will Yellowstar in the end do in terms of shot calling. We'll have to find that out over the next couple of weeks. Let's take a look at their opponents here in their first game in summer, lining up against them on the red side in Game 1. It is Giants with Smitty J in the top lane, Maxlor in the jungle, Knight, Sonstar, Huslin, and their coach Lothar. Obviously, Giants a very, very rough Spring Split, 3-15, and on top of that, Xpepi is now no longer with the lineup, and he was the only remaining member of the kind of original Giants, or the Giants that we've seen for the longest time in the LCS. But what do we think of what they've changed? Vedius, you're very familiar with Maxlor for one.
I've had the pleasure of casting the jungler over the last year. His growth has been exponential, really, playing against me in local competitions all the way now up to the LCS. So
jeez, man, that's a big difference.
Yeah. Maxlor has grown phenomenally as a jungler. He had a bit of a reputation in the UK for camping top lane. The Alfari Maxlor synergy was a big thing that everyone used to know and love. But Maxlor as a player loves to invest in resources that sets him, invest in lanes that he thinks are going to succeed. And now with Knight joining in, I think that could be a really interesting synergy to watch grow.
The last time we really saw Maxlor, though, was in Inspire Esports in Challenger with a large stint for a team. Solid performance, but I don't think he's one of these people that everybody is talking about, like this guy is going to hit it right away in the LCS. Still a young player that's growing into his role, so perhaps there is that potential for Giants to kind of mold him into a slightly different player and what they need.
Right, and I think Maxlor is one of the guys we're looking at who needs to step up to make Giants more than a team just fighting for relegations. Knight is the other one. You mentioned him just before, the Korean mid laner joining, who obviously played for Ever8 over in the Korean Challenger scene. Is a very, very gifted player in terms of mechanics. Also, sometimes a little bit odd champion pool here and there. He's like undefeated on Zillion. He's 8-0 in Korean Challenger on that one, which is an odd one. The Cassiopeia play, we've all seen it. But Knight is a player I think can do what Pepe did in terms of individual performance. I just want to see if Knight can be more consistent, and I want to see, once Knight learns more English, how much he can add communication-wise.
And I think that maybe even losing Pepe and having to change up their mid lane may be the best thing for Giants right now. Pepe was on a downturn throughout the entirety of the last split and previous splits before that. So maybe a completely reinvigorated lineup means they're not relying on the whole, well, Pepe can carry that we saw from Giants time and time again, because it ended up that he couldn't. So having a completely new lineup.
Yeah, we honestly overused that one towards the end, because it wasn't even that great.
Us overusing something?
Yeah, I know, it's never happened before, right? But definitely, I think Knight is extremely exciting. He's one of the Koreans coming in. We look at it saying there's a lot of potential. Giants also, with this lineup, we know Smitty J up in top lane. He can play carries. He had honestly some decent games, if you look back at last split, and also in the promotion tournament, him and Hoslin showed up. So I think there are some things to work with here for Giants, and I don't think they will be as weak as they were in the spring split. But I don't know if it's enough to climb out of that bottom 4.
I mean, especially they have kind of a hard game to start off with, right? Because they're not going up against someone that they would expect to see in the bottom of the table or a winnable match, but they do have to look at it this way. And if there's one thing that we've learned today is that the underdogs can come out really strong in games 1.
Oh yeah, we had some games over on EU LCS 2 with, you know, Rocket and Splice actually showing up big time. Not even just kind of like being a shaky victory, but like actually dominating. So through that, maybe if Giants have a game plan set up where they have a particular pick that comes out in game 1 that's difficult to deal with, something like a Swain that teams aren't really.
No, it's horrible now. It's terrible.
No, I'm still optimistic. I still
Bad
think
pick.
it's Cassiopeia.
All right, we'll see. The players are still setting up, so we still got a little more time to talk about this one. Obviously, Fnatic, we look a lot to the bottom lane. What can Yellowstar bring? And it should relieve, as you said, some of the members of the duties that they had to do. Febiven, Reckless came out and said a lot of times that he had to do a lot of the shot calling as a team, but now someone like Febiven can maybe shine a bit harder again, because even though he'd been playing well, he didn't have that destructive impact that we saw last year. Is that fair to say?
I think Fabian had a very good split, but I think all of Fnatic just had to rebuild almost everything.
Yeah.
And it's hard to shine as well if you constantly, as a team, don't really know what to do. There's no confidence in the shot call, and then suddenly your individual performance will also drop for someone like Fabian. But I think in playoffs, he showed up big time. This meta should fit him perfectly. He loves to play Azir. He loves to play Victor. It's kind of the style he's changed into compared to what we saw in the past with like the Zed and everything.
But we've seen Assassins working.
Oh, he can still play Assassins, of course.
I mean, like we saw the Fizz coming out from Perks earlier, which absolutely rolled over our OG in that first game of the day. And I still think that Zed can work.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, he's still pretty viable. So Febiven, I think, has the pick of the litter in terms of what he can play in the mid right now.
Tons of options. And he needs to beat Knight in this mid lane.
He does. I guess that
No,
when
but
you
like-
look at a key for victory, actually, that
Yeah.
is going to be a critical one. It does depend on the actual matchup that we see, because we've seen everything. We've even seen, you know, Assassins not go so well over on EU LCS 2 as well. So honestly, we've been talking about the versatility of the patch. There are so many different styles that you can play with the right team comp setup. You can actually just play a full engage comp. You can play a poke comp. You can play a siege comp. There's so much versatility that every team should find their path.
Yeah, and I do hear that the players are ready. So it's time to head inside the arena and get into that game.
Well, we're ready to shock. So I'm here, I'm Richard Paul's Cam, he's Mr. Trevor Paul's, and we are, as you said, just moments away from picks and bans between Fnatic and Giants game. We just have a couple more minutes before we get there, Crepper. But how are you feeling about this one? How are you feeling about being here?
I've just had a pretty much of a League of Legends overload. Been watching both games at once.
Yeah, kind of going cross-eyed.
I felt like I was in the Matrix when it came to League of Legends. But now it's quieted down. There's only one game going on at a time. Fnatic versus Giants. And it's going to be a cool test for me to see where Fnatic is at already.
Yeah.
With not the most opposition. This is kind of their warm-up set for me.
Yeah.
Against Giants. Because Giants are kind of figuring a lot of things out themselves right now, so this could be a good gauge for us to see how far along Fnatic is in kind of the rebuilding process.
Yeah, I think it'll answer a lot of questions, because we've also seen a lot of interesting games and a lot of interesting results throughout the day. Even Schalke, for example, looking really good against the Unicorns. So not counting Giants off the table just yet, but is a new lineup. As they mentioned on the analyst desk, all of the OG members of that team are now gone.
Yeah, and we just got word. The exact issue on stage right now is Maxwell's mouse is having some difficulties. Obviously, a mouse is very important to play League of Legends, especially if it's your first competitive game. Don't really want to do that keyboard only if you're Maxwell.
Yeah. That's, no, that wouldn't be good, because a lot's on his shoulders as well, as we've seen a lot from him in Challenger, and the Challenger scene for the longest time.
Yeah, definitely. I agree with you there. I think Maxwell together with Knight is going to be the axis where Giants need to carry from. Like that is going to be the lane that's going to decide a lot of their games, because if you look at what's left, Smitty J can snowball if he's given attention, but hasn't really shined that much. And if you look at the bot lane, Sunstar and Hustlin are very much so still in the transition from kind of solo queue-esque gameplay to very team-oriented LCS level gameplay. They may get there because we have no way of judging what their ceiling is, but right now they're not there.
I think so too, and something that Vedis has been talking about, which is very accurate with Maxlaw, he identifies like the winning lane, like the carry on the team, and would just camp the heck out of that lane and just do everything he can to get them snowballing. And hey,
it's a bit of a predictable strategy.
It's predictable, and it's like solo queue, right? It's just like find a guy who's going to tilt, camp them. Find a guy who's good on your team, camp them. You know, so we'll have to see how that pans out in game, because if it gets kind of competitive and people know what they're doing, Fnatic is going to light it up around the area, and it's just like, oh, you're mid lane again.
All right, and to make sure that he can't camp that lane, we are now swapping his PC out.
Okay.
Putting a new PC in there just to make sure camping must be done.
Right.
Fnatic will suffer the wrath of Maxlor's. That's a man. Right there, that's the face.
Some dreams.
That's the face of a man who's ready to camp the heck out of Fnatic's top lane.
Well, currently has no computers, so gonna find it difficult to do that for now, but it should just be a couple more minutes before we get that one sorted.
Yeah, and I've played a couple of games with him, not too many, but he seems to be like a really good communicator overall. Sadly, we don't really know if that will be put to full effect because Giants have obviously some language issues. Introducing 2 Korean players is something we've seen before, but if you look at the combination, it is obviously AD carry and mid laner, and that feels like a very really weird combination to have. As
not a lot
the
of
Koreans.
synergy.
Yeah, no synergy there. They can't really build anything up together. If you have like a support and top lane Korean, then at least they can set up like the teleports together, or they can kind of work with each other. They will be very isolated from the team, these roles. Yes, they won't have the most input, so they can follow, but they'll. I wonder if mid lane will be very isolated because Maxwell can't communicate ganks very well, especially when you go up against a player of the caliber of Febiven, who's usually good at sniffing these ganks when it comes to like solo queue. Somebody just starts walking up randomly. Well, guess what? I'm getting ganked right now. I wonder if they can actually get kills on him. And then, yeah, obviously, maybe Maxwell is going to say, well, I can't really gank bot, can't gank mid, gonna camp top all the time.
Yeah.
That gets predictable.
Exactly, and if the communication is bad in in the mid lane, even throughout the gank, then they might just get like 2-0'd, like versus Febiven. Like a lot can go wrong. So hope the team has gotten really good at smart pings, because that might be how they have to solve this one.
The good old China strategy.
The Starhorn strat.
The first mixed roster that came out.
I'm on the way. Help. On the way.
On the way. No.
Danger.
What you do is when they die, you backping their corpse.
Well,
that's what I've learned from. That's what I've learned from solo queue. Every time I die, people start backpinging my corpse in a weird way. I think it's their way of like attempting resuscitation. It doesn't really help.
I see. All right. Well, yeah, I know that wouldn't help my gameplay, but
there's nothing that can help your gameplay.
I can't even fire shots back because it's so true. But just again, looking at this lineup, there's a lot of questions. You know, not only just the communication, but also like within the own lanes. Because I think you hit the nail on the head. It's so difficult when your ADC is the guy who's the Korean on the team, because there's not a lot of synergy outside of him and the support. Like you compare him and anyone else, and it's not going to be super good for the team. So I have to see how that one works out. On the other side, you can see Fnatic just lounging right now. They're just chilling out.
Thinks he's back in Turkey. That's where he went on a holiday. I can tell the tan. He's just getting that lawn chair moment back in there. Just extending the start of the European LCS by a couple minutes here as we wait for that PC to be swapped out.
Yeah, you can see Gamsu there. He's gearing up. He's taking a more tactical approach, I feel, than the other players. Where they've been lounging, he's thinking about how he's going to crush top lane.
Yeah, eyes closed though. Really important. Give him some rest, you know. Maximize that open eye time.
That's true. Spirit communicating there with Febiven, getting synergy going. Seems to be a one-way conversation right now with Spirit. Like, this is what I'm going to do, and you're going to like it. And Febiven's like, okay, that's fine. We didn't get to see the bot lane. Oh, we did first off. But finally reunited after a split.
Yeah, Bora and Yellowstar. There's a lot of opinions out there, ranging from Yellowstar is the savior for Fnatic and he's going to make everything great again. Kind of the Trump of Fnatic. I'm seeing the bad side of the Trump here because they still had some issues. There's obviously a reason that they kind of split ways. And Fnatic bot lane was never really known to be a lane-dominant lane, in my opinion. They were really good at going even, slightly behind, and then their strength was kind of the top lane, the top triangle, so top jungle and mid, that put a lot of pressure on the map. And then, of course, you can play with kind of a low econ bot lane and shine in teamfights or through shot calling. Right now, Gamsu was stepping up, but overall, the impact of the Huni reign over Feven triangle was larger than what Gamsu's Spirit Feven managed to procure.
Yeah, which was surprising me because the whole thing was just like Spirit Gamsu, this mad synergy, and even in week 1 from the last split, Gamsu just went ham on the Olaf, and it was just like we had really high hopes, and then throughout the split it kind of petered off a little bit. But that's kind of been the bot lane in general, as you were just talking about. Reckless as an ADC is not the go hard, get like a ton of kills, apart from this highlights clips that you see.
I feel he
That's
can.
similar.
I feel he can,
but has he in the last split?
Yeah, obviously, if to do that, you need to be propelled forward in lane by having an aggressive laning partner too. Reckless with Yellowstar, with Cly, even with Noxiac, it doesn't really seem that they were opting for the forward style. At this point, though, after so many supports, you have to start questioning, can he actually play lane dominant? Does he need to is also another question.
Yeah, I would argue that Cly was more forward, but he was forward by himself, and then would go in.
I mean, Cly had just the marks of a support that was still learning and progressing.
We're still saying that right now in Challenger as well.
Definitely, and Fnatic just doesn't have the time as an organization with the goals they have in mind, with the things they have to live up to. If you look at the history of this organization.
Yeah, first split in a long time that they didn't get first place, going over to G2 in that split. But we are into Champion Select.
Or that could just be a tease. They could just line those cameras up and be like, nope.
Oh, it's us again. No, it is actually Champion Select, and we have these bans coming out, seeing a lot of interesting new champions and champion bans come out into the meta. So, first ban will be Lucian coming out from Fnatic. No real surprise right now. Taking that away from Sunstar. We've seen that a lot as a first pick, first rotation. Rise will be fired back from Giants.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to be an analyst when it comes to the early stages of ban phase. Lucian, you can expect to go out. Rise, you can expect to go out. And then you can start talking about top lane. Maybe to leave Maokai open. So far, we've actually seen a lot of priority on Echo, still over Maokai. Teams have been locking in early Caitlyn's too, because when Lucian's out of the fold, Caitlyn just lanes well into anything that's kind of left, and traps are just fantastic.
Interesting to talk about the Echo. It's terribly in CSQ, but it's still being picked up around the world and still doing fine. Nidalee is going to be picked up by Giants here, or rather taken away from Fnatic and looking towards their final ban here. So we're going to hit the mid lane once again, seeing a lot of Azir bans recently. Victor, again, one of the big mid laners coming back into the fold.
Yeah, Azir has gone through a lot of champs like today, though. A lot of people seem to really not pick him up. This Vladimir pick is something interesting, though. From talking to mid laners, they were telling me when Ryze and Azir off the table, Vladimir goes up a lot in market worth. A little bit of a niche pick here. Fnatic say, you know, we don't want to deal with that really. We'll go for the more traditional, predictable picks. You could definitely see Febiven on a relatively early Victor, for example. Just play the wave pick, play the even matchup, and hope that Knight can't really outclass him there. Looking at an early Kindred pick here, though, on the side of Fnatic, and that's exactly why Giants end up banning it out.
So what are Fnatic going to prioritize? It's going to be the Braum, and that's a very fast lock-in. Very interesting, because I was talking to Spraddle earlier, and it's just like, well, teams picking these late supports now of how much it revolves around that role.
They do, and I don't think it's quite necessary to pick the Braum up early. Maybe it's just Fnatic saying, well, Hustle, and we think you can only play Braum really well, and the rest is significantly worse. We also have to question how good is Yellowstar's Bard, because in terms of support tier list, it is Bard up there on tier 1, Braum is up there on tier 1. Alistar took a significant hit, both like the way the meta's been shifting and just the ulti nerf here. But it's definitely easy for Giants right now to pick up maybe like a Bard later, Caitlyn early, and they can definitely deal with it.
Maybe. Let's see what those first two picks are going to be. Hovering over the Trundle right now, that will be locked in with the Caitlyn. Trundle has also seen a lot of first rotation pickups, especially on the blue side if it is still open. We've seen a lot of Lucian and Trundles as those first picks.
Yeah. Trundle just has a really strong laning phase, and because QSS only gets rid of CC and no longer gets rid of Trundle ulti, he becomes even stronger in that 1v1 duel, so you can almost guarantee that Trundle will win any matchup in a split push. Even beats Echo pretty handily early, once there's ganking involved. Spirit opting for the Lee Sin, because right now it's Kindred Nidalee tier 1 in the jungle, and then anything is open game. Graves has fallen off tremendously hard, so people are going for the Lee Sin. Even Rek'Sai over in the LPL a lot. Maybe some Elise here as a reaction later on from Giants.
Yeah, actually, funnily enough, we saw a lot of priority on Elise as soon as the patch came out. That's what people were gravitating towards, but I like the Lee Sin being picked up here from Fnatic. Back when last split, they kind of had a formula that worked for every single game that they went for. Lee Sin was part of that formula, so nice to see Spirit go back there and try and make some plays in the early game. Echo as well into that top lane, most likely going against Trundle. Can be flexed, of course, to support. Muslim might be picking that one up.
but is pretty much a Smitty J or Hustling champion, honestly.
Yeah, and this is where the compositions are really taking form. Look at what Giants have procured. Looking to play a 4-1 composition. Trundle on the side lane, the remaining members in the mid lane, and they have a full-on siege composition right now. Group Azir and Caitlyn up, get the traps out, make a pick on the tower with the cocoon. But Fnatic reacted and said, well, we were already building a bit of a flank skirmish comp with Lee Sin and Echo. Guess what? We're going all out on that. Kalista LeBlanc. Fnatic are here to skirmish, to fight. Not really team fight, but just fight you at every single flank and see if you can split you up. Because while they're grouped, and if they can keep everybody in front of them, Giants actually have the better lineup when it comes to like a siege. But they're so weak because anybody can jump them from the side. Look at Lee Sin pick Echo flank.
Might be seeing some faster gameplay coming in from Fnatic here with some very early mid-game picks, looking for those skirmishes, looking for those fights very early on into this game. Giants now with their very final pick. What are we looking towards here? It will be either a top laner or a support. The Nautilus locked in.
It's a Nautilus support. He plays it a lot. It's a hustling kind of signature champion. Not the biggest fan of Nautilus support. It does okay into Braum, however. That lane matchup is definitely playable, and it's actually an advantageous matchup in my opinion. So we could expect Fnatic to go for the swap here, open up the map, and then see if they can make these pick champions to use. Because if you look at the raw defensive capabilities of this lineup, barely any way from it.
Very true, but a lot of offensive power early on into the game for Fnatic. It'll be interesting to see how Giants operate here. Of course, Sunstar and Knight being the Koreans, and Max Law coming into this lineup now with this full composition. Looking obviously later towards the game, because once they have a fully itemed Azir and Caitlyn, they're going to hit like a truck. But if you reach late game against Fnatic's comp, you probably win anyway.
Yeah, it's definitely looking at Spirit here. He needs to get those ganks and avoid being counter-ganked. If there's a good counter-gank from Maxwell or to Spirit, Fnatic may actually be in a lot of trouble.
You see the coaches Dalo and Lotark shaking hands and heading off the Rift for game one of this best of two series here. Should be a very exciting one to close out the day and close out day one of this week. Should be very interesting. But remember to tweet at LOL Esports using those hashtags FNCWin or GIAWin to show your support on Twitter. We'll be checking with you guys later on as well into the game. But you can see the full lineups there on your screen.
You say we're not technically
part of it.
Somebody will be checking in for us.
Yeah. I say we as an entire team, you know. It's
we, the broadcast team.
Spirit, exactly. We're about to get into game, ladies and gentlemen. It will be Fnatic up against Giants in our final game of the day. Let's get on to the Rift and see who will be coming out on top.
Yeah, let's see if we get any creative level ones. We've seen a few today. Always really interesting for me. Teams that punish the generic fanning out. Especially with Braum, you can really catch people off guard. Cheeky little Braum Q here.
Yeah, even on those solo man invades can do a lot of damage with Winter's Bite concussive blows, of course. Okay, Smitty J is hanging up there on the top lane with Gams.
Here we go.
Flash forwards, a lot of aggression coming out from Fnatic. Looking with his skill to Max Law, concussive blows land. Thevrin comes in, first blood to Reckless.
That's what I'm talking about, baby. Flash exhaust, slows him down, gets the tag. At that point, you're a sitting duck. Maxwell cannot get out because he's obviously slowed off to the flash. Follow up from Fnatic. And this ties into their strategy, and Giants should expect this. When you know these lineups, you know that Fnatic will likely want to swap. Well, how do you guarantee a swap? Well, you go for deep wards, deep vision. Max Lore. He felt he was safe, but on the LCS stage, you run into what you call in solo queue, pure cheese.
Yeah.
But sadly, here is strategy.
He should have adapted to the cheese, but his strategy here, he'll be learning that one and learn it the hard way coming into this first game here on the LCS stage. 1:30 into this game. Smitty J, he kind of went back to the tower, did not want any of that invade coming in from Fnatic there. And you can see this mid lane now. Knight and Feathervin coming out here in this mid lane. There's a ward up there, just caught Reckless and Yellowstar heading into the top lane there. And Hustlin and Sunstar going to the bot side.
We have a lane swap. Something that pleases every single League of Legends fan out there because they're very much so fascinating.
They're a little bit different now, though, Graf.
Not always the same. Well, phase 2 can be a little bit more interesting if the bot lanes like end up swapping into each other again. Obviously, Dragon is a lot higher priority. It used to be whoever ended up on the top side was happy because they got Rift Herald. Skip the Dragon, then go for a stronger push. But right now, it's definitely worth looking for Dragons.
For sure. Depends on what the first Dragon is as well, because we've seen less priority on the Cloud Dragons, which...
It's It's totally not Cloud's game, guys. Not at all. Oh, it's Cloud.
Yeah, we'll see if we can do the Deficio and get the triple Clouds in a row. But of course, this is the first part of the lane swap. Didn't change much. Just going to see this trade 1-for-1 towers.
Cloud Dragon's actually the one, or Cloud Drake right now, your baby dragons. It's the one where you thank the enemy team for taking it. You're like, thank you for getting the reset. We'll just take the next one.
Yep.
Meanwhile, we keep farming, getting ourselves strong.
Tell us when you take it, and we'll just check down there, see what the next one is. There's Cloud. Feel free to take that next one as well. But because it is out of combat movement speed, not a lot of priority on that dragon. Take it if you can, but not a lot of people going for that one as a priority. Maxlaw has taken away this this red buff on the strong side, of course. Fnatic doing the same on their side.
Slightly better lane swap combination here for Giants because they have more AoE on the creeps. So you tank the creeps, you stand there with your support, he AoEs, your AD carry AoEs, you tank them so that your creeps can hit the tower. That's the generic gist of it. Giants composition does that a tiny bit better. Fnatic actually failed the bounce here. This is big. They pushed onwards. Let's see if Hustlin, if SmittyJ teleports here immediately, he could pick up a little bit of extra farm. This is why the bounce is kind of important to be done correctly, but it isn't really punished. Giants didn't spot it. Fnatic managed to push into the next tower and ironically come out ahead.
Yeah, and we see the first back coming in for these ADCs will be just a dagger picked up by Sunstar, but 3 daggers picked up by Reckless. Kind of doing the same thing as like Lucian's and those type of champions where they just pick up a bunch of longswords, and then what I like to call the 2048 build, where you just build a lot of longswords and they all turn into items. So Reckless going for this one, of course. Callista builds a lot of items with attack speed early on to the game. Hurricane, Blade of the Ruin King.
Yeah, you can no longer go for the Swifty Rush, where Callista's used to build out to be quicker in lane swap, because there's always the possibility that you end up laning against the enemy bot lane quite sooner.
Yeah.
And then obviously, you're not going to want movement speed.
No, not so helpful. Gonna see top lane here. Smitty going back into the top lane. And Maxlaw just in the jungle as well. Giants coming in here, just pushing out this tower, and we're going to see both of them swapping up. So sometimes there's going to be changes to phase 2 of the lane swap. This time around, just going to swap back and forth and find 2-2 towers. Mid lane, there's going to be a bit of interaction. Devin gets a bit of damage down onto Knight.
Yeah, a big part there was that Knight got the shield off, at least, from the dash. If he hits, obviously you get the shield, and then it's a slightly easier trade, so if everyone couldn't really win that hard. Ignite versus teleport, versus heal too, so no double teleport here either. Azir obviously never runs it. We've seen teleport LeBlancs, but not the biggest fan. I like the Ignite. You need kills. The Fnatic, let's not forget, they're running a big composition, and they need to get those kills.
Exactly. So once the map opens up, now that these towers have gone down, maybe we'll see Fnatic go from lane to lane, try and get these picks, try and get these skirmishes, which the composition is really built around. But the first tower goes down, a bit of momentum rather, over to Fnatic. Knight still pushing in the mid lane, kind of going even in terms of health and mana up against Fevvin with this LeBlanc. Both have gone back. Negatron picked up by Knight, and double Dorans by Fevvin.
Alright, now we need to gauge who goes where. So they're giving more time to Gamsu to soak up that wave. So Reckless is kind of taking the team player role here. He's going to go and challenge SmittyJ and hopefully get him off that wave. While they're giving maximum time to Gamsu to pick up more farm here. Because if Fnatic would have said, Gamsu, you go top now, he would have just missed out on too much experience, too much CS. The advantage would be given to Reckless, who will likely reswap later on. Unless Gamsu is going to stick around. Because in past scenarios, we've seen actually support path to the bottom lane. So Fnatic seem to be very interested in swapping around entirely. So we're getting the ultra lane swap.
Yeah, we said it changed. Apparently we're lying to you right now. But
that's what we do.
That's true. That's what we do here on the Pulse Preppercast. We lie to you constantly. But mid lane is usually the point where not a lot happens. Sometimes when you have LeBlanc and Azir, a little bit more happens. Sometimes there's action when they hit level 6, but often see a lot of these farm mid lane, especially with Victor coming back, Vladimir, of course.
I mean, this guy right here, he can make something happen. Here he goes.
Spirit coming in, kick flash right into Fevvin. We'll be following with the Sigil Malice and the combo. Easy kill, simple as that. Top lane getting engaged upon as well. Yellowstar and Reckless, we wanted aggression, and they're bringing it to Smitty.
Yeah, they bring the aggression. They just force SmittyJ to get off the wave, deny him experience. That's their goal. But the first blood ganked there from Spirit, and Knight just, he was trying to figure out what was going on, and then he was dead already. So in an ideal world, he flashes out there immediately, but obviously, yeah, really well executed gank from Spirit that leaves no room to react, or barely any room to react for Knight.
At that point, he did figure out what happened. He was dead. 2-0 in this game. Bot tower goes down to Giants, meanwhile, as they had that push going down there with all the members committed to that push. Spirit, meanwhile, will go into the opposing jungle, take away this blue buff. Might be a little close as Huston and Maxlor on the way up. Might have to ward jump over the wall. He's got it. He's out. And Huston's going to path and see if he can find him with a hug. Especially with Knight coming in. Emperor's Divide doesn't quite catch him. He's over the wall, but he's not safe. Maxwell coming in and looking for this venomous bite, but it's going to be the soldier that finishes him off. Going a little too deep.
Yeah, a little bit too deep here. Giants equalizing. They're still over 1,000 gold behind here very early in the game, so they need more of this. They need to find Spirit when he's setting up for these ganks. They can operate under a gold deficit if they can keep it even, because their composition outscales and has stronger spikes put together in the mid game, especially if they can start sieging. You can Fnatic limited wave clear here. If Giants are allowed to group up Azir, Caitlyn together, put some traps down, whack away at those towers.
Oh, Sunstar caught all by himself with the flank coming in with the Fate's Core. He's going to be flashing away, but it is useless as Reckless will follow him down. Landed a bit of damage in return, but an easy kill to Fnatic.
Yeah, and if you see the behavior of that wave, it seems like it was pushing into Sunstar. So it's very greedy for him to move up and already start farming it right there. Needs to be careful. Reckless and Yellowstar have been doing a lot of work here, top side of the map. Yellowstar not afraid to flash in aggressively and go for that exhaust plus Braum passive either.
Yep.
Done it to SmittyJ, done it to Maxlor at the start of the game, so you're already seeing a good bit of synergy here.
I like to see it playing a little bit faster. Meanwhile, mid lane still trading blows. Now 1-on-1, both of them picking up 2 kills, or a kill apiece rather. Fevin's going to be jumping in here, only a bit of poke, but Hustlin shows his face, so doesn't want to go any deeper. No one cares about poor Cloud Dragon, unfortunately. We call them dragons or drakes? You said they were mini
Well,
dragons?
they're actually called drakes now, so there's been this dire debate whether when Europe was calling Dragon Drake, and the Americans hated it.
Yeah.
Apparently, whoever made them called them drakes. Well, now we have to call them drakes.
Yep, wrecked.
It is Infernal Dragon, however.
Oh, okay.
No, it's not. It's the big dragon.
Elder Dragon.
Elder Dragon, but it's Infernal Drake, Cloud Drake.
All right. Definition, got it. Maxwell on his way down. He's going to pass by the Drake, and Gamsu is going to have to be fast on the trigger finger.
I mean, right here, Maxwell could have committed for that gank. Passed it out, so the lack of vision definitely hurting them. Fnatic, not too afraid of lack of vision. Very eager to set up. We have Giants collapsing though. They seem very afraid to kind of pull the trigger. Obviously, right now,
he's found LeBlanc, and Fevin's definitely found him. He's going to get chained down, jump over the wall. Empress Divide knocks him all the way back over, and then he flashes as he sees Yellowstar coming in. What a bizarre sequence of plays.
Yeah, Fevin out of nowhere for Knight. He's having a rough time here. Definitely really happy he picked up that early magic resistance.
Yeah, very happy, otherwise he would have been a dead man. And with Reckless and Fevin pushing into mid lane, get a bit of damage down there. Still no one going for the dragon, but Yellowstar and Spirit coming into this bot lane.
Yeah, and the lack of teleport on SmittyJ is really suffering, is making Giants suffer, because they're so afraid to make any moves, because they know they're 4v5 on the map, and because the lane was pushing all the way to SmittyJ, Fnatic used that time to kind of cross-map, get advantage in the mid lane, around Dragon Pit, in the bottom lane, and SmittyJ is stacking up that wave so beautifully, nice and big, juicy wave that likely Gamsu's now going to say thank you very much for. And Fnatic, complete control of the game.
Yeah, 2-0-0 on Reckless, another kill in the mid lane to Febivin, 3-1 total on the board currently. Fnatic have this 3,000 gold advantage. Just 11 minutes into the game is big for them. And just taking Crab, taking the Vision, taking the towers.
Yeah, and it shows you what a couple of picks can do, how much you can hurt like your economy, because suddenly you're playing the map 4v5, which means you can't push out on bottom because you're scared you can get collapsed on. If you generally get collapsed on, you can get something at the other side of the map. Obviously, that guy just died. Like, the death of Sunstar really hit Giants, because that's what started it all. Sunstar gets picked off, SmittyJ has to take over that wave duty, his teleport is down, and then suddenly Giants have to play passive. They can't make any reactionary moves, and then Knight gets suddenly picked out. He has to base. It's not like they just take river control, mid control, and they're playing to the strength of their composition.
Exactly. Of course, Giants will want to try and get later on into this game. Try and activate the Azir, activate the Caitlyn. And Hustlin just clearing out this pink ward real quick, trying to get some dragon control, or Drake control, excuse me. Spirit going into his jungle there.
Nobody's going to shoot you if you say dragon control.
There'll be someone on Twitter. already typing out the tweet and heard me. I was like, damn,
I can't believe
backspace.
Pulse is calling them dragons.
Unreal. Oh, Fnatic heading into this bot lane. Might see a 3 versus 3. Spirits in the
here we
bush.
go.
Fate's call. It's definitely starting up. Hustlin is going to turn around and actually look for the potential engage. With teleport coming down from both teams. Sunstar's going to return some damage. Has been exhausted. Yellowstar's going to drop. Reckless close to follow. Spirit trying to put some damage on towards the rest of the Giants lineup. But honestly, Gamsu's a bit too late.
Yeah, and that was mid-season TSM Yellowstar right there. The Fate Scout gets used. They're looking for a play. They could easily say, you know what? I don't think this is going to work. And they go for it anyways. He overextends in front of his team, realizes he's dying. This time, Giants have teleport, and we can see the difference between Giants being able to play with teleport and without, and rightfully so. And Fnatic kind of lose all the momentum.
Yeah, a bit of a mismatch there, but Giants making the right call. Hustlin knew exactly what to do, even though he missed the hook. Knight pushing down the mid lane still. Now pushing into Fevin, with Hustlin coming into the mid lane along with Maxwell. Maybe they can get some damage done onto this mid lane turret. Spirit also looking to back up Fevin, but I'm not sure there's a lot they can do.
Hustlin's got to be careful though, because he's paper right now. He looks like a big mean tank, but always got his sidestone Mobies, and Nautilus is deceptively squishy as a support. That's why many people, don't play him.
Well, we're going to see that once more. The Fate's Call actually starts it all off.
Yeah, look here. Hustlin's trying to play catch in the middle of the air in Yellowstar, but the teleport, it seems like Fnatic's not ready for it. The Spirit's looking for the flank, Yellowstar's going in, so this is all in open vision. And then the pretty predictable teleport comes out from Giants, and Fnatic's like, oh wait, you can't do this. Back off. So a little bit of an issue in planning right there. Obviously they have room for error. 3,000 gold in the lead allows you to look for those moves. If that sticks, by the way, the game's pretty much over. So
yeah,
the setup is definitely worth making for Fnatic, but they could have opted out.
Very, very true. Sunstar has immediately gone for the Hurricane build, has not picked up the BF sword first, so right into that one, looking to charge up those headshots real fast on those minions. Come on, Hustlin, all he wants is a stack. There you go. It's like he was charging up, the animation started, and Sunstar just took away the minion.
Knight's ulti down.
Used his ult. It was on Fevman, I believe, who just jumped right out of it, didn't even get scratched by the soldiers.
Yeah, this is Fnatic's ballpark right here, just going for the little skirmishes. 1-on-1. Gamsu usually would lose this skirmish. He is slightly ahead of Smitty but even then, once Smitty pops the ulti, that's Gamsu's cue to say goodbye. Fnatic aggressively moving the jungle to then take what is rightfully theirs.
Cloud Dragon, 15 minutes into the game.
It's actually caught, so it's deceptively, the announcer still says Dragon. They're actually called Cloud Drake. I think we need to go deeper on this.
Yeah, we do. Get out there, detectives.
Or not.
Or there'll be people interested, but Sunstar, he's pushing up. Last time he was pushing this far out, something went wrong.
Ooh.
Oh, Maxwell, nice ward over.
Yeah, he's trying to use the sweeper to check at the edge of the sweeper if somebody's in the brush. Right now, obviously, they reveal all people hiding in there. But Fnatic did the right thing, moving to the edge themselves. It does seem that Maxwell is very afraid to pull the trigger on some of these ganks. Sometimes rightfully so, but it is so different from playing on the solo queue stage, playing solo queue at home, to moving to the stage. You suddenly start respecting Fog of War a lot more.
I don't think the game necessarily well. I'm going to hold that for a second. This Knight is getting slowed down, snared down, but starting off the game for Maxwell was not a great start, honestly, and I think that does something to your mentality. It's like, man, I'm going to come into this game, I'm going to camp Knight, I'm going to destroy Fevin. Oh, I just died for first blood. Actually, I'm going to just stick in my jungle and take some of these camps real quick.
Yeah, it's a harsh lesson to learn. The good old level 1 first blood. It ruins all your plans too, because you have such a great idea. It's like, yeah, okay, this camp should take me this long, this matchup, he will be here. This gives you a really good gank opportunity, and suddenly it all goes out the window. Because you're playing a lane swap 2 on your very first LCS stage game. Now Maxwell moving to Fevin, 5-7. Fevin was not paying attention.
Good CC chain, good ultimate, and there was nothing that Fevin could do once that cocoon landed.
Yeah, but he could have done a lot of things, which is watch his screen and flash out.
Well, that didn't do that help, but the rest of the team is coming in for this engage. Zitter goes up, but Hustling goes down. Knight trying to put damage back onto Yellowstar. The soldiers are going ham, but not enough to take him out.
Yeah, Giants, they bought into the play a little bit too much that they forgot to look who's in the bottom lane. Sunstar was pushing out that wave. So again, Giants, they see one kill, they think they can win it all, and then they go a little bit too far. This is a failed pickoff attempt here on Smitty J. Watch where Fevin's pathing. So Fevin's screen right now is on Smitty J, by the way. Just as he comes around the corner, Maxwell is here. Drax instantly with the good reaction from Hustling too here. Doesn't get his hook stuck on the wall. At this point, If Giants yield, they make the right decision. The Sunstar was all the way in the bottom.
Oh man, Featherman, the ultimate wasn't even needed there from Knight. It was just trying to clear out the minion waves, but had to respect the CC and damage.
Yeah, Cocoon and Dragoline here, and this is what we were talking about in Champs League Pulse. Once they group, they have so much pick potential because they narrow your pathing because you have to dodge your traps, which means you're in predictable locations, and then it's quite easy for Cocoons to hit, for Dredgelines to hit, and if you respect the zone of all these abilities, well then you have to yield your tower, and that's the power of this like 4-1 siege composition here from Giants.
Activating a lot earlier into this game, 18 minutes into this one. Let's take a look at Featherman just face planting right into a Cocoon.
I mean, that's disrespectful. If you dash in once, you have to know that your opponent's going to realize, hey, this LeBlanc dashed in once. Guess what you're going to do again? Dash in twice to get the creeps.
Yeah.
Well, send a Cocoon towards your creep wave, and you will catch her.
It's not even like a big investment. Maybe he just jumps back. Maybe he just doesn't do anything. Maybe I'll just shoot at Cocoon and see what happens.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a free kill.
For the grand price of one Cocoon,
yeah,
you can get a tower. That's a trade I'd make.
But wait, there's more. Giants are closing this gold gap significantly on Fnatic. You see 3,000 gold is now just over 1,500. And Fnatic, yes, they have a dragon to their name, but it's a Cloud Dragon. So, not feeling super good about that one. And despite all the vision definitely being in Giants' jungle, they're now looking to reclaim it. Good old Fnatic Death Brush.
It's really dangerous for hustling here, because obviously I support with no way to check that brush. Still, Fnatic are running a pick comp.
Yeah, they're starting off with red. Max Law goes under the Cocoon, connects onto Yellow Star. No real follow-up this time. So get away with that red buff for now. Yeah. Giants are definitely reclaiming that part of the jungle, so Fnatic needs to be a little careful of where they step now.
But Giants can play this slow. They don't need to angle for everything here. Max Law, good Cocoon and Yellow Star. Fate Skull's available. Yep. So he gets pulled out. Max Law can close the gap on Reckless still.
Still chasing. And the Q doesn't quite land onto Elite. Spiling's blocked it.
And if you look at what Smitty J can do for Giants right now, he's the man that will actually get them back in the game here. Talk about it later though. They're going in on Yellow Star again.
Hustlin's walking in. He's still very squishy. Returns me from Yellow Star, and that's an easy ren. Sunstar actually just kind of walks up and throws a few shots off and realizes he don't want to be there anymore. Gamsu kill onto Sunstar, and now Fnatic all closing in onto Maxlaw, find their third kill. And that was just, I don't even know what that was.
Well, that was a face check from Giants. They were asking Fnatic a question, are you still here? It was a resounding yes. And right now, Giants are going to get maybe one kill, but they're going down.
Giants are still here, going to have to jump back, use the chrono break. Featherman over the wall this time around, not going to be punished. Knight and Smitty being herded away from their side of the map. We're starting to get respawns, but they are too far away to help. Smitty is trying to duel off Gamsu, but meanwhile, Featherman will slay Knight. And Reckless coming in. Smitty will also fall for what was essentially the unofficial ace.
Yeah, and that's just a major mistake and a fantastic punish here from Fnatic. Dodging most of the damage that they could. Clean ace here. Giants stop. If we wait 5 seconds, they'll disappear. Close our eyes, they might not be there anymore. Well, they were. They didn't wait for Smitty J to just isolate Gamsu and take him on 1v1 with that Ravenous build. Almost impossible for Gamsu to really deal with that. Instead, they go for the face check here without Sunstar being there. And that's something we talked about in terms of communication. If you go for the face check here, you need to teleport earlier and you need Sunstar to be here in time. Look, Sunstar hasn't even auto-attacked once. He's gonna land his first auto-attack right now. He walks there, places down a trap, realizes he probably shouldn't be there, turns around, auto-attacks once before his inevitable demise, and then Smitty J and Knight try to fight their way out again. Do your solo queue mentality as well. No disengaging Giants.
Yeah, I love how Fnatic just blocked them off there as well. It's like, you are not going back towards your base, got herded right into the mid lane, and then from there, there was nothing really they could do. And Smitty J and Knight just got finished up. But got to praise Yellowstar as well. Fantastic exhaust, fantastic ultimate, locking up 2 people.
Guess what, Pulse?
What's that, Crepo?
In our picture-in-picture, we just saw another... Let's call it a participation prize, another Cloud Dragon. It's like when people tell you that participating is equally important as winning. That's right. What you do when you kill a Cloud Dragon.
It's the journey, of course.
It's the journey, not the destination.
Wow.
Destination being a new dragon that hopefully better.
Exactly. Though I believe the next one is another Cloud Dragon. I'm just going to check real quick.
Yeah.
So, yeah, destination not looking too hot.
Red team's turret has been
Gamsu going to be in the top lane here. Look how fast he's moving with the extra 30 movement speed. Yellowstar is going to jump back to Reckless. Fate's Call once again saving his behind. Meanwhile, on the top lane, Smitty J trading off with Echo. Gamsu wants to use his ultimate very early on, but he's just buying time. Fevman's coming in here, and he's being kept in the top lane while the rest of Fnatic come in to finish him off, dancing around the troll. There's not much you can do at this stage. Over the wall, back over the wall. Fevman picks up the kill.
Yeah, straight flashes into the wall from Smitty J. We see the strength in the 1v1 duel. Nobody can deal with this Trundle. That's why he's such a staple pick with an incredibly high win rate over in the LPL 2 and LCK. But if he falls behind, or the team has no map control, or the team can't do anything when he gets ganged up upon, then obviously there's not much Smitty J can do.
Whoop.
Hey!
Got him. No real follow-up there, unfortunately, but stop the home guards at least. Yellowstar and Reckless pushing up the mid lane. Down to half health already.
Is he face shaking? Okay.
Ooh, Spirit. He's waiting. Oh, it looks so good. Now it looks so bad. Sunstar's gonna bite the dust. Just walk away, man. Goes down to Spirit in the bush.
This is one of those examples where my team would backping my corpse.
Ah, yeah,
sure,
yeah.
Like, you shouldn't go there, and then I learn, obviously.
I see. Yep. And then, of course, Sunstar will put the assist please thing down on the same area. Where was the team, honestly, in that situation? No vision. It was put down by Giants, but Fnatic going to be very happy with that pickoff, which also translates into a tower, and the gold advantage is now opening back up again. 7,000 gold.
At this point, we may realize or learn what open means in Korea.
Yep.
Open mid boys. No, it's a rough point right now for Giants. Their composition relies entirely around grouping, but it's similar to what we saw in some of the earlier games today. Origen versus G2. If you run a group siege comp and you get split pushed on, you're kind of going to lose. This is not the exact same scenario because Giants still win a split push. It's just if you get hit in the setup and you can't even execute because of the danger of flanks and just hard engages like right here, you're looping better that. Well, I mean, look at Reckless, he's just going in.
Reckless, he's going in. He's going in very deep, but he does have the cavalry arriving. That's going to be the shutdown onto Reckless. Goes a little bit too deep there. Fevin and Yellowstar trying to duel with Smitty, but there's not much they can do by themselves. Spirit's getting tuned out by Sunstar, looking for a last auto attack over the wall. Not going to happen. Gamsu is going to find his prey for a first kill, second kill, and looking for that triple onto Hustle, looking mighty fine right now. There's the third kill, and the triple out for Gamsu.
Yeah, poorly engaged fight by Fnatic. Overrush, not on the same page, but even then they still come out ahead because they're playing with such a large gold lead, and they know that. That's why they're opting in for some of these, peculiar engages. Reckless is kind of spearheading the front. It's like, I'm going in, guys. Follow me or I die.
But he was bait. And Hookline and Sinker, Giants all closing around him, all get picked off throughout that fight. Fnatic take down the Baron, and let's see the start of that one again. Reckless goes real deep.
Yeah. Yellowstar misses out. He goes into Knight here, corner. Fevin can't actually walk. Like, Fevin dashes in here, but he can't get in front of Reckless to take the Caitlyn ulti either. He goes down. Sunstar is dealing a lot of damage here too, but he's just too little too late. Spirit managed to get out. At this point, cleanup crew comes in, following with your screen. Fevin enters the fray. It's too much damage with this pickup. If a pickup bleeds, they can really take crazy team fights. If they run into one big tank though, when they're behind, obviously they falter entirely. Fnatic knew the risk coming in, and they executed well.
Yeah, it's been unfortunate for Giants though, because when they started grouping, it started going well for them. We're going to make a play in the mid lane. Great Emperor's Divide. Kill into Reckless to open this one up. Spirit's going to be trying to kite back. Jumps over the wall. Barely survives, but you can't say the same for Yellowstar.
Yeah, I like it. Decisiveness here from Giants. Not saying, you know what, it's all over. Immediate engage. Hitting Fnatic in the setup. And you see the power of their composition when they're grouped though. It would be phenomenal if Giants can actually come back here. From 9,000 gold lead. I love it. They need more of this.
Yeah, going to be cutting off the flank route with these traps coming out. And Fevman's going to say, screw the traps, going to jump over the wall, going to try and find you. Gamsu split pushing into bot lane, however. Should be able to take down this tower. Fevman's still off to the side. This mid tower is not dying real fast.
Traps helped all. Just at each side, makes it impossible for Fevman to enter the fight. Smitty J's base got cancelled, which means Gamsu can get this tower. He still has to be afraid. Trundle in a 1v1 scenario. Incredibly potent duelist.
Yeah, Knight was looking to go to the bot lane, but just going to clear out those wards. Got a lot of attack speed right now. Spirit coming out there. Going to find the trap, doesn't find the frogs, doesn't find Sunstar, doesn't really find anything. Will contemplate its life and go back to the mid lane. Let's take a look at that sick engage actually coming from Knight.
Yeah, Reckless playing a little bit too far up. His team's not there. You're not even going to get the siege off. So yes, you get the pink ward, but you're not even going to siege up that tower. There's no way you're going to break the Azir Caitlyn wave clear there without a pick. So you kind of want to lure Giants out of their base. So a little bit disrespectful. I don't mind it as much because I want to see Reckless evolve into a player that is actively playing forward. And you only get there by practicing these type of deals. Yes, sometimes you may pay the price, but...
You learn the most from mistakes.
Yeah.
Well, I wonder where the Sentinel came from.
That's why you should learn from other people's mistakes instead.
Ah, I see.
Replay analysis, very important.
Well, here in play-by-play, we make those mistakes ourselves, so we're the guinea pigs. And while Reckless going to be pushing up the top wave, there is the third Cloud Drake of the game. So next one will definitely be something else.
Yeah.
Smitty J, he's still trying to solve the bottom lane crisis. A lot of minions flooding in here, trying to bail all the minions out. But Gamsu's still pushing up. What is it, Crepo?
It's a Mountain Drake.
Oh.
That's good.
It is.
Because especially these pick comps, they need to get Baron buffs to really open up the map. Because they're also stronger when split, usually. So having the ability to kind of push all lanes at once, and then have like little skirmishes, 2-on-1, 3-on-2, etc. Some mobility. Definitely want to push in those towers with the Baron buff. It's incredibly hard to push in a single lane versus Caitlyn. All these traps. Pesky traps into Cocoon, into Pillar, into Azir Shuffle. Almost impossible to deal with even with this large of a gold lead.
Pretty much any combination on Giants is going to lock you down forever if you get hit by one piece of CC. Yeah. But Fnatic pushing down the bottom lane here. Smitty J going to be zoning away, but did pop Subjugate, so he doesn't have that for the ensuing fight. Line up the shot. A bit of damage onto Fevin in the mid lane. Spirit will help clearing that one out, but going to be putting a band-aid on the bottom lane with the Azir turret and clearing out some of these minions. But Fnatic just looking for that crack in the armor, looking to find a pick, looking to try and take down one of these inhibitors.
Yeah, it's a good time for us to look at some item builds. I've only just noticed this Mage Eyes on Gamsu. Sitting on what, 10 stacks? 10 stacks,
yeah.
Gotta be careful. Those stacks.
Yeah.
But also mid laners with the Magic Pen boots, something we see all the time here. Due to the overload of CDR, that's pretty much everywhere. You can't buy items and not get CDR anymore, even if you're trying.
Yeah.
Every mid laner shifted back to Magic Pen boots.
Accidentally capped out. Hey, there you go. Got it before it completely reset. Small victories, of course. Fnatic will take everything they can in this game, almost cresting the 10,000 gold horizon. And Fnatic kind of backing off. There's no big objectives, neutral objectives on the board to take right now before Dragon spawns, Baron spawns.
Taking control of enemy jungle, taking away their camps, slowly increasing that gold lead. I'm sure they keep picking up farm on all three lanes. Very important when you run a composition like this that has a weaker kind of scaling, is that you make use of the access that you have to all these resources, whether it's their jungle, whether it's all these three lanes. Because if you start grouping up needlessly, you only play into Giants' hands.
Fnatic, see how fast they're moving with that 45 extra out of combat movement speed. Spirit is looking to get in here.
Breezing.
He is. He's cruising on by. Look how fast they are. I think the best part of that buff is the particles you get, honestly. Fevin, they try and take away the blue buff, but it is resetting. Spirit coming into mid lane was looking for the old insect. Didn't quite find it on tonight as the minion wave was unfortunately there.
Yeah, Fnatic are keeping every wave pushed. Pink wards up in the river, denying any access to their own jungle from Giants for the next minute or so. And they're basically saying once Baron spawns, Giants will have to waste their one boost trinket, which they should likely change to more of them. And then face check or Baron.
Yeah, that would be a smart choice as Baron's only coming in 50 seconds. And of course Fnatic are going to use that to pull Giants out of their nest. Top lane is being pushed in. Reckless and Yellow Star looking to push this one in. But don't want to go too far. Sunstar this time, he might be the bait at the end of the hug. But don't want to go for that kill right now. Everyone's kind of spaced out though from Giants. And again, another 27 seconds until this Baron spawns, and it really is just a stare down, get the vision, may even try and find a pick. That would also help.
Jeez. This has to be so annoying for Giants. If we could get like a fucking War Toggle, we could see just how bad it is, but I think we're going to see them die here.
Yeah, hustling, he walks in, he walks out, he's going to make it for now, but it's the bouncy castle that they have free admission into. Giants all getting chunked down, no one dead yet. Somehow they all survive, but Smitty definitely regretting that teleport, and now he'll go back to base.
So that is kind of best outcome for Giants, where you face check and you avoid that, but you still lose the Baron. That is the impossible situation that really good map play from Fnatic have put them in. Yeah, the jungle is dark and full of terrors, and Fnatic going to claim the Baron.
Very easy. Going to be spiked to the way there, and Smitty walks up, sniffs around the area. Going to be stopping Gamsu's recall. And that's all he can really get from that one, is the worst of consolation prizes. But now that Fnatic are significantly ahead, over 10,000 gold ahead, they have the Baron. And the Dragon is coming up in 1 minute as well. That will be the Mountain Dragon.
Yeah, and it's really important that Fnatic kill this Mountain Drake ASAP. Not because they need the 10% extra 2 damage for towers, yes, that's handy, but because they want the Elder Dragon to spawn as quick as they can. Should they make a mistake here, they want it to be in a phase of the game where they still have the utmost control. Spirit, making that mistake.
This would not be good to open up the Dragon. He's going to be shut down by Smitty. Kind of keels over and dies as Subjugate will finish him off there. And that is basically syncing up with the Dragon timer, so not going to be there for the spawn of it.
Doesn't matter who gets that Dragon though, even if Giants gets it. It's more about speeding up the spawn of the Elder.
Cycle.
As long as Fnatic then get their hands on it. If they lose control of the game right here, the Elder could obviously shift everything for Giants. Giants looking kind of mid-lane third here.
Yellowstar kind of steps up, and Fevin comes in and obliterates Sunstar. Reckless will come into the fight, throws Yellowstar in, and Maxwell's also caught in enemy lines. He's going to go down. Someone needs to finish him off. It's going to be Reckless. Double kill coming out for him. 3 kills go down onto Giants. Gamsu still in hot pursuit of Knight.
Yeah, we have to question the positioning of Sunset. Like, you need to respect the LeBlanc. That's why you need a line of traps that you then play around if you're Kaelin versus LeBlanc. Yes, it's hard. You may not be able to take the tower, but it is much better to leave the tower alive than to donate even more kills to Fnatic. Because when they all spawn, it's not like you're going to walk up and take an hit anyways.
Now Fnatic, tempo back in their favor as Spirit respawns. Just under 20 seconds on the clock on the lot of these respawns on Giants. So top tower's going to be sieged in, and this is dying very quickly. Inhib will definitely fall as well over to Fnatic before the respawns come up, and they can back off. Maybe he can swing to mid lane and take that tower.
Mid lane here. Around the Featherven. The zone on Knight here too. Parallel convergence forces him out. Tower falls. So at this point that Fnatic can choose to base and finish the game later, or they may feel a little over-eager and go for the fight right now.
Feeling lucky? Not today. Or maybe they are. Reckless is charging up face core. He's going to be throwing him towards Husman. Smitty J's tanking up a lot of that backline, and now they're into the squishy backline of Giants as well. Sunstar, he only just respawned, man. He's going back to the fountain. Spirit will be exchanged, but that is it indeed, Crapo. Double kill out for Fevin. Fnatic find the sweep. 5 for 1. Ace over to Fnatic's lineup. They'll be closing in onto the Nexus towers, and after 35 minutes, 23 kills, 10 towers, they will be taking down the Nexus for the 1-0 in his best of 2 over Giants. In a minute.
Anytime now.
Collected faces coming in from Fnatic. But still, they have another game to go from here, but solid performance.
Solid
a couple
performance.
hiccups, for sure.
Yeah, but that's going to happen when you run these super aggressive pick comps, and that also happens when you get a large gold lead against a team that you, in your heads, also classify as weaker. You will disrespect a little bit more. It's very hard to avoid that if you're in Fnatic's shoes. Yeah, super aggro comp. Honestly, for me, the most impressive thing was just the first plot. I really liked it. The flash exhaust. Like, it just makes so much sense. There is no way he can escape that at all once you get the exhaust and the passive off, because everybody can burn in flashes. If Giants could punish it somewhere by using all those cooldowns that you've expended, but then you enter in a lane swap scenario that you want anyways if you're Fnatic, and then suddenly those flashes, they're back up by the time you actually start playing the game again. So really, really good opening. Really good first few minutes from Fnatic.
Disrupted the flow as well from Giants because Maxlaw, he never really got rolling in that game. He went into the jungle, was like, well, now I'm already behind. I can't go to these lanes. Lane swap happens. He just does the thing as the jungler does in the lane swap and never really got into that game. Did find a couple good picks as Fevin was just kind of walking and not looking at the screen. But apart from that, wasn't able to get into this game.
Yeah, and I think for Giants, this is a good game to rewatch later and kind of watch it from a observer point of view, where you can actually see what happens in the fog of war. Because on the stage, it just feels, you just kind of feel choked. Like you have no vision, you have no choices, no options. But if you rewatch the game, like, these guys were actually overextending, and it's a really good learning experience. This lineup still needs some time.
Yeah, well, that was the first game going over to Fnatic, so we're going to send it over to the analyst desk to take a look at the game.
earlier. In any case, Fnatic versus Giants. Going to turn into that after kind of the beginning phases. Let's talk a bit about picks and bans. Obviously, that Brown first pick coming out, possibly to make Yellowstar feel comfortable, possibly picking it away from Giants themselves. What do you make of the draft?
I think Braum is one of the strongest supports in the meta right now. I wouldn't say you should first pick it, but I definitely think he's good. And Yellowstar is a player who maybe will struggle a little bit when it comes to overall champion pool, because I don't see him play a lot of Bard. I don't see him be on like very aggressive supports, range supports that is. Mechanically, again, it's not his strong side. I think Braum makes a lot of sense for him. What I don't think makes a lot of sense is this Trundle, Caitlyn, Azir setup. Because, especially because Smitty built like full split push with Ravenous Hydra. So you have a split pusher and you have Kate Azir. None of them want to go to the other side lane. So you can't play 1-3-1. You play like this 4-1 setup, which makes it very, very hard for Giants to really do anything.
And the thing is, we were talking about where that may have some strengths when looking at how they were dealing with champions like LeBlanc, something, you know, you crowd control them as they come in. So you can see the thought process there. You get the crowd control from a slightly unorthodox support like a Nautilus, then you put the trap down that gives Caitlyn that added damage in fights, but you're still waiting on reliable damage to come from Azir in the late game. Caitlyn's reliable damage comes later into the game as well. So for Giants, they put themselves in a very tough situation to try and dig themselves out of that hole.
I mean, they could have just swapped it. The great thing about Trundle is how flexible he can be. You can put him down into the support lane, and they lane swapped anyway. And when you pair it up with the Caitlyn, it's not that bad in 2v2 as is. But I mean, when you have that Nautilus, he can be that tanky frontline that Deficio loves to have in all teamfight compositions. So if you have the Azir and you have the Caitlyn, then you have a Nautilus sitting in front, you've then set yourself up for a perfect teamfight.
Yeah, my problem with their comp is just, it's like you have 2 out of 3 pieces. You don't have anything that really connects all of them. Because when you have Azir, Caitlyn together, they both want to sit mid lane, preferably. No one wants to go side lane. Whenever you send someone to the side lane, it's a very easy target for LeBlanc, for Kalista to gank as well, with the Braum flying in, even Echo with the extra mobility. So Fnatic just had so many ways of always punishing, like Sunstar, when he went to that side lane on a Caitlyn on his own. And he also played extremely poorly. Like, we have to call that out. Sunstar did not have a great game. Also, late game, he cost quite a lot. If you play Caitlyn here, you want to go late game, you need your AD carry to step up.
And that's one area that we wanted to highlight, was that kind of the synergy from the AD carry role for Fnatic with Yellowstar. You know, it was hit and miss at times when we looked at some of the plays back and forth from them. First of all, they caught out Sunstar in the top lane that you were talking about with that pick on Caitlyn using Fate's Call. But it was hit and miss. Certainly, like, there were some engages, and the bottom lane one didn't really hit the mark for them. But, you know, I like to see them setting up to allow Reckless to carry from there. Yeah, like, this was one of the good plays. We kind of grabbed some that were the 50-50 plays as well.
Couldn't it be more symbolic? The return of Yellowstar, then Reckless picks Kalista and binds him to his character.
And then throws him in here, he dies.
And then it's like,
because you left me.
And it's like a symbolic philosophical tale, and then he pulls him back and saves. Okay, never mind.
Well, he kind of dies.
Yeah, we're going too far with this. And I guess obviously Fnatic getting the upper hand through these engages and fights, but then kind of losing the plot. We saw Febiven getting caught a couple of times, but we also have to give some credit to the side of Giants. And Verius, you were mentioning especially how...
What was that from Sunstar?
Well, Sunstar not, but that Knight surprised you in a very good way.
While a lot of Giants members throughout the game tended to just be caught out of position, Knight was really holding his own. He was quite impressive. During the laning phase, he actually had a CS advantage over Febiven. He had some really great plays on Azir. One in particular was when you have the Nautilus face check the bush, Fnatic have the perfect setup, it looks like they're going to get a clean ace, and then that one Azir ultimate, along with the peel, is everything enough to keep the entire Giants member alive. So he's looking promising. I like what Knight has to bring.
Yeah, and I think it's a testament to the Giants lineup that they, they got a little bit caught Fnatic at some points, but that they did manage to come back in such a deficit game. I mean, wasn't it the spring that the Giants came back from like a deficit and beat Fnatic? Or
that was Rocket, but I think this game, yes, okay, sure, Fnatic made a few mistakes in the late game, and it seemed like Giants were getting back, but they were still really far behind. And you said it yourself, there were a little bit too many mistakes. I think Fnatic maybe got caught in the mess a little bit, and then suddenly it became one of these solo queue-ish games where a lot of people are like kind of jumping around, hitting each other left and right, instead of it being coordinated. But there was some clean shot calling from time to time we saw when they knew how to push certain lanes, all 3 lanes at once. Some good things from there from Fnatic, and in the end they get the win.
Don't know, of course, what goes on in the shot calling. However, it could have something to do with the return of Yellowstar. He is also our player of the game for this one. Yellowstar, a lot. conjecture what he is bringing to the team, but it seems to be getting off to a great start for Fnatic, and we'll see if they can pull that true.
Yeah, we'll see if with more games against maybe tougher opponents, they've got to face off against Giants again right now, but I certainly think maybe against some of the other teams we'll see that shot calling tested.
I do think that Fnatic need to rein in a little bit. I mean, we did see the measures coming out from Gamsu. Yes, he did get 24 stacks, which is very impressive, but you can't rely on that as a strategy. Lee Sin as well, going with the Black Cleaver, hyper-aggressive build. I mean, it worked. It definitely worked for them, but I feel like this isn't a strategy that they can rely on moving forward.
All right, we will see what happens, of course. In just a few minutes, we'll see if Fnatic can close out the series 2-0, or if the Giants can pick up their first win of the split. Stay right there. We'll be right back.
We're about to get into game, ladies and gentlemen. It will be Fnatic up against Giants.
Here we go.
Forwards, a lot of aggression coming out from Fnatic. Looking with a skill to Maxwell, can cut the blues land. Fervent comes in, first blood to Reckland.
They're coming. Listen. I need two doors. I'm going.
Gamsu is going to find his prey for a first kill, second kill, and looking for that triple onto Hustle, looking mighty fine right now. There's the third kill and the triple. Fnatic find the sweep for the 1-0 in his best of 2 over Giants. Very cool highlights from the last game. But welcome back to the European LCS, where Fnatic currently 1-0 over Giants, as we are here on Stream 1.
And Stream 2.
Yeah, but we are crossing streams here on this one, but very interesting game. We saw Giants almost kind of come back. I think there was a little disrespect from Fnatic at some points, and they kind of got punished for that. But honestly, after that start, Maxwell just got absolutely shut down.
Yeah, there was still a silver lining on the Cloud Dragon there for Giants. Knight played well, or decently well. He was making some stuff happen, so if Giant can avoid the atrocious early game, they need to find standard lanes too, I feel. They need to mimic Dynamic Q, Rip Solo Q, Dynamic Q as best as they can to kind of get Sunstar and Hustling comfortable, to put Maxlor in a situation where you can read ganks and gameplay a little bit better. It's incredibly hard to really find the forward game as a jungler in a lane swap because there is so limited room for any ganks, really.
I think a lot of the time we just didn't see them on the same page, and that's kind of what we expected from this team. There wouldn't be a lot of synergy between the Koreans right now and the rest of their team. When they grouped together and they went for those fights and they made those pushes, worked out. But when they were actually trying to get there, they kind of coming in one by one, and Sunstar maybe wasn't on the same page, kind of walked in, headshotted someone, was like, oh, I'm dead. Like,
yeah.
You know, it just didn't work out.
It's also just the looming threat and danger of this Fnatic composition. Everybody was building for damage here. Even Lee Sin went Warrior into Black Cleaver, so Fnatic looking to snowball super hard, and they did.
They did. They played the composition. They stayed ahead. Looked precarious for a couple moments, but definitely pulled it back into this one. So, Giants now, first ban. They're on the blue side of this game, of course, swapping up in this best of two. Zed will be the first ban against Feathervin.
Wow.
And Rise up against Knight.
So maybe Knight just wants this Azir again. Afraid of the counter Zed pick, maybe. Maybe they just have a wealth of champions that just don't lane very well, and they're afraid of early picking on the blue side.
Well, looking towards the next ban from Giants will be Lucian.
What a surprise.
Fnatic have it, yeah. Surprising seeing that champion taken away. But yeah, I see a lot of ADC bans, mid bans nowadays. Braum going to be taken away from Giants, not allowing that to go to Huston. So now we can probably say that that was a deny coming up from Yardstar, even though he played it very well. Yeah. First pick last time from Fnatic.
Comfortable on the Braum, but definitely saying we're valuing it higher that you don't get it rather than we need it. So let's see what the LSR pulls out of the bag. Avid Janna player. Overall, despite Janna not really being the meta, I could still see Yellowstar end up playing it. We have some Bard games in his match history, so I'm hoping for that one, see how well he has trained that champion. And now, Kindred and Italy are out. This is where people consider Echo first picks. If you're Giant, or you may just want to get a Trundle again.
Trundle was strong in that last game, didn't kind of reach its full potential, but was exceptionally strong in fights. And waiting for that first pick coming in from Giants.
Yeah, Trundle in a split push really great. It's something Deficio said on the analysis. It also makes sense. They lacked somebody that could also play on a side lane because everybody was just so afraid of getting collapsed on too. Sunstar had a horrible game, both positioning wise and just like impact too, as well as the champions that were drafted against him. He really couldn't find any breathing room. But if Giant can find like a comfortable 1v1 comp, double split push, having a champion like a Trundle in there definitely makes sense. The early first pick Vladimir here is very peculiar. It doesn't look like Fnatic would just go like, oh my god, you left Vladimir open.
Oh no, we're
no.
draft.
I'm just gonna first rotation this Vladimir here on purple side. So this feels like Giants had no clue what to pick and kind of went for the Vladimir.
Yeah, interesting. Well, Vladimir first pick in from Giants, looking towards first two pickups from Fnatic. I would like this hover, and they lock it in. It will be the Echo and the Lee Sin once again. I don't think they really need to change things up. We've got a hover over Talia. She is enabled, but no one picked her.
This is the closest we'll ever get to a Talia pick.
Yeah.
A hover that lasts like 10 seconds. I think that's the closest we'll get today.
It's like two people who believe in her, like Bjergsen and Daniel Klein.
Daniel Klein.
Yeah.
He was actually at the European Player Conference giving a class on champ design, and he's asking everybody, Talia? Everybody was like, no. But back to the draft here. I like the first rotation here from Fnatic. It worked last game. Against a team that isn't really that cohesive. It's great to go for the Echo and the Lee Sin. Spirit plays a mean Lee Sin. Kamsu can play good Echo. So strong opening rotation here for Fnatic. And Giants, they seem to answer with two familiar picks as well, Trundle and Elise. In essence, nothing wrong with the picks. It's all about the execution, the gameplay, and the composition that you draft with them.
Yeah, we saw glimpses of hope in that last game where they grouped up, made the composition work, but also a lot of the times where Fnatic kind of picked them apart. Trundle leads, of course. Waiting on the next 2 pickups from Fnatic. First one will be the Kalista. Really liked it. Out from Reckless in the last game. Had a lot of synergy with Yellowstar. Pulled him out of a couple of sticky situations, threw him into even more sticky situations, but made them work. Very cool to see them be more aggressive in that bot lane with the team.
Yeah, because this is actually a pick we haven't really seen that often lately. Really doesn't come to be as an AD carry. Generally, you see Caitlyn, Ezreal picked over her a lot.
Well, Azir was just picked up now by Thebevin as well, so taking that away from Knight this game. And waiting for the next 2 pickups coming in from Giants. So we'll be rounding off their lineup. It's going to be the support and ADC. I'm not sure if they will lock in the combo, but we have been seeing it in LCK and other regions as well. I like it personally. It's kind of like you have the Ghetto Sivir with the ultimate, so you can speed your team up for a limited amount of time, and you also get that shield.
But why Ghetto Sivir when you go for full-on Sivir? I think I like the Karma here more, because it gives you... almost feels like a little bit more defensive capabilities. Sivir Nami is a lane that's very potent when you push, but if you get ganked once, it's very hard to get out of that situation.
We're going to be bringing up the Nautilus once again. Again, the Hustlin special. I'm still waiting on Sunstar. I think it's going to let a timeout into this Sivir pickup, so we'll be onto that team. So definitely just trying to get everyone into that fight. The shorter range mage, kind of mid-range mage coming in from Vladimir. Get the Trundle in there as well. Just kind of run at Fnatic and hope for the best.
Yeah, what do Fnatic answer with here? Sivir into Kalista is actually really rough for the Sivir because you can't spell shield the Ren procs reliably. That's generally why you pair Sivir with a range support then, and you just go for the push, not allowing Kalista to go all in anytime. This time though, Giants have drafted a composition. If they go even in the early game, they can comfortably 1-3-1 double TP, put Sivir in the mid lane, and play from there. Vladimir in a 1v1 scenario is incredibly tough to deal with, so is Trundle. Trundle wins due to outrage and then with Ravenous out-sustains, and Vladimir, it's impossible kind of to kill him 1v1. Unrelenting pressure.
Crazy amounts of sustain coming in from Q with the Crimson Brush, of course. And last pickup, it was the Janna. So going back to those range supports in there from Yellowstar.
Yeah, as we were talking about, wouldn't be too surprised seeing Yellowstar and a Janna. And now,
not surprised, Crapper.
And now Reckless is kind of in the boat that Sunstar was in last game, if the game stays even, where if he goes on a side lane, he can't really deal with Smitty J nor with Knight's Vladimir, so he has to kind of want to be in the mid lane. But Azir is a pick that hates going on side lanes because he doesn't really run teleport either. So Fnatic, if they get ahead, it's fine, you know. Oh yeah, we group in the mid lane and we siege. But if they fall behind somehow, Giants have a really good option at taking control of the game.
Similar story to last game as well, where Fnatic want to be getting ahead early, and Giants, as long as they can keep even and just not fall horrifically far behind, they can still go for this fight, still group up, still force objectives. Hopefully won't get triple Cloud Drake as well, so there'll be something to fight over in the early game for them, like a nice Ocean Dragon, for example. Some good Infernals out there.
Yeah, moving up in the world.
Yeah, moving on up, and we'll see that one.
Well, that's us.
Looking through the window. Yeah, it should be interesting to see how these compositions interact. Traditional Trundle, I like it. It's going to be an exciting game for sure. But remember to jump on Twitter. Use those hashtags GIAWin and hashtag FNCWin. Show your support on Twitter as we get into this game. You can see the teams ready to get into this second game of this best of two, the final game of day one here at the European LCS Summer Split. Giants trying to get that one win back, while Fnatic looking to try and make it that 2-0. We're heading onto the Rift, ladies and gentlemen. Giants up against Fnatic. Oh, it's going to be Infernal. I'm hyped, you're hyped, we're all hyped.
Yay, Infernal Dragons, who can get it first? Fnatic have a great objective-oriented composition, though. If you look at what they do well, they can set up and take these objectives. The zone from these Azir soldiers, the fact that Janna can always reset a fight, Kalista with the Ren to secure. Fnatic will be definitely having their eyes on that Infernal Drake. They need to be careful, though. Don't get overrun by the Sivir comp. Vladimir obviously needs some time to scale, so an early Dragon here could be the case for Fnatic. But one ward advantage already
taken out. Got it. One ward advantage over to Smitty J. Both of them going for these refillable potions, of course, into this early game. Mid lane. Knights opted towards the Doran Shield.
Corruption pots, refillable pots. Everybody's being economical. But Hustlin and the All-Star, they're throwing away the biscuits. Not thinking about the future. Going for that short-term enjoyment.
Yeah. Well, also good investment for Gamsu. He'll probably go for the Dark Seal and get some more punch out of that item pickup. Spirit chilling up on the top side. We're gonna probably have standard lanes this time, so we saw the lane swap last time.
Yeah, I like the range support pickup into this matchup, because it means that Yellowstar and Reckless can actually go for the push advantage in this lane. Sivers has a really rough laning phase. She gets outrated early and then pushed in. And look at what Reckless and Yellowstar are doing here. They're kind of just pulling the wave so it pushes towards them, because they know they have the trade advantage. They know Hustlin and Sunstar can never get ahead, so now they're going to move up and try and deny CS and experience here potentially. They'll probably won't deny experience, but they're denying CS here. Sunstar and Hustlin have a little bit of issues. Of course, this means if they play into the strategy too much, Sunstar and Hustlin can just push in. But here we go, the shield rend combo. Obviously, you're playing kind of 2v1. Sivir here.
Kind of unfortunate. Kind of ricocheted the back minions, and then it was zoned away immediately from them, so just lost all of them. And that just gave Reckless the entire wave, so sad times for Sivir.
Backfiring a little bit though, because if you look at the minimap, whereas Reckless and Yellowstar could be pushing, because they had a control early, they still gave over the push to Sunstar and Hustlin, and they're definitely happy for this, because this is, in my opinion, then a laning mistake.
Yeah.
If you go for that strategy, you need to have the gusto, the balls to pull it off. If not, you might as well push early, push Sivir under the tower. Because now she can get into a laning pattern where she can technically just keep you pushed in for quite a while.
Maxlaw will take away that buff and maybe look to get some early aggression down, something we didn't see last game after that first bud, so maybe he'll try and make something happen. We'll take away this crab. Half Evan coming down, just inspecting what's going down here. Ward comes up as well, so could be a small opportunity for Maxlaw to loop around and maybe make something happen. Bot lane, now seeing Hustlin's dredge line is down, can put a bit of harass back on towards them. In the mid lane, Knight's charging up Tides of Blood, but did not come out ahead in that trade.
Yeah, and both junglers know where the respective other is. They had a little skirmish earlier, as we see Knight fight Feven. See the power of Vladimir here. Really contesting pushes early on already. This new Vladimir. And we saw the Wolf Sprite reveal Maxlor.
Yeah.
And obviously Maxlor can see when the Wolf Sprite was taken. So then he actually knows exactly where Spirit is. Obviously he saw him left side first. Hang on, hook on Reckless.
He's good for now. Riptide lands, but the base damage on that have been nerfed repeatedly, so not going to be hurting too much, and takes a lot of those Ren spears coming out there. Spirit's heading down to the bot side, but I believe he was just tagged by that vision, so he's going to be pinged out. Sunstar still pushing up, and really not going to get this gank down today. Sentinels have been also sent out by Reckless. Sniff out any danger. Backstab mid lane. Small advantage for Knight early on into this one.
You see them basing though here, because they had that ward. So that's good. Now they don't have to be afraid of the brush, which means Sunstar and Hustling can comfortably push out. If it wasn't for that, then they had to be kind of afraid. So they can somewhat equal out the CS here. So I think they're okay with that. Playing Sivir not into Janna Philista, being down a little bit of CS is something you should be happy about.
Spirit still clearing out this jungle. Maxlaw's coming around.
So wants to see if he can have a stab at that one.
Oh no. Well, jumps over the wall, didn't quite get the ward, so he did not utilize the Razor Sharp buff to its fullest, but still does not die, so that's pretty good. Bot lane, Hustling getting chased down. Yellowstar taking a lot of damage in return. Sunstar doing damage onto Yellowstar, and Reckless is just going to die. He just carries on trading. I just kind of expect him to back away, and with Spinny going to the bot lane, he's going to tank up the tower, just needs another auto attack. Well, they're going to finish off Yellowstar, but that was a bit weird.
Yeah, we need to kind of see that again to really highlight a lot of the mistakes that went on here from Fnatic. So the thought is, our AD carry comes back from base with more items, therefore we can win the trade. But Yellowstar went for the same kind of aggressive pattern where he exhausts the support aggressively to slow him down, but they can't burn through him in time. Then they switch focus to Sunstar, and because Reckless is burning so low, Sunstar knows, I'm just going to pop my spell shield at the end here. Let's watch this again. Also, take note of how many minions there are here. So Reckless going aggressive right now. He has a shield on him. Hustling flashes. The shield's broken, so no more AD bonus. They get a maximum value heal because there's no ignite to reduce it. And then Sunstar has kind of the zoning spell shield. It's up for as long as Reckless lives. And obviously Reckless is not going to pull the trigger to give Sunstar more mana. So he can't really rend either. And that's just a bad all-in from Fnatic. The teleport wasn't even needed from Smitty. It was just the insurance there. A little over-aggressive here. Reckless and Yellowstar. Seemingly very passionate about getting rid of the whole, yeah, they're just a bot lane that goes even mentality.
Wow.
Now they're behind.
Now they're behind. Was it worth it? Well, Hustling kind of walking up, find Spirit. He's going to be walking on out. 6 minutes into this game, a lot more pressure and vision over that Dragon area.
Yeah, more importantly, because now Stonstar gets the free BF sword as well on his first base. And it matters a lot because you just pop the shield instantly right now. Any boomerang or an auto W just pops the Janna shield immediately, and a lot of the trading advantage kind of goes out the window. Also, you can just clear the waves a lot quicker. Maxwell looking for Cocoon here. The less time you spend clearing waves, obviously the less time Kalista has stacking those spears on you. Becomes a lot easier to play.
Well, back up to the mid lane, haven't touched it in a little while. There's a lot of action has been down there. Good little punish there from Featherven. The advances from Knights is picking off a little bit, but still is maintaining it. Link towards probably the Spirit Visage first, coming in here.
Yeah.
We saw Vladimir early pick up the Protobelt, went ahead.
So there's a couple of builds you can do on this new Vladimir. The core is always Spirit Visage first because the stats are so valuable and what you get from it. You know, the CDR, the health, the MR too, because you build Vladimir and you generally play against mages.
Yeah.
Then, if you are not sure what to build, you can always go Warmocks. It's never bad to pick up a Warmock second, it seems like. But if you're slightly ahead, Rylai's, or just even, Rylai seems like a good second item because it just means that when you get the turbo Q, you know, after 2 transfusions, the third one speeds you up. You can then slow people, get for more Qs and Es, etc. And you have become a very annoying force to deal with, especially on side lanes. And then later, you can opt in Protobelt to go super aggressive, Void Staff if you want to snowball. But the core build seems to be Visage, Rylai's, and Warmocks, and you become unkillable. It's so annoying to deal with the Vladimir. One guy got me, 17 LP as well. Thanks to that guy. Forgot his name, but he carried the hell out of my game.
Yeah, thank you to you. Really love building Warmocks and Vladimir. It feels so rewarding. There's so few champions who pick up that item, and having that out of combat regeneration is crazy good. But usually, if you pick up like second item, you don't even have 3,000 health to benefit from that. So. But it's still a good item for him. Of course, scaling from health on his E, lots of damage coming through.
Yeah, Featherman right now is kind of experienced what it is to play into a sustain matchup. Finally, you get it in the mid lane. Bot laners have to deal with it a lot. You basically try and kill them over and over, and they sustain up, and eventually you run out of mana, and they don't run out of mana or health. Good old Soraka equivalent.
Yeah.
Knight doesn't have mana, doesn't run out of health either.
It's true. It's like Soraka on steroids, but in the mid lane. Not fun to play against. Top lane, I haven't even spoken about them yet because it is Jungle Echo. And they are equal farm, have not touched each other, and have been playing farm builds. So.
Usually, it's not as even in this matchup. We just had production whisper in our ears that Echo used the ultimate to get back to the lane after basing. So quick buy. You only have 4 seconds.
Yeah. Click, 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 click. Managed to get it in time. Yellowstar going to pull back to Reckless. Going to be zoning away Maxwell. He goes up. He goes down. Gamsu coming out here. Tide of Blood will be charged up. And will be backing away. Giants forced into this choke point. Oh, damage coming in there from Featherven. They're all back away back into this mid lane. So very quickly, all of these players kind of came around this blue buff area, but no one went down.
Gamsu still had his teleport.
Featherven. Ooh, yeah. Takes a spider, but did not go down, so sidesteps the red line there.
I'm liking it from Giants so far. The Fnatic couldn't kind of crack open that bottom lane, so Sunstar's fine right now. Big stark contrast compared to game 1. And what we were talking about before these pesky little teams started fighting is that Trundle should have a small lead over Echo. But because obviously Speedy J teleported to the bot lane, kind of watched Yellowstar die, Reckless die rather, and then didn't really get anything out of it himself. He got a little bit behind. But Giants, they seem to have control of the game already. While we're talking about how good Fnatic is at like controlling some of these objectives, Giants are the one controlling the map right now. Knight's doing phenomenally well on this Vladimir. Continuing his push on a Nazir. J, early respect flash and a juke. This is all good stuff from Giants.
Just in case Spirit kicks him back into his team. Delicious Infernal Dragon will go down to Giants.
And then the writing on the wall spells another Infernal there.
2 in a row. Spirit over the wall. I think it was spotted. That's the fullback thing.
Sneaky Smitty J is there. So he's keeping tabs on Spirit. Now that tabs is no longer in the LCS.
Yeah, he's not keeping tabs. He's watching him though. Smitty J is watching his tower get destroyed by Gamsu.
Just like Rocket wasn't keeping tabs.
Well, Smitty, he's happy to carry on taking away these minions. And game has definitely slowed down. Not really fighting over the dragon. And Fnatic.
It's generally really hard to fight over the dragon when it's not there anymore.
That's true, especially when it's a break. You know, Fnatic, you spoke about them in Champion Select. If they fall behind, could face some issues heading into mid-game, late game.
It feels like such a generic caster comment. Yes, if this team falls behind, it'll be very hard for them.
They're going to lose.
Thank you for your analysis, Grabo. Here's your briefcase full of cash.
Yeah, but it's more true with this composition.
Yeah, it's hard for them because they don't have any ways to kind of come back either. Their CC is all kind of conditional. So if you can use the threat of an objective to force people into kind of chokeholds or use these zones to influence their movement, sure. But if you're trying to contest an objective, people are going to step out of parallel conversions. It's going to be hard for Feven to make a play. And Yellowstar's Janna isn't really the one that wants to be thrown in. You can throw in a Braum, but you don't really want to throw in a Janna. And because the Sivir lane is not continuously pushing in this Kalista Janna lane either, their usefulness is going down as well. So Giants have control of the wave in the mid lane, they have the stronger duel in the top lane, and they have the AFK push in the bottom. That makes it very hard for Spirit to find an opening on the Lee Sin.
Gamsu taking a bit of damage there. Pillar comes up, but he's good to go. Backs off to the tower. And the matchup is slowly shifting in Smitty J's favor. Knight, he's going to have to do something here. We'll go into the Sanguine pool. Spirit, what does he have to follow up? Well, Azir will do just that. Max Lord comes here just in time to save him.
That's the difference between last game. Now he can just simply pull out. Yellowstar in the river.
Sunstar getting caught out. Flashes forwards right into the Fate's core, but Spirit's there to back them up. Max Law, he's playing fire control, comes in, doesn't land the cocoon, and now he doesn't want any of this anymore. Will flash away into the boss side of the map. Spirit follows after, lands the Q, and with Azir coming in from the mid lane, sliding and gliding into Max Law. Repel comes up, looking for the sneaky juke, but not going to happen today. Febiven will find him, and he will kill him. 2-0 to Fnatic.
Yeah, Hustling desperately trying to base here. His base got cancelled. Gamsu, hey, ulting back. Smitty J did not have teleport. Again, when he doesn't have teleport, Fnatic is using that window of opportunity really well to make roams here. Knight is still in the mid lane. So Fnatic, they make the good reaction. You can't deal with him. You can't gank him. He's out pressuring you. Well, just step away from him. Vladimir doesn't really roam that well, especially once his ulti is down. So Fnatic, they go for the full-on bot lane party. We would need to go back and see what brought Giants to the river. Because Sivir Nautilus shouldn't really be in the river, and even then they should have On the Hunt to escape. Big fan of the patience that Fnatic had as well. Let's watch this again. So this is the initial gank here on Knight. No kick flash from Spirit, mostly because flash is down. It's very hard to kick flash then. Knight goes out, so he's fine, but Feben's a lot healthier, Spirit's healthier, so they're going to move in for play here. And this is where Giants is just making a mistake. I mean, this On the Hunt aggressively from Sunstar is a major mistake, and he costs his team all the momentum they've procured. They wait for Spell Shield to fade, double knock up, then Maxwell gets caught out, has to flash, Febiven circling around, and this is all because the Giant bot lane wants to fight in the river. When their entire job this game is just to simply keep pushing in that tower on the bottom lane, and then they can run to their tower to be safe. Right now they were just out, way too far in the open.
Yeah, miscommunication for sure. Sunstar popping the ult and even coming up the river trying to assist mid lane. Mid tower does go down though to Giants, even that up 1-2-1. So they managed to find that in rotation. 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining until the second Infernal Dragon.
Yep.
See if Fnatic can pick that one up.
This makes me sound like a whiny grandpa when I see that stuff. You know, just play towards your win condition. Don't try to win it all at once.
Yep.
It's very clear that, but it's almost as if when you play solo queue and you have a clear gameplay pattern that gets your team ahead. It's like, okay, we're doing this, it works, let's keep doing it. Then suddenly, once you get ahead, everybody gets these crazy ideas.
Yeah.
No, now I can walk into the jungle alone and fight their entire team.
To make mistakes. But, every mistake will put you further behind, and from that advantage, now Fnatic is ahead. Gamsu, he's still clearing out this mini wave. He's still good against Smitty. He can hold the line. Oh, Spirit is coming in. Knight is dropping low, pops the ultimate. Hemoplague will heal him back up for a little bit. Going to be flashing away, and Spirit will flash after him. He is going deep. Lands the Q, lands the ult. Do it.
Welcome to Vladimir, boys. Collapse coming into the jungle too from Giants. I really like the distribution here from Giants. Once that bot lane tower was down, there was no reason for Sunstar to be exposed anymore on a side lane. They put him mid, just like we talked about in Champs, like the 1-3-1 here from Fnatic. The duel being won in the top lane. Smitty J winning there. Knight can hold his own on the bottom lane, because even ganging up 2v1 is incredibly hard. The sustain, look at it. Reckless just went to 30% HP. He was stacking the spears like, okay, 2 more spears I can maybe pop this guy, and suddenly Knight, with just 1 item, is already full.
Yep.
Imagine what this is going to be once he starts picking up maybe the Warmux, the Rylai's, he's going to be a force to be reckoned with.
Not even a damage item. We'll get a little bit off his passive, but not all that much.
Anything's a damage item for Vladimir.
Yeah, you can build literally anything pretty much and it will result in Vladimir hitting you harder. Top tower is finally going down. Gamsu was unable to hold the door on that one. In the bottom lane, Knight is going to be taking away these minions. Spirit, he's taking away the Infernal Dragon. Mid lane, a lot of damage onto Maxlor. But overall, Fnatic get away with that. One apiece. Both of them getting that Infernal Dragon.
Yeah, tower traded though. 4 Giants here. Bang on even in gold. But the scaling though, ooh, it's going to be incredibly hard to deal with both Knight and Smitty J. Back in the day, the good old days of League of Legends.
The good old days, yeah.
About 2 months ago, you could QSS out of both their ultis, but right now, can't.
Yep. Good old war stories from Grandpa Grappo here. Back in my day.
I remember it clearly. It was February 2016. I was playing against Trundle and Vladimir. They both used their ultis on me, and I pressed Quicksilver Sash. Now, who am I kidding? I'm a supporter. I can't afford Quicksilver Sash.
I was too poor. But Yellow Star, he's going to be warding on up here. And Sunstar and Huston, again, venturing forth outside of the natural habitat of bot lane. And we're coming up the river here. Yellow Star. The Spirit, lying in wait. This triple man gang squad going to be popping the ultimate. But right into these two players. Good. Howling Gale out from Yellow Star, who's still under attack, who's going to be reckless. Yellow Star jumping in front of him, trying to find the cocoon. Teleport coming in from Smitty J, but a collapse in from Gams, who might be good in from Fnatic. Parallel convergence lands on 2, and both of them will die immediately to Fnatic's follow-up. Knight getting chased down, Maxlor as well, jumping back to safety with the Chrono Break. Double kill out for Reckless, looking for the last one tonight, and this is as clean as it gets for Fnatic, the clean ace.
Fnatic clean up with the ace. Good thing and a bad thing here for Giants. The good thing is there was no hesitation on the engage. The bad thing is that there was no hesitation on the engage. They just kept going for it, solo Q style, all in, use all their cooldowns to get to the target, and then they realized they're getting pincer collapsed here. Major props to Spirit. In the midst of all that chaos, he managed to find Sunstar. Let's see this again. So this is on the hunt used. 3-man NATO from Yellow Star here. Q to the wall, to then flash. Flash cocoon. Reckless is still not caught. There's no CC left. Q connects to Sunstar. Spirit waits. Again, a spell shield waste. Sunstar gets connected with the Q and then pops a random spell shield that gets him killed. And then February comes in and cleaning up. So, yeah, even a Fed Knight can't really do anything here.
Yeah, but see how much health he's getting back. He went into Sanguine Pool and basically went back to full health again. But Fnatic, 5 people wailing on him. Eventually he goes down, building towards the Zhonya's Hourglass now in this game, so he can survive a little bit longer in those situations. And Fnatic, 3,000 gold ahead, 8-1, definitely have control over this game now. And taking away all of these buffs for themselves. Take a look at some of the item builds, looking towards mid lane now. Nash's Tooth looking towards probably the Rylai's coming out there.
Ooh, look at the pings here. They're looking for an incredibly early Baron here. This is something we've seen more today. Yellow Star on the bottom lane here. Spirit in the bottom lane. Smitty J's pathing over. He's hoping he doesn't path a ward or a sentinel. Is Fabi gonna spot him? No.
Don't mind me, Febvin.
Febvin is scared of his own jungle, so he's scared of kind of... Yeah, he's scared of Smitty J being in one of these bushes. Like, guys, I can't push mid lane. Now they figure out Baron's going on. Teleport comes out here from Knight. Look at the parallel convergence though.
Will the reaction be fast enough? Gamsu over the wall. Parallel convergence doesn't really land on anyone. But
Spirit gets it!
Fnatic! And Spirit gets it down with Giants now being followed after. This is all going down a creek without a paddle. And with Fnatic looking for this last kill on tonight, that will be a 4-0 and the Baron. You cannot get anything over Fnatic in this game.
A creek without a paddle.
Yeah, a certain creek filled with certain things, Greppo.
Yeah. Oh, creaking and paddling here. Fnatic, I like the move from Giant. It's bold. It's no hesitation. Sadly, maybe the teleport from Knight could have come earlier to just really rush that play here. They felt they were behind. It does seem that Giants make moves that they can never pivot from. Yeah. They can never kind of alter their gameplay because the communication isn't there. When they went for the pick in the top lane, nobody had the presence of mind to say like, guys, mayhaps we are in too deep here. They kept going for it. A bold Baron call here at the 20-minute mark. Febvin comes in, swoops in, scoops everybody out of the pit here. And Spirit comes in, early smite. Yeah. So this is an early smite here from Maxlor. So hard to do on the stage as well because when Feven separates him from the Baron, there's obviously no longer the Q Smite combo possible. Spirit has a relatively easy steal. It's always easier when your enemy jungler already uses Smite. But yeah, clutch steal here by Spirit. Get the Baron and the cleanup.
They are just so far ahead in this game. Look at that Baron power play. 5,000 gold all in that one play. 20 minutes into the game is crushing for Giants.
It's the best Baron power play where you get the Baron first and then you clean them up.
Yeah.
As opposed to killing them and getting the trophy Baron.
That's true. Adds to your stat line. And Fnatic pushing all of these waves. Giants, like, they went for the Hail Mary. Props them for making it happen. They're still trying to find these picks, trying to make plays.
See, that's the stuff I like. Where nothing's happening, but Feven, he's respecting the brush, so he goes for the cheeky Azir combo in the pit and over.
Yeah.
Really just respecting potential pickoffs.
I want to see more of that, actually, as Azir's coming back into the meta, and those changes a while back for Azir, where you can pull some really cool sliding glide combos through really thick terrain. Don't see too much of it. There's like the horseshoe that you can do, and the
you can
chance, but
you can dash in.
Listen, most scenarios.
Yeah, you can dash in ulti and then follow your ulti out of the fight. But there's actually never a scenario where you want to do that because you end up at the same side of the wall as your opponent. So,
But it looked cool.
It does.
Unfortunately, yeah, there's very little practical applications of that skill. So Fnatic still pushing it up into the bot lane, the top lane, the mid lane. Spirit is now a split pusher. 1-0-8 this game. Has picked up the Black Cleaver.
Yeah.
And Smitty J is starting to get the better, or rather Gamsu's getting the better of Smitty J in the top lane. Slowly but surely. Not anymore. Now with Sunstar and the rest of Giants closing in, but yeah, Gamsu's already gone, guys.
That passive. And then Knights playing 2v1 in the bottom lane. Look at the damage. It's so hard to deal with him, but right now Reckless strong enough. He also has lifesteal right now. It's obviously key if you want to duel Vladimir as an AD carry. You need to lifesteal, especially when you have AoE attacks here too. Reckless, he can clear out the waves with ease while fighting Knight at the same time.
Fight that sustain with sustain. Bot lane. Gonna be taking down this tower. Fnatic breaking that base open, and this will just... I feel like this is going to be the slow grind right now. But the Baron is just one off.
I mean, I'm not sure what your definition of slow is. When they're
going to be the fast grind right now.
they're over 11,000 gold ahead at 24 minutes. Yeah. Ooh.
Bit of a slow game here.
This game is really not delivering here.
Well, Fnatic gonna find the Earth Dragon, the Mountain Dragon, and that will accelerate the game because it is such a slow push, honestly, coming in from Fnatic right now. Going back to base, 24 minutes into this game, already cracked open the base. Inhib is open for them, and you can see the nice shiny Earth Dragon, the Mountain Dragon.
Sadly, there's not a Cloud Break, otherwise it would have been like Earth, Wind, and Fire. We won't get to that point anymore. It's another Infernal coming up here. It seems like they really come in packs, these dragons.
They do, yeah. Over on CSQ, we like to perform alchemy with them, so we would combine, of course, the Mountain and Infernal would fuse together and form a Volcano.
Volcano?
Yeah. So depending on the next one, we can, of course, adapt that into something else. Fnatic coming into the mid lane, right? He's still farming up the jungle. And
is this like an active volcano then?
Before the storm?
Fires?
Yeah, I mean, it's ready to erupt for sure.
Is that a metaphor for this game? Spirit right here?
It might be. Not quite yet. It's got the warning signs for sure. Fnatic gearing up, setting up the top wave, setting up the mid wave, and looking to push in. Bot Inhib is still open, by the way.
I mean, they see Sunstar in the bottom lane, so this is just going to be an immediate dive here for Fnatic. Fiercely protecting those two lonesome range creeps that are marching into their inevitable demise. Reckless.
Reckless. He thought he was safe from the two range creeps, but he was not. Sunstar instantly pops though. And meanwhile, Reckless still trying to back away. Knight will find him. Shut down there for Maxwell. Emperor's Divide trying to buy some time. Fnatic definitely on the retreat here. Spirit really can't get involved in this straight turnaround. And the soldiers will obliterate Maxwell. Gamsu comes into the fray. Bustler not trying to back off here. Knight, he's got the sustain in from the ultimate, but it might not quite be enough. And it will be Knight to him. Now the chase down onto Spirit. That's another kill. 4 for 1. Fnatic come out ahead once again.
Yeah, Fnatic get engaged onto Reckless, but Velastar buys enough time for him. It doesn't matter that he drops because the continuous DPS from Feven and the late teleport from Gams is enough. That was the eruption we were waiting for.
There's the eruption. And Fnatic pushing in the top. lane. There will be the inhib going down for sure. Now we have the respawn out from Giants, so not going to be taking any more. Maybe it will. Sunstar, he's
burning.
Respawning, he's burning, he's dead. Should have stopped, dropped and rolled, but didn't have that ability.
I wish that was like the counter to red buff burns.
Yeah.
Just drop on the floor, start rolling.
Yeah, on stage. It's like, guys, burning, please heal. But Sunstar, he spent a lot of time dead in this game. Dropped at that fight, dropped again as soon as he came up. And did a lot last game as well.
Screen covered in ashes, completely great.
Oh, Gamsu. He just found the 1v1, and I mean, what are you going to do as an AD carry in this position?
Oh, not flash.
Over the wall.
Yeah, that's exactly what you're not going to do. You're never going to flash when Echo's E is about to come up. You need to wait for it to proc, otherwise you just carry him over and you're dead 100%.
Yeah, it's the least in thing, but we can see the opening again to this fight and the cleanup. And just really good work by Gamsu, not only getting the 1v1, but also getting the cleanup into this fight.
Yeah, good aggressive flash nado there from Yellowstar too. It basically puts people in place for the parallel convergence stun from Echo. Another good nado here, canceling Smitty J. Fnatic right now in complete control. 14,000 gold in the lead is preposterous. It's just too much to deal with.
It's not possible. Gamsu.
How can he lead?
How can he lead? That is a really good question. Gamsu getting caught up. He is chasing after Maxlaw. Oh, he separates from the team. Hustler's going to try and bail him out though. Knocked against the wall. Good ultimate in from Yellowstar. Everyone is coming in to this fight. Spirit over the wall. The kick and the kill. 3-0. Fnatic finding incredibly good fights from themselves. 20-2 in this game. This game has gone out of control in these last 8 minutes.
Yeah, and if you're tuning right now and you see, okay, Fnatic is 20 kills against 2 for Giants, you think this is going to be, this was a complete stomp here, but Giants, for me, it all goes back to that play where Sunstar popped his ulti in the river. They elected to change their gameplay pattern from just pushing all lanes, using Knight's pressure, and it all started crumbling from there. Also, the rotation down in the bot lane then from Fnatic that followed. That one mistake from a single player or his team electing not to tell him not to do that. Cost him 3 kills at tower, all the map play. Suddenly Knight couldn't really maneuver anymore himself, and things started crumbling there for Giants. So definitely worth rewatching for them. I think they'll pause and rewatch that entire sequence a couple of times.
Yeah, definitely could have used better use of the fallback ping there. Fnatic now pushing down the mid lane, should be able to get this tower very easily, and this should probably be a very easy hit. On top of that, Knight is charging Tides of Blood, but it really just scratches Yellowstar.
Yeah, maybe we finally found the reason why people spam it, you know, just to practice.
That's true.
So when they scrim and they get to LCS, that they're 100% sure how to use the Spirit here, going for the win sec.
But he only knocks Mackalaw off to the side as he didn't think it's going to matter. But Sunstar just get a kill onto Spirit to open up the fight, and everyone's just trading blows all over the place. Fevin's now onto Maxlaw and Sunstar on the 1-on-2 and finds both of the kills for himself. 5-1, only one casualty, and Fnatic will find a very convincing end to this best of 2 here. 29 minutes into this game, and they crush Giants' dreams onto Nexus itself. 2-0, 3 points on the week.
Yeah, 3 kills, 2 towers, and I believe just 1 dragon here for Giants. That's all they managed to get here. Fnatic closing out the series 2-0 as expected. We were saying, is this a gauge for how good Fnatic is? Still some mistakes. But Reckless, he's playing on the forefront. He's not afraid to get caught, and he's going in.
Yeah, and it's cool to see. Very entertaining. And even if he dies, he's usually taking a lot of people with him. Had a very similar scoreline last game as well. 2 deaths, both games. Really outstanding performance. Yellowstar also coming back into the lineup, looking real clean. 1-0 and 21 in that game.
I mean, he had some Magi at the end of the game with 20 stacks. Somehow we keep missing that every time. And by we, I mean myself. Obviously,
me too. I'll take half the blame.
Sure. I'll give you the other half. It's all your fault, Pulse. No, 20 stacks on Gamsu too here. Just look at the score lines. 15 assists, 12, 10, 10. And the ones with 10 assists have 9 and 8 kills each respectively. Febiman and Reckless here. Fnatic run a teamfight comp, and they fought together as a team. Giants couldn't really do anything after that kind of key phase that we talked about earlier.
Yeah, it really was just the Baron really going for that Hail Mary play after losing a little bit in the early game. And from there, it was just a very, very steep hill where Fnatic took everything from them. Nothing really Giants could do.
I like what Knight brought to the table. He seems to have at least potential. I want to follow more of what he can do against some of these other mid laners here.
We know he's a very mechanically strong mid laner. We've seen the highlight clips, we've seen the plays. We saw it in the mid lane up against Featherman as well.
Yeah, definitely had the pressure advantage in this game. CS advantage in last game. Sunstar is for me a big question mark though. His performance positioning in both these games was incredibly lackluster, and it's something we talked about in the opening of this game too. Having your AD carry be and your mid laner be Koreans. Mid laners on an island can perform because it's 1v1, but AD carries, they need to synergize, you know, with top laners to call for teleports, with their supports to see what you're doing, with the team to figure out where you need to be, push, freeze, where you put the pressure. It's no longer just raw laning ability, and Sunstar was definitely lacking the communication and positioning part.
Yeah, I think communication was the key one for me. I mean, like walking up river halfway through that game with his supports just kind of in tone. It's just like, come with me, this is a good idea. And then immediately gets collapsed upon, and all of it just kind of collapsed from there. And it was sad because actually Giants did have the advantage.
Oh, they had the game at that point.
And then Sunstar just walks up and it just becomes a fight. Maxwell tries to bail him out. He also goes down. Yeah. It was a sad play.
Control of the game. Let's not say by the game, I don't mean, oh, they've had already won. You know, if they were just somewhat decent, they would have won that game. No, they had control of the game, and they could have given us a lot more interesting of a game. But we saw Fnatic shining in some of these team fights.
Yeah, well, it is now time to send it down to Pyrotechnics, who is on stage with Yellowstar.
Thank you very much, Pulse. Of course, I am joined by Yellowstar. Once again, welcome. You're back. It's good to have you again. Let me just ask you, how were you able to slot back into Fnatic? You just slide right into the shot caller again?
I mean, it was natural. You know, I sit in the house. I was a bit afraid because I didn't know like the Koreans, but it was just natural. You know, we got in game, we played, and I was just doing the way I was doing last year. So I felt pretty comfortable. So it was really nice.
It certainly showed through in that series. I mean, you guys got off to a pretty good start. A few stumbling blocks in game one versus Giants, but that second game, incredible performance. Nice stacks on your Medjais, by the way. Where do you rate a lot of the teams in LCS right now? So much has changed since you played here in Europe.
It's still the beginning of the season, so it was really hard to tell, considering that we only had like 10 days of practice, but we've played almost all the teams. I would say we still need more practice, obviously, but I'm pretty sure that we'll be able to stack up at the top, and hopefully we'll take the trophy back.
Ooh, okay. I'm looking forward to seeing how you guys are able to perform there. You said you have a little bit more work to do. Where do you think you'd rate your team at the moment in the split of everything? Obviously, you haven't even been able to see everybody's games, but just knowing where your skill level is at right now and knowing relative levels from some of the teams from the scrims and practices, where do you think Fnatic at the moment stacks up?
We still have like some issues to work on. I wouldn't be afraid to say that we should be in the top 3 right now, and I hope that will show it really soon.
All right, well, let me ask you the last thing here. Who do you think those other 2 teams are in the top 3 at the moment? I think I have a feeling I know at least one of those, but go ahead and tell me.
I don't know, you guess? I would say G2, and the other one maybe H2K, I would say. I'm not sure yet.
Well, there's a lot of split to play out. It is great to have you back, Bora. Thank you once again, and a fantastic performance. You can go ahead and join your team backstage. For now, though, we are going to send it back to the analyst desk to have Shox and the guys break it down to close out the day.
Thank you very much. All those foregone gone conclusions after day one.
Crystal balls out. Fires away. Who's the best man? Where are you ranking? Come on, day one.
Well, I mean, I think it was nice in the way he said it, not being overconfident, but definitely in the way they played in these games. You could say, well, looking into the future, possibly top 3. Let's break down those games a little bit more. Giants trying to fight back in game 1, and then game 2. Aside from the dying in lane, the Janna Kalista, things went pretty good for Fnatic in game 2 as well.
Sure, dying in lane, bad. Don't do that.
Just teasing.
When it came to composition-wise, I actually felt like Giants had a much better setup this one. And I looked at the game once they got standard lanes, once they got the early first blood, I'm like, you know what? Giants can actually win this game because they have like a Vladimir who can't be stopped in one side lane. You have a Trundle who can't be stopped in the other one. Problem is, Giants decide to not even get caught up because they actually walked into it. They were like the ones starting fights when they couldn't because everyone else was like recalled. And yeah, Giants literally just gave so many free kills away that when they had a good 1-3-1 setup, they never got to use it because they just got caught out.
Yeah, we have actually a really good replay of setting this one up.
There it is.
Because
as the physio is saying, this whole thing starts off with a gank in the middle, and then the bottom lane rotate up through the river to try and provide that support. And this is what we were really confused about. Why are you trying to force an engagement when your team has already decided to disengage?
Yeah, nothing tilts me more than seeing a team opt into a play where there's basically no good outcome. Like, the best that can happen for Giants here is that they maybe force a defensive flash from Yellowstar, and that is it. The worst that can happen is exactly what happened, because Vladimir had been poked down from a trade in the mid lane, so he was basically running out. Elise was on the other side of the Dragon Wall, and yet you opt into engaging on the Janna with your Sivir ulti being popped. It's like, why? Guys, 1-3-1, you're going to win. You're currently destroying the Echo up in top lane.
And not only that, that kind of transitions itself into our secondary play where we were looking at it and we're saying, well, Giants, you probably shouldn't chase here. And then it ends up really badly for them. Again, they kind of end up putting it, it was actually the Baron we got. So yeah, I mean, this is another kind of play where Giants are trying to rush it down at 20. Slightly different replay than we were expecting. Maxlaw, I don't know whether it's nerves. He also gets pushed back by Febby, but odd smite timing very early allows for the smite steal to come through. But again, Giants put themselves in a situation where perhaps they don't need to be making that 50-50 play, because that Baron, sure, if they get it, they basically can build that comeback that they're looking for. But it's not super critical to go, okay, well, guys, the only way we can win this game is a Baron rush at 25 minutes.
Sure. I do feel like before that Baron, the team fight we wanted to have shown, where they fell even further behind, was like, okay, now as Giants, you basically lost the entire game. And I feel like this was one of these situations where, as a top team, Fnatic just have the experience to say, you know what, guys, we might be in a bad situation here and there, but we can wait for them to make mistakes and just punish it. And they did. All game long, it was like, okay, now Giants overextend, punish. Or you're trying to do Baron in 20 minutes, Spirit gets the 50-50 smite, and game is over.
To be fair to Giants, they still had some moments of promise. I mean, we did see them go for a deep invade when playing around the Dragon, where they actually set up really nicely. They didn't lose any members, but they forced Fnatic incredibly low. They then had the numbers advantage, and they tried to go for pick onto Febby, which didn't work out. But overall, you and I were discussing whether or not that was a safe play, and then with the vision that they gained, they were then freely able to take themselves that first Infernal Drake. So there were definitely signs of promise from Giants. It was just moving forward, they didn't quite have the best decision making to build on that advantage.
Yeah, definitely things to build on. As said, only the first series for them in Summer Split. Player of the game for us after looking at game 2, that is Febiven. Fantastic Azir play. After that game 1, he was like, I'm not getting caught again. I'm picking Azir and I'm doing very well. But as Yellowstar said in the interview, it was kind of like I came back and everything felt like the way it had. It seemed like I'd never been gone. Maybe that's also why their calls, as you say, when it's between going or not going and maybe a 50-50, they make the right decision. So overall, very good showing. Febiven player of the game and a 2-0 start, and also 3 points for Fnatic.
A good start for them. Want to see them against tougher opposition, but I think when you look at how they kind of dealt with Giants in general, I think it's safe to say Fnatic are in a good starting position for summer.
And clearly Scrim's been working out, seeing as Yellowstar was saying from Scrims, like, yeah, we are top 3 at the moment. Can't really disagree from what we saw today. Sure, small mistakes in there. Honestly, they just punish Giants every single time. Won it, and I think this Fnatic lineup will stay around the top all split long. I just want to see what happens when it comes to like these really close games against like G2 and which other top teams we will have.
Yeah, we did get a nice quote there from Yellowstar saying, we will get that title back. That's what we want to hear, of course. Pirate prying that out of him. Now, with the end of that series, we have officially loaded into the post-game lobby after our first day of the 2016 Summer Split. So this is where we get to recap everything that happened today. It was an eventful day for us as well. Front and behind the scenes, a lot going on. So let's go back. A lot to cover across today's 10 games. We're going to start with our match of the week, which was our first series. Origen up versus G2 Esports. Super hyped. Of course, the bottom lane matchup in there. And it looked like it was going to turn out to be a 1-1, but a very eventful series overall.
Yeah, it certainly was. The second game was much closer than the first one, but concentrating more on the first one, Fizz, Perks, really exciting to see that coming out in the first match of the day. And the fact that he was able to snowball so quickly was really impressive to see. So I really enjoyed watching that Perks bring out this assassin.
I like what we saw from G2 today. I think Origen obviously tried to coming back in the second game, but Origen have way too little focus on like objectives at the moment. And it was a lot more about, oh, is G2 now maybe overextending? We can get a great team fight, and that's how they kind of came back into the game.
I mean, so telling, you say they didn't have a lot of focus on objectives. Dragon, of course, to be argued which one comes up if you want to take it or not, but then G2 end up getting 3 mountain drakes and they can down the Baron objectives so fast. Maybe should have thought of that a little bit more.
Origin didn't get a single dragon in that entire series, and you saw the power
One
of
Elder
that.
Dragon.
Did they? Oh, they got one Elder Dragon.
Which gave no bonuses other than Burn. That was it, like, here you go.
I mean, there were moments of promise. I mean, you can see that team fight where G2 overextend up in the top lane. You get that really nice headbutt pulverized combo coming out from Hybrid, which, you know, set up OG to maybe get that comeback, but then they just didn't have what they needed to really close things out.
And that was kind of my problem for Origen here. Yes, they had a good start with getting Source fed in that second game, but again, they gave over so many dragons. And then, to me, they just kind of relied on G2 messing up more than it was Origen playing extremely well in the late game to force a mistake. It was suddenly G2 were like all in on a tower, like TP on a minion on tower, pop Kindred ulti to try and get the tower down, and then obviously a great flank happens because they're completely overextended. Sure, that is a good move from Origen, but there's a lot of things to work on, and G2 were clearly the best team.
I do also really want to highlight Mithy, though, as well, because bringing out those supports and basically picking stuff to counter the compositions that he was going up against, the Soraka coming out, the Tom Kench, especially in Game 2, made it really difficult for OG to push their advantage towards the mid-game, because every time that Fizz got on top of someone, Tom Kench was there to save the day.
Yeah, players of the game, Perks and Mithy in that series. Very interesting interview with Mithy afterwards as well, where he said, I've been trying to figure out what the support meta is. Of course, we had thought, you know, is this MSI trend of ranged support is going to live through? And he said, there is no meta right now. So supports that have a big champion pool in the league should be able to benefit from that. He said even the last pick can be reserved to support and be important in the entire team comp.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen everything today. I mean, even Hustlin bringing out Nautilus support, which I actually thought was just gone for the most part. I'm like, well, nobody's really playing that. We even saw one top lane as well over in one of our series on LCS too. So certainly I think it's not just the support meta, but there are a lot of picks overall. So interesting to hear a support's perspective on that from Mithy.
Yeah, definitely. Taking a look at the other series that went on UOL 2, H2K versus Roccat. In the end, a 1-1, and quite surprisingly, Roccat ran over H2K in Game 1.
In Game 1, we were very surprised, myself and Quickshot, with the cast on this, just because, you know, there wasn't a lot of expectation coming from Roccat. That was Trevor for a bit, just joining us, but you know, in this setup for Roccat, they ran the Swain we'd been seeing in other regions, and Betsy honestly was a massive part of this composition, stopping H2K from being able to get to Steelback. Steelback then output the damage, but Game 2, it kind of all fell apart for Roccat at that point. H2K, with a massive set of plays, they had a really much stronger start from Jankos getting himself into the mix and basically carrying that.
Yeah, this was lovely. I think we said this already, like before all the games in the makeup room, Freeze said, well, what do we do if it's a 1-1? And we were going to get that answered for him, but we didn't, our bad. But this time we got beautiful synergy in the middle, nice hugs, you know, it's day one.
That's the beauty of ties, you know, everyone's happy.
Yeah, everyone's happy.
Sure. Game.
Yes.
You watched the game, you cast the game. I didn't get to watch the game because obviously casting already on the other stream. Perang and Raze, two of the guys we're really looking at coming into this. Perang in the top lane first. How did you play?
First game was pretty solid. Like his play was to be honest what you'd expect in that matchup, with Roccat being able to take the win. Nothing really extraordinary by him, but Game 2 fell apart. Got camped pretty heavily by Jankos, was playing the Nautilus that we were talking about, and ended up, I think he was like 0-6 by the end.
Jankos played out of his mind though, and they really camped that.
Yeah, but I think his team plus the pick ban priority really put him in such a tough spot. Playing Nautilus into some of the top laners right now that have the damage and the tank ability in these fights made it so difficult for him.
I actually, Raze, that you were mentioning him, both Crupper and I were keeping an eye on the games as they were going on, and that Thresh performance was very incredible. He is the type of support that we were discussing the new Koreans coming into Korea, and Raze was the guy that liked to play Elsa, liked to make those plays and liked to force these fights, and being on that Thresh, he was given the opportunity to do that.
I think one of the interesting things about that series, though, the J-spans were drawn.
They were, yeah.
Against
Bands. Yeah.
Great.
He's one trick, man.
Mission accomplished. Also checking in with you guys at home. Earlier we asked who you thought won or lost the off-season, and Alex Adabra tweeted, not a team, but a player. Freeze is now surrounded by talent and has a chance to prove he is one of the better ADCs EU has. That's a little bit of a backhanded criticism on Renegades. I don't know.
At the same time, I think you look at his Game 1 performance, he got outfarmed by Steelback, and okay, maybe the setup wasn't there from the rest of H2K to allow him to get into the game, but he struggled in Game 1. Game 2 was a different affair. We saw Freeze finally playing forward, playing a little bit more aggressive, so he's still got it, just not in every single scenario. H2K got to play themselves as a unit rather than just rely on Freeze.
Yeah, we talk about Freeze being surrounded by better players or whatever, but the inverse is also true. As Crepo was saying, the influence that a player like Freeze and just the way his personality works can have on a team.
Yeah, I mean, Freeze obviously is a guy who learned quite a lot the last few years. He came into professional play in Season 3 when I had the pleasure of playing with him, and it was all about him being a carry, which didn't work out because we also had Bjergsen who also wanted to be a carry, and they were often like fight for farm. But that now changed. You know, he's gotten older. He's learned to play like all these different styles. And one of the things he highlighted himself that he learned in NA was the fact that you don't have to be like the 1v9 carry. You can play for your team as well. And I talked to Prolly about getting Freeze, and he said he wanted a veteran AD carry and he wanted a smart player. So when he had some of the questions, you know, about what do you do in specific setups, if you're falling behind in lane and so on, what do you do? Well, Freeze had some very good answers, and that was one of the reasons they picked him. So I think he will be a great addition for the team. I think actually they have a higher ceiling now with him compared to last split, even though the individual talent may be slightly lower. And then we just got to see with H2K and this meta, which is a little bit crazy now. No one has really 100% figured out what is happening. And H2K is a team who does well when they know exactly what is happening, when they've figured out the meta, how to play the perfect lane swap, how to play the perfect rotations. So I think it will take a bit of time for them to really shine. But I think close to the playoffs, they will become better and better and will be able to challenge for the #1 spot.
Yeah, Freeze was also the one that said, the better I get, the better H2K will get. Turning our attention to another one of the series, Schalke up versus the Unicorns of Love. And we can actually tell the stories from the player of the game by They went absolutely ham.
Yeah, those player of the games, as you were alluding to, I hope everybody can catch. Sharks' mic is cutting out for us here on the stage, but
the producer's having fun. Mute.
Mute. Go ahead, guys.
No, just making sure it's still translated. Yeah, talking about Schalke versus UOL, the players of the game, just in case you didn't get that. So, Deficio, you were casting it. Vidius, you were here on the desk as well. The players of the game stepping up. How was Fox? It looked like a one-sided series to me.
Fox was really good in the mid. I mean, he showed the difference in skill between him and Exile. And to be fair to Exile, he is new to the LCS. Maybe nerves affected him. Maybe I think when we were discussing earlier on, this isn't the sort of performance we were expecting from Exile. Moving forward, I hope that he'll be able to show what he's actually capable of. But still, Fox, you cannot take anything away from him because he performed out of his mind on that part.
Yeah, Vladimir, fantastic pick for him. Great performance. And then, of course, his jungler right next to him, Gilius, who was the other. We had player of the match of the game, play of the match, play of the game.
We've gone over this.
Yeah, I know. I know. Now, Gilius was crazy. Like, he was one of the guys, Pyro and I, we talked about coming into the series, being one of the guys who really benefit from a better mid laner now because it would open up for him to play more styles and he could kind of pick whichever lane he wanted to. He decided to pick mid lane very often, which was extremely good for Schalke. Like, what a performance from Gilius, and he's a guy we will follow every week here. I think he's just getting better and better. Yeah. And this Schalke team, sure, maybe Unicorns of Love right now is the weakest team. That's something we're going to have to see when Schalke plays H2K tomorrow, if they can match up there as well. I think we saw a lot of good things from Schalke, a lot of improvements, much better understanding of how to push your advantage. So I'm pretty excited for this team.
And it's going to be painful. Like, looking at this footage, this is a heavily one-sided game.
It was a massive stomp.
But then you look at the fact that half of this setup for Schalke, no fear, is like ex-UOL players. It's like you've got Gilius who played on UOL, you've got Fox who played on UOL. You've got to look at that and be like, how did we let these players go? They're destroying us this week. Like, I mean, that's a tough pill to swallow.
Maybe. I actually don't think they care.
No, you don't think, I think you should.
I mean, Gillis is kind of some time ago, right?
I mean, he did tweet all of the failures of the past. I'm going to make up for all of it, and I hope he didn't blow his load in that first game, because there's where he went absolutely off. But Schalke, a 2-0 start, fantastic for them. We also got a tweet in about that game from @InvenKemper, and he wrote, UOL lost it, in my opinion, for losing their main carry and a star player. Steelback, that is what we've been talking about a lot as well. Steelback, you know, as he's always not heavily underrated anymore. I think he set the record straight in UOL, but it's still someone, they can feel that influence, especially when you also lose that mid laner.
Yeah, it definitely feels like if you look at the players just on paper, Steelback is a better AD carry than Veritas. Obviously, Exile coming in, not able to fill his shoes right now in that mid lane, also because he's so new to the LCS. So definitely a lot of risks and questions about this Unicorns lineup, but again, they will need time. I think we need to judge them around week 4, week 5, see what kind of improvement have we seen. If they play like this, obviously then, yeah, really, really poor off-season. Until then, I want to see what this team can do with more synergy, and I don't think playing, you obviously missed that, but they play like Taric, Kindred, and Twitch composition, where it's like, okay, on paper it's very fancy, you can keep the Twitch alive for the entire ulti duration.
Sneak out, you can not die twice.
Exactly.
It's great.
But you need a lot of coordination to pull that off, and they were just always split up and caught out of position, and then they died again and again.
There were some good Twitch plays though, moving into the mid.
They had a few good games.
Yeah, it was still the Twitch-esque thing that. That
I hear that. I know we have a pro Twitch player on our table here.
Shucks, please.
I mean,
it's not ready yet.
Hey, as long as it's better than your Jhin, that's all I
It's way better than my Jhin, because there's less skill shots. I just got a little poison, and that's it, and then I close my eyes when I ulti, and I get a lot of kills.
I was like, Shocks, please, and every day, oh, guys, I play Twitch. That was amazing. I like the
and
best.
you guys ignore it until here.
No, we don't.
do.
Keep it in our back pockets. In any case, back to the games, and the actual pro players taking a look at Splice versus Vitality. Much like the Rockats' first victory, Splice coming out with a win over Vitality in Game 1, and what surprised us is how methodical and clean they were in it.
And what surprised me was from the minute the game started, it seemed like Splice were right up on what the lane swaps needed to be. We had some funky lane swaps with TPs coming in. This is jumping right to the end of the game though. 10 minutes of almost nothing, and then out of nowhere, Splice just bursts down with the triple kill for Kobe off a pick and take out Vitality.
Yeah, it was a really exciting Game 1, but then Vitality seemed to have collected themselves moving into Game 2, and they set up some really coordinated dives. I was really impressed with actually how much pressure they put down onto Wunder during the early game.
Yeah, a lot of pressure put down. Game 2 of this series, though, was an explosive affair. We had Mountain into 3 Infernal Dragons, all taken by Vitality. Splice on the second Infernal were like, no, we can't let you have that. TP into the pit, into the river, and then die and let the second Infernal go over.
Infernal plus kills.
Yeah, exactly. They get an Infernal plus kills, and they pick up the third, and there's a just crazy team fight.
We had Cloud Drakes.
We had
3 of them. And an Ocean Drake for G2 in the first game. We're like, yay!
I tell you what, if you ever want to see something funny, watch a Maokai with 3 Infernal Drakes and a Karma support, basically 2v4 in a fight. You couldn't kill him, and
I feel like that happened in this game.
No real way of getting away from that for
How did
Splice.
The Mighty Bear play?
Good in Game 2.
Yeah,
good in Game 2.
But Game 1, they obviously got ran over a bit, but we did see some really classy moves of him in Game 2.
And in Game 1, actually, his funny nature would shine through, even in his gameplay. He was playing Kindred and was just like ulting to stop obvious smiting. Trashy, sorry. Stop him smiting. So he'd just like ult when Dragon had like 800 health, so that Trashy would just go, I'll try and smite it, and then have his smite available. So Mighty Bear, not the best of series overall, but I it was pretty
The officials got high hopes from him. We talked to Cabo Shard and Trash here on the desk, and I asked Cabo about him, and he said, it's surprisingly going well the way they're slotting into the team and everything's going. So that's good to see from the side of Vitality, and also very good that Splice gets on the board with a win, because we were observing how kind of obviously day 1, not too many foregone conclusions, but it seems that the teams that have been absolutely at the bottom of the table in the spring split already look a bit crisper and look like they have really used that time in between the splits to grow.
Yeah, there are 2 teams, especially we would look at coming into this, Schalke and then Splice, as teams in the spring split who couldn't really challenge the top teams more than maybe once or twice, who now seem to make a lot less of the big mistakes where we're like, come on, like that's going to lose you the game if you mess up this lane swap here, if you do this macro move. They're much better. I think also the 2 improvements that teams have made, only made 1 improvement each, but they were big improvements. Like the weakest member got removed for both teams. I think Mickey is so exciting to watch. Mechanically, he's very, very good. And I think if Splice with Mickey can be a little bit more aggressive, but also again, like Schalke, understand how do we then close out games? You know, how do we push our advantage even against some of the better teams? I think they can challenge for top 6. I think Splice are exciting to watch. I think they're good. I heard very, very positive things about them in the offseason, and the same for Schalke.
Yeah, before here, Vedius and I were talking how, you know, Splice, it was our first split last split, and then you have a team like G2 or OG, and then they make it, but that is not kind of the way it's usually. No, that's not the standard, and that is the exception, especially in the form of G2. So that's just, they're going through a normal road right now. They have a slow first split, and this is where they actually get to prove themselves.
And I mean, on day 1, to take a game off Vitality, I think that's a great way to start overall throughout the split. You know, Vitality's still considered with their roster to be one of the top teams, especially top 6, I think is a fair assumption to make, yeah. So to start off like this with a team that's still working through some stuff, has had a lot of time to grow, I think this is a great way to kick things off in the split.
Yeah, definitely. As finally to round things off here in terms of our match discussion, Fnatic versus Giants. Obviously, the series that we saw here lasted 2-0 for Fnatic in the end. Final words about that, Giants. Signs of light, definitely. Knight, good performances overall. Maxor maybe not feeling the best yet in his first series, but Fnatic with Reckless and Yellowstar definitely looking strong.
Crepo emphasized it at the end of the cast, but for me, Knight is the guy I really want to keep my eyes on, because he just showed so much promise in both of his games. He was very solid during the laning phase. He seemed to have pretty good map awareness. He seemed to be a very smart player, and I just think that he has a lot of potential. And going up against other talented mid laners in Europe, I'm really excited to see how well he does.
I almost feel like Giants is back at their full Spanish lineup with the same kind of setup, where we look at the mid laner as the exciting guy. We have a split-pushing carry top laner in Smitty J, former Whirlip obviously. And we look at an AD carry where we're like, this guy is probably not good enough to be relied on as a carry, a bit like with Adri back in the days as well. And it was a lot about, you know, can the mid laner and jungler together make something happen? Can Pepe step up? In this case, can Knight step up? Sunstar's performance here, combined with some very poor calls from Giants where they went aggressive when they didn't have to, meant they couldn't win this series, like, at all.
Yeah, and when you look at the contrast, you saw Sunstar pushing out sometimes on his own, getting caught. That play with Gamsu right at the end of our second game kind of accentuates that. But you look on the other side to speak about their opponents, Fnatic, Reckless, playing aggressive. Crepo was talking about it a lot. Reckless wanting to play more towards the front of the fights, trying to get aggressive. Maybe that's the kind of Fnatic we need to see, that are going to look to contend for the very top and not just find themselves in a third-place game. You heard Yellowstar say it in the interview. They're looking maybe to try and get to the championship themselves. It's a long road away, but certainly I think it's a good building block.
He has to say it. It's cool. It's a cool storyline.
Hey, you play for Fnatic.
Yeah,
like,
definitely.
You're not going like, yeah, guys, we just want to avoid relegation, you know. Don't want to get demoted, that's all.
That's not how that works, and that's also not how it's reflected. Let's take a look at the standings after 10 games after day 1 of competition. 3 teams are sharing the lead after going 2-0. G2, Schalke, and Fnatic. 3 points and 1 point for everyone else in the middle, and 0 points, sadly, for Origen, Giants, and the Unicorns of Love. Getting used to this new standings board, I like it.
Yeah, I mean, this is the situation where this is a funny one, and this is accentuated in a lot of, when you look at league formats like the Premier League in football. 2 points a difference between a win and a tie can, at the end of the split, be the difference between a playoff spot, a semi-finals bye, or relegation. So it may seem now like, they got a tie, H2K got a tie, who cares? Maybe that has a ripple effect later on. Every game does count in a best of 2.
Great. That was just great.
Hey,
I mean, it is
what it is.
Fantastic.
Is that the selling point? That's
there it is.
We got
there
that.
it is.
With 10 Smash Nexus on the day, we've also chosen 10 players of the game who will each pick up a point for their performances. Of course, this doesn't look... We don't have too much to go off, obviously, but we do have all the people that did great.
You can see that the leaderboard at the moment is very tense. There's a lot of fighting for the top.
But I mean, I am very interested to see how in like 4 weeks when we look at this, if someone has gotten a couple of players of the game, how they're putting their foot in the door and what it will look like. It's very interesting for us to track as well. And I think we did a pretty good job today on selecting them.
I mean, of course, we selected them.
Yeah,
great job.
Ourselves on the back. Yeah.
No top laners.
As a team.
No top laners.
Sometimes it can be hard because there are a lot of, I mean, sometimes it's not always about stand-up performance, it's just the team as a whole plays really well together. So how do you pick out an individual? Like the Fnatic game, you have to give it to Gamsu as well. He had some phenomenal performances. Spirit, yeah, he got caught out a couple times, but he also played really well in the Fnatic game. So I feel like a lot of players have a lot of opportunities to pick up that player of the game, but it's going to be interesting to see who is able to pick it up moving forward.
No, I just love that we had Stress's quote about the new system, and then Ferius's quote about the players of the game. Selling it well. And as a reminder about the player of the game, the points earned for that at the end of the split will also help determine our summer MVP. So it is definitely important for those players to get on that board. Now, week 1 of the EOLCS's summer split continues tomorrow with a clash between Splice and Roccat in the arena, while the Unicorns of Love and Origen will go at it in the LCS studio. Then Vitality will face Fnatic, and H2K gets on the rift against Schalke to close out the week. I'm looking forward to that one. H2K, Schalke, no fear after what we've seen today.
Yeah.
Son, yes.
We'll be super excited to see what Schalke can do, but also the first game on Stream 1. Like Splice, Roccat, last week you've been like, maybe not the most exciting matchup. Now, 1-1, both teams today against H2K, against Vitality. Some roster changes on the side of Roccat, 2 new exciting Koreans and still back, and then of course Mickey. I think that matchup is actually super exciting, and I think whichever team here pulls away, unless it's a 1-1 again, will, funny enough, get 3 points. I have no idea where I'm going with this, but it will be exciting. It will be exciting.
He was trying.
Yeah, I have no clue.
What I'm really excited for in particular about that matchup is the potential for the Jace, because we did see the Jace in the LCK. Didn't work out so well, but given that this Parang is known as a bit of a Jace one.
That was my point. Yeah,
he could very well bring it out. I hope it's not banned. I really want to see it in Europe. It could inspire some other new picks in Europe as well. I'm excited for that.
We'll see. I think that does it. We've talked about all the match. Of course, we have a lot of action coming your way tomorrow as well. And our pre-game coverage begins tomorrow evening at 5 p.m. Central European Time, 8 a.m. Pacific. Don't be late and get some sleep in the meanwhile. Until then, it is time for us to log out from all of us here covering the European League Championship Series. Thank you for joining us to jumpstart the summer split. And we'll catch you back here tomorrow.
And we're on the rift. Hybrid getting chomped, and now Perks gets a killing spree to pick up. Amazing, looks for power, return, that's a double kill for the Fish. Teleporting out of there, will he make it? Yes, he will!
Sauce always does it, I don't know how.
Will he stay out long enough to get the smite off? No, he didn't get attention, he steals it away! Amazing, gives his life for the Origen cause. And G2 finished the 2-0. The double kill to Rales as he's untouched in the back line, looking for Chachi. They took out Hilly, and now Exile is gonna be all by his lonesome. A triple kill for Rales. And in goes the flash from Spraddle to start this fight, and Exile is evaporated. Cavalry has arrived, and Fox has taken down the jungler. A double kill now. Unicorns down. Schalke are gonna take it 2-0.
Hybrid, just imagine when we are gonna move to Berlin, there will be no Domino's and no McD. What do you do?
Pizza Hut, man.
No, there's no pizza.
But there's no pizza. No, we can't do that, man. No.
It will be Fnatic up against Giants.
They're coming. Listen. I need put art. Minion, minion. I'm going.
Oh, Spirit gets it! Fnatic and Spirit gets it down with Giants now being followed after. And Fnatic will find a very convincing end to this best of 2 here. 29 minutes into this game, and they crush Giants' dreams.